Chapter 51-23. As soon as this black-robed man came out, Mountain Sea Patriarch and the other powerhouse stopped. Their gazes fell on this black-robed young man. Because they all knew that this was the person behind Biyao. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't care much. However, this person's words were different. This person was filled with mystery from head to toe. In the void, figures instantly fell on this black-robed young man. This person is very strange. I don't know where he came from. I know some of the powerful powerhouses in our universe, and I also know the younger generation, but I really don't know this person. It doesn't matter if we know him or not. Anyway, since this guy has come out, we can catch him. Many people had been thinking about the person behind Biyao for a long time. Unfortunately, this person had never shown up. Now that he had shown up, it was different. Some methods could also be used. So you're the person behind Biyao. You really dare to show up? Mountain Sea Patriarch stared at him coldly. It's better for someone like you to report your name, lest you implicate the entire force behind you. After all, our world of bloodshed will not allow someone like you to exist. The two of them also wanted to measure how strong this black-robed young man was. My disciples said that the two of you can't do it alone. It's the same in front of me. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a powerful force directly swept over. Nothing was useful. Pure power. Violent and domineering. The expressions of Mountain Sea Patriarch and the other 9 stars powerhouse changed, and a mighty force swept over. In an instant, the two of them were in the middle of this attack. All the defensive treasures and armors were activated in an instant. In an instant, a crashing sound could be heard. The two of them directly fell into the distance, hundreds of thousands of miles away. With such strength, you can't even take down my disciple. How dare you stand in front of me? I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. One by one, the 9 stars powerhouses in the void came out. They were shocked. This black-robed young man seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. Little White can rest for a while. Leave the rest to me. Anyway, they have been thinking about it for a long time. It's just as they wish. Lin Fei's voice was not very loud, but these people heard it clearly. In the blink of an eye, more than 29 stars powerhouses appeared. There were quite a few lineups like that. After all, they wouldn't allow people like Biyao to exist. Back then, the God Lord of Massacre had once unified this world. So they all came over. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people behind Biyao, they would have made their move long ago. Now, they finally got their wish. You're indeed quite strong. If I'm not mistaken, you're at least a late-stage 9 stars existence, or even a peak existence. You're making a move in the world of bloodshed. Aren't you stretching your hands too far? A tall figure walked over. This figure was like the leader of the crowd, filled with an imposing aura. Biyao's eyes had also turned blood-red. Xianyuan Gate. God Lord Long River. These words were uttered through gritted teeth. He stared coldly at her. His entire body was trembling quite a bit. Back then, it was this Xianyuan Gate that led everyone to attack the Bai family, causing the Bai family to be removed from this world in a short period of time. The disciples of the Bai family were either killed, injured, or captured. As for Biyao, she was lucky enough to escape. All the grudges, old and new, were added together. This naturally caused Biyao to hate them. Hating the Bai family was one thing, but this Xianyuan Gate was another. This was also the target that Biyao had to make a move on no matter what. So you know my name. That's perfect. Since the two of you have come together, come to our Xianyuan Gate as guests. Our Xianyuan Gate hasn't welcomed outsiders in a long time. God Lord Long River laughed, but his gaze was fixed on the black-robed young man. Only the black-robed young man made him feel pressured. This was because he couldn't see through this guy. He could guarantee that this guy definitely came from another world, and this world was very likely a high-level world. Or perhaps a top-tier world. Only this kind of authority could make it difficult for others to see through him. Other than your Xianyuan gate, I wonder who else participated back then? I hope that all of you can come out obediently so that I don't have to look for you one by one. That's a waste of time. Lin Fei raised his head and swept his gaze across everyone. His gaze became provocative. This caused the 9 stars god lords to feel a little strange. This young guy's temper was quite bad. Didn't he know that he could easily offend all of them by acting like this? The Black Mist Gate has made a move. The Big Dipper Gate. One figure after another stepped out, as if they didn't think that this black-robed guy had any tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 51-24. There were still many people who stood out. After all, they were all 9 stars powerhouses and represented various factions behind them. Back then, they joined forces to deal with the Bai family because the Divine Lord of Massacre was not around. Since he was not around, they would definitely divide up the Bai family. Unfortunately, they did not eliminate the root of the problem. This Bai Ruyu was the best proof. If they had known that this Bai Ruyu had such talent, they would have done everything they could to kill Bai Ruyu. Unfortunately, they could only watch first. This black-robed young man was a little mysterious. They did not know which faction he came from. Therefore, they had to test him again. But at the very least, it was impossible for this Bai Ruyu to leave the bloodshed world again. They would definitely not let Bai Ruyu leave. If they really let Bai Ruyu leave, then their bloodshed world would welcome Bai Ruyu's revenge sooner or later. This guy controlled the Blood Sea Palace. It was obvious that he would be given time and resources. The power of controlling the Blood Sea Palace would become stronger and stronger. When the time came, the power that erupted would become stronger and stronger. This was one of the reasons why they were afraid. If they could learn some experience from this, or walk this path, comprehending the Blood Sea Palace was also a way. They still valued this Bai Ruyu quite a bit. But now that there was this young black-robed man, it was naturally a little different. No matter what, they had to deal with this black-robed man first. We have all stood out. I wonder how you plan to deal with us. Although you were able to severely injure the 2 of them just now, we are different from them. Do you want us to do it ourselves, or do you want to come with us? This is the best result. All of them burst out laughing. No one was calmer than them. No matter how powerful this young man was, could he be more powerful than them? Lin Fei raised his head and looked around. He found that almost everyone had stood up. These people were all involved in the matter back then. These people should be right? Everyone has a share. This was naturally Lin Fei asking Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu nodded, her eyes filled with hatred. None of these figures would be forgotten. Back then, some of them had participated. Now, their strength had reached the level of 9 stars. However, back then, they were not at this level of strength. They were only at the middle level of strength. It's them. Even if they turn into ashes, I will remember them clearly for the rest of my life. Lin Fei turned his gaze back. Then I'm very happy to say, welcome to my world. Clatter, clatter. One by one, the primordial spirits walked out. Even though there were only 10 primordial spirits, a massive array instantly enveloped the area as soon as they entered the void. Once the great array was activated, these 9 stars powerhouses instantly felt that something was wrong, because their strength was unknowingly being beaten down. His original realm of 9 stars instantly turned into the realm of 7 stars. The stronger ones were around 8 stars, and they had been beaten down by an entire realm. Everyone's face was filled with panic. What's going on? Can someone tell me what's going on here? Why did my cultivation drop by a level? Just what kind of great array is this? I've never seen my strength before, but it just knocked away a level. Even Xianyuan Gate's god Lord Long River was the same. He had also lost quite a bit of his strength, barely reaching the level of peak 8 stars. This was a huge difference from before. His pupils constricted. A primordial spirit array. This is the legendary technique of the Samsara Emperor. You are a descendant of the Samsara Emperor. God Lord Long River was more or less knowledgeable. At this moment, he realized the origin of this great array. If it were anything else, God Lord Long River would not have been able to immediately recognize it. But now, it was different. He could recognize it at a glance. This was the technique of the Samsara Emperor. It was said that when he was at his peak, not just anyone could block the Samsara array once it was activated. He would lose quite a bit of his strength. He would be like an ant that could be obliterated. These scoundrels tried to deal with you in the past, but now, I've knocked away 10% of their strength. You can attack now and properly deal with them. In any case, they won't be able to put up any resistance. Lin Fei smiled at Bai Ruyu. God Lord Long River and the other 9-star experts felt a chill envelop their bodies. A level of strength had been knocked away, and some had even lost more than a level. Their strength was not much higher than that of Bai Ruyu's. Most importantly, they could not erupt with the fighting power of 9-star experts. This was the most critical factor. And they had all witnessed Bai Ruyu's power. If they were to fight, they had no chance of winning. Thank you, Master. I will definitely kill them all. Not a single one of them will survive my hands. Bai Ruyu's hatred reached the heavens. With a whoosh, she charged in. There's no need for you to struggle. You simply can't get out. Once my Samsara array activates, you can properly enjoy this gift. Chapter 51-25. They, the 9 stars, had never imagined that this would happen. In the end, it would turn out like this. This black-robed young man had actually used a technique of the Samsara Emperor. This was the famous primordial soul array. The moment this primordial soul array was activated, it had truly stunned them. All of their strength had been suppressed. Even the strongest of the Xianyuan Gate's God Lord Long River felt helpless. More than that, he felt apprehension. Their strength had been suppressed. If they wanted to regain it, they had to break through the primordial soul array. That was the only way they could recover to their previous strength. Otherwise, if Bai Ruyu attacked, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop her. Just as these thoughts were running through their minds, someone barged in for the kill. It was Bai Ruyu. If it was just the black-robed young man, they might not be able to resist, but if it was Bai Ruyu, they might be able to turn the tables. At the same time, their faces were filled with helplessness. Everyone, let's go all out. I don't believe that this Bai Ruyu is that strong. Take her in our hands. Let's see what else he has to say. That's right, just like that. All of them went crazy. Now that their strength had been suppressed, their only target was Bai Ruyu. Just now, they had tried to attack the Samsara Primordial Soul, but the Samsara Primordial Soul was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the void, no longer existing. They could clearly sense it, but they couldn't attack it. It was clear that this was a powerful spatial technique. They had heard that the Samsara Emperor was extremely strong in the past, but they didn't think much of it. Now, they had finally seen it for themselves. Once the array was activated, it would be very difficult to deal with. Unless they were extremely strong, but they were only 9 stars. 9 stars were considered strong, but their 9 stars were somewhat weak. It was truly a tragic matter. Whoosh! Streaks of blood-red light instantly shot towards them. Everyone had a share of it. Of course, the focus was on God Lord Long River of the Xianyuan Gate. His gaze was fixed on the black-robed young man. In the blink of an eye, his gaze landed on Bai Ruyu. Just as everyone had said, they had to take down this Bai Ruyu first. Perhaps this could even make the other party hesitate in taking action. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Fei just watched quietly. This was the first time he had used it after mastering the Great Circle of Samsara. It looked like it was pretty good. At the very least, he had suppressed the strength of these 9 stars powerhouses. Now it all depended on Bai Ruyu. Whether or not they could kill Bai Ruyu, they could only kill her with their own hands to vent the anger in their hearts. This was also the reason why Lin Fei used the reincarnation primordial spirit. Lin Fei had the ability to kill all these 9 stars. After all, no matter how strong they were not as strong as him. However, it was quite boring to kill them like this. It was better to let Biyao do it herself. In a confined space, a certain amount of strength was restricted. That was quite an interesting thing. Biyao, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. You only killed a primordial spirit of mine. My main body will definitely come to take revenge. And that black-robed young man, you won't be able to escape either. None of them could stop Biyao. After all, Biyao's strength could be said to be invincible among those of the same realm, and this was also true for those of a higher realm. The Blood Sea Palace was very powerful. Such a powerful technique was not something that just anyone could withstand. In the blink of an eye, these 9 stars powerhouses were killed one by one. All the treasures fell into Biyao's hands. Her mind was completely focused on God Lord Long River. God Lord Long River, you never thought that there would be a day when I would be able to kill you here. The others were all killed. God Lord Long River knew that Biyao was very strong. If they fought to the end, the one to die would be him. What a pity for this main body. That's right, this time it was only his main body. He had never taken this Biyao seriously. But he had never imagined that there would be a black-robed young man behind her. And it was his master. He had used the Samsara Emperor's technique right from the get-go, instantly suppressing his main body. Now that he thought about it, he really did suffer a loss. Unlike some of the 9 stars, his primordial spirits weren't that damaged. Your Excellency is truly very strong, but you alone have offended all of us. There will be no place for you in the entire world of slaughter. God Lord Long River was extremely indifferent at this moment. With just a few words, the main body exploded. A torrent of energy rolled out, but as soon as it rolled out, it was compressed back by a force. It turned into a ball and landed in Lin Fei's hand. You actually decided to self-destruct, but this is only the beginning. The ball of energy in Lin Fei's hand disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. How is it? Happy now? Chapter 51-26. There were so many 9 stars experts, but only Biyao was there. Many forces had indeed sensed this. These forces had all sent out 9 stars experts. However, as the auras of these 9-star powerhouses disappeared one by one, these forces were instantly shocked. Especially after the reincarnation formation appeared, all the forces were shocked. He immediately recognized that this was the famous reincarnation formation of the Reincarnation Emperor. In this formation, one's strength could be suppressed. It was said that when one reached the peak, one reincarnation would be able to take away all the strength of one's entire life. Although this statement was ridiculous, the Samsara Emperor's means were indeed very powerful. This time, everyone wanted to take down Biyao. However, it seemed that taking down Biyao was much more difficult than they had imagined. Most importantly, the 9 stars experts had all been killed. After the forces returned, they were instantly moved. All of a sudden, everyone's thoughts became a little different. No one knew where this young man in a black robe came from. Moreover, no one knew how strong this fellow was. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. After all, such a strong existence would definitely be troublesome. If they joined forces to make a move, once the Samsara formation was activated, they would be shaken down again. By then, it would be their primordial spirits that would die. These days, it was not easy to cultivate an primordial spirit. Moreover, some people only had one primordial spirit. If they did not have this primordial spirit, they did not dare to imagine what it would be like. Therefore, the situation became very normal. However, the bloodshed world was in a state of apprehension. These guys are not very brave. Lin Fei really hoped that all of them would make a move. Unfortunately, these guys were all afraid. After all, the 9 stars experts had been directly suppressed and their strength had been killed by Biyao. If word of this got out, it would be very embarrassing. Their originally united formation suddenly had many cracks. Master, what should we do now? Should I fight them one by one? If that's the case, we can annihilate all of them. Bai Ruyu did vent a lot of anger in her heart. Even God Lord Long River's main body had died here, let alone the other 9 stars. Overall, she was very satisfied with this trip. The rest was to slowly cook the frog. Get rid of them slowly. The way Bai Ruyu looked at her master, Lin Fei, became even more worshipful. It was a kind of fanatical worship. That's up to you. Are you really going to destroy them all? Or should we take in a portion, destroy a portion, and integrate the world of slaughter? Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't get too involved in this kind of thing. If Bai Ruyu wanted to participate, she should be the one to do it. Whether they were all wiped out or not, it was Bai Ruyu's own business. For a time, Bai Ruyu was lost in thought. Indeed, he only had thoughts of revenge, but now that he heard what his master said, Bai Ruyu was more or less confused and at a loss. She didn't know what choice she should make. Master, I really don't know how to choose. I want to destroy them, but the world of slaughter was created by our Bai family's experts, and it has even been upgraded. Bai Ruyu's current state was indeed quite chaotic. She really didn't know what choice to make. Both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh, and it wasn't easy to make a move. Lin Fei said, since you can't figure out what you should do now, there's no harm in waiting for a few days. The situation will become clear by then. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be people among them who will come to rely on you first. Rely on me? Bai Ruyu was stunned. But I killed some of their experts, and I even killed the primordial spirits of the 9 stars, as well as their main bodies. Lin Fei shook his head. This is a world of benefits. As long as there's benefits, they will naturally make the right choice, unless there's something wrong with their brains. In the end, Bai Ruyu still listened to his master's words and decided to observe the situation first. After more than 10 days, a figure really found their temporary cave abode. Lin Fei didn't conceal the temporary cave abode at all. All the 9 stars experts could find it. After all, Lin Fei had more or less left some clues and traces. It wasn't difficult to find this place, unless Lin Fei really didn't want others to find it. Then they really wouldn't be able to find it, but now it was easy. Look! Someone's coming. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Bai Ruyu's heart shook. I know him, he's from the 9 stars sect. She recognized him at a glance. The top 5 forces in the world of slaughter. Isn't that right? As long as there are benefits, they will naturally come. In the current world of slaughter, whether they can survive or not depends on your words. Of course, it also depends on Master's attitude. Chapter 51-27. What was going on with this 9 stars gate? It couldn't be clearer. They were here to curry favor. Of course, they were here to curry favor. However, they weren't so direct. They were here to seek forgiveness from Bai Ruyu. This was a very good move. Apart from this, they also returned some of the things that the Bai family had brought out to Bai Ruyu. The meaning behind their words was very simple. That was to rely on Bai Ruyu and become a part of the external forces. If it was just a 9 stars gate, it wouldn't be much. After that, more forces appeared one after another. These forces were very simple. That was standing behind Bai Ruyu. They were all smart people, so they were able to see through it. Bai Ruyu's master was definitely a terrifying existence. She could even suppress a 9 stars expert. If they were to fight, even a few 9 stars might not be her opponent. It was highly likely that Bai Ruyu's master was in existence at the peak of the 9th star realm. As for whether or not she was a 10 stars expert, that was another matter. No matter what, a full circle expert was definitely very terrifying. Even the strongest Shenyuan gate in this world might not be able to handle it. Bai Ruyu finally understood what her master meant by those words. There was indeed a relationship of interests in this slaughtering world. Now, the other 9 stars experts were moved. Their thinking was very simple. That was, they needed to find a new backer. In the past, they had always followed the lead of the Shenyuan school. After experiencing this commotion, he naturally had a new choice. That was to choose Biyao. As long as Biyao had such a powerful master behind her, Xianyuan Gate wouldn't be able to do anything. In the end, it was obvious who would win or lose. They could also make a choice. In the end, Biyao made a very rational choice. That was to listen to his master's words and incorporate all of these forces into his organization, forming a slaughter palace. As for why it was given such a name, Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that his registered disciple, Biyao, was indeed quite different. She had quite a personality. From these 3 words, it could be seen that this small world had undergone a huge change. At the very least, a purge was inevitable. Lin Fei didn't say anything about it. In fact, after Biyao took control of these forces, the first thing she did was to clean them up. He swept through everything in his way. All the forces, big and small, prostrated themselves. He chose to submit to them. The number of 9 stars and 8 stars experts behind him had also started to increase. They were all convinced. After all, Biyao's methods were quite fierce. Not to mention Lin Fei behind him. Although they hadn't seen Lin Fei make a move, as long as they weren't stupid, they knew what was going on. In less than half a month, the entire slaughter world was in a mess. How could those top forces withstand his attacks? During this period, Lin Fei made a total of 3 moves. Each time he made a move, he suppressed the 9 stars experts. It was the same even if there were 3 to 5 9 stars experts. It was the same even if it was a sex array. None of them could withstand the power of Lin Fei's hands. This also made everyone more certain that the ability of this young man in a black robe had definitely reached the level of 9 stars great perfection. He pushed all the way from the south all the way to the left. Wherever they went, there was almost no one who could stop the attacks of the massacre palace. And Biyao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei saw everything. He also knew that Biyao seemed to have changed a lot. He felt that Biyao's path was actually quite right. Under such circumstances, Biyao's ability actually had a breakthrough and directly reached the level of 8 stars. Even Lin Fei was surprised. It seemed that this Biyao could only grow in these slaughters. Every time he attacked, he would take the lead and his ability was also the most ferocious. This kind of progress really shocked the others. Lin Fei estimated that after he left, Biyao would be able to reach the level of 9 stars. After reaching the level of 9 stars, the power of the Blood Sea Palace would be stronger and stronger. At that time, the explosive power would be enough to reach the level of 9 stars great perfection. Lin Fei still had this little bit of judgment. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least after he left, he could rest assured. With the ability of 9 stars great perfection, he could basically rest easy. As long as he fought steadily, basically no one would be able to take down Biyao. Not to mention that he was still standing behind her. Master, you will reach the territory of Xianyuan Gate tomorrow. I don't think the Xianyuan Gate would be so willing to admit defeat. I'm afraid they have invited some experts. I'll have to trouble Master to make another move. Biyao had indeed changed a lot. However, standing in front of Lin Fei, she returned to her previous appearance. She was no longer cold in front of outsiders. She looked like a female palace master. It was more appropriate to call her a female devil. This is a small matter. After settling things here, is Master going to leave? Chapter 51-28. Did Biyao really have such a feeling? How did you know that I'm leaving? You're pretty smart to have guessed it so quickly. To be honest, Lin Fei was preparing to leave, but he wasn't ready to tell Biyao yet. As long as Biyao integrated this world, Lin Fei would naturally prepare to leave. With Biyao's current strength, it shouldn't be too much trouble to improve, not to mention the strength of a 9 stars full circle. Together with the Blood Sea Palace, her combat power would be very strong. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think about it first. Would it be worth it to make a move? Doesn't Master know about a girl's sixth sense? It's very accurate. I just feel that Master is going to leave. Bai Ruyu's feelings were very complicated. If it wasn't for Master, she wouldn't have improved her strength so quickly and even comprehended the Blood Sea Palace. She would have improved her strength as well. Now, most of the Slaughter Side's world was in her hands, and she even established the Slaughter Palace. Everything was all thanks to his master. Without Master, she was nothing. Therefore, from the bottom of her heart, she naturally didn't want Master to leave so soon. She hoped that she could stay here, at least for a few more days. I almost forgot, your sixth sense is indeed very strong. But don't worry, I'll only leave after you integrate this world. When Master has a place to stay, I'll definitely tell you. Lin Fei's words were true. Until now, he hadn't found a place to stay. After all, he wasn't sure where he wanted to go. Even if he brought Bai Ruyu along, it might not be a good thing. It was better to let Bai Ruyu stay here. What you need to do is to continuously improve your strength. After all, your cultivation method is different from others. The stronger you cultivate, the further you can go. Do you understand? Bai Ruyu listened to these words seriously. She knew that Master was saying it for her own good. In another place. It was the Xianyuan Gate. The Xianyuan Gate was in a state of panic. The number of people inside had also increased. These were the experts of some sections. They were either 8 stars or 9 stars. They were all gathered at the Xianyuan Gate. No one knew better than them that this battle was inevitable. The most important thing now was how to stop Bai Ruyu. Now, Bai Ruyu had already taken control of the south. It was only a day away from the Xianyuan Gate, and they had already received the news. So, whether they could hold on or not depended on the Xianyuan Gate. The head of the Xianyuan Gate was also very helpless. Back then, he had only done a small thing. He didn't expect that after so many years, Bai Ruyu would finally come back. If it was just Bai Ruyu, it wouldn't matter. However, her master was too powerful. The first move was the Reincarnation Emperor's technique, which could suppress a person's strength. It was also the technique that allowed Bai Ruyu to kill so many 9 stars, not to mention Divine Lord Long River. The news brought back by Divine Lord Long River, coupled with Bai Ruyu's subsequent actions, made them realize that this battle was indeed inevitable. The most important thing was how to win this battle. Naturally, Bai Ruyu wasn't a threat at all. Only the black-robed young man was the most terrifying. Those of the older generation had more or less heard of the Reincarnation Emperor's methods. Only the younger generation hadn't heard of it. The Reincarnation Emperor's greatest strength was his ability to suppress a person. At his peak, the moment the reincarnation array appeared, everyone's strength would be reduced to the same level. It would directly attack. Even the primordial spirit couldn't avoid it. It would directly attack the primordial spirit through the trace of connection with the original body. Back then, the Reincarnation Emperor was extremely powerful. It could be said that he was one of the top. Although he wasn't the strongest among the top, he was still an existence that others couldn't do anything about. Sec Master, that Bai Ruyu is only a day away from us. They will definitely arrive tomorrow. What should we do? Do we really have to fight? If we really fight, we don't know how we're going to get past that black-robed young man. Are we going to invite the old ancestor? Or should we invite the forces from other worlds to help us mediate? That guy is most likely a 9 stars perfected. He didn't do much from the start, but his strength is like a mountain. All of them looked at the sect master not far away. At this moment, only the sect master could make the best choice. Their Xianyuan school was indeed very strong, but this time, they had encountered an even stronger existence like Bai Ruyu, which naturally made them feel incomparable pressure. Back then, they had plundered a large number of resources and techniques from the Bai family. Now, Bai Ruyu was here. It was as if the Xianyuan Gate's doomsday was coming. They didn't have a shred of confidence because they had all seen the black-robed young man's techniques with treasures. Don't worry. I've already invited someone else to hold the fort. We won't let that Bai Ruyu succeed. The error-free chapter of Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please collect the Invincible King of Upgrade, mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 51-29. A new ray of sunlight shone over. It was not a good day. In fact, it was not a very good day. Because Biyao finally brought her men to a place not far from Xianyuan Gate. The entire mountain gate was presented in front of Biyao's eyes. Biyao looked at the huge palace and the densely packed figures. She was quite excited. He had finally brought his men back to kill his way back. Back then, it was Xianyuan Gate who led the charge. If it wasn't for Xianyuan Gate, there wouldn't be so many things happening. At that time, although Bai family didn't have old ancestor Bai, the so-called massacre god, the overall strength of Bai family was still very strong. It was because Xianyuan Gate found the collateral relatives of Bai family and used all sorts of methods to break through the Bai family. The Bai family was caught unprepared. Biyao lost her parents and everything else in that incident. If she hadn't met her master, she didn't dare to imagine what would have happened to her. Perhaps she would have died a long time ago. Now, she could finally bring her men back for revenge. Scum of Xianyuan Gate, come out and die. If you come out now, I can spare your life. If I step into Xianyuan Gate, all of you will die. No one can save you. At this moment, Biyao's voice also became incomparably loud. Just like that, it filled the sky above Xianyuan Gate. No matter who heard this voice, they would be able to feel the strong chill in it. Even the disciples of the Xianyuan sect were all cowering in fear at this moment. They didn't dare to say anything. Even the elders were the same. At this moment, they really didn't dare to make any movements. They knew that Biyao wasn't very strong, but she was known to be invincible in the same realm. She could even fight across realms. This wasn't a joke. Moreover, Biyao's strength had risen to 8-star. This way, her strength would be even stronger. It also made them realize how terrifying the Bai family's bloodline was, especially after they comprehended the Blood Sea Palace. Biyao's strength climbed layer by layer. She had really undergone a great transformation. There really was no harm if there was no comparison. After Biyao's voice spread, several figures flew out. After reaching a certain distance, he stopped. Among them was God Lord Long River, whom Biyao was most familiar with. Other than that, there was another person with the strongest aura. Biyao's pupils contracted slightly and she knew who this person was. That was the owner of the Xianyuan Gate, Lord Tran Yuan. Lord Tran Yuan was different. He was a 9 stars perfected being and was considered very strong. If it weren't for his strength, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the others. However, this time, he had encountered a powerful character. Lord Tran Yuan's gaze instantly fell on a figure. This figure was none other than Lin Fei. He could indeed sense that the other party's aura was very dangerous. However, he couldn't tell what the other party's realm was. This made him understand the severity of the situation. Biyao, you're quite bold. Do you really think that you can go against my Xianyuan Gate just because you've taken in so many people and forces? Lord Tran Yuan's gaze then fell on Biyao. Although Biyao was young, Lord Tran Yuan could tell that Biyao's physique was very strong. Especially after gaining control of the Blood Sea Palace, her strength continued to climb. Perhaps in less than a decade or two, she would truly become a perfected 9 stars perfected being. At that time, she would be invincible among those in the same realm. Perhaps only 10 stars would be able to suppress her. The number of such experts in the entire universe could be counted on one's fingers. Every one of them was cultivating in seclusion. Therefore, a perfected 9 stars perfected being was already very powerful. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll make you pay with your blood today, especially you, old thing. Biyao activated the Blood Sea Palace behind her and slashed with her blood saber. As the blood saber swept across, the entire void instantly split open. However, just as it was about to reach the Xianyuan Gate, a huge formation appeared. A huge array formation appeared, with many towering pillars supporting the heavens and the earth. There were actually 81 of these pillars that could support the heavens and the earth, reaching straight into the clouds. It withstood Bai Ruyu's saber. If our Xianyuan gate was so easy to deal with, then it wouldn't be the Xianyuan gate. Even though it was a simple saber, Lord Tranyuan could tell that it was very powerful. It could even absorb a certain amount of vitality. It was a very strange saber technique. This was the massacre saber technique of the Lord God of Massacre. It was said that each saber could absorb vitality. Once blood was drawn, the injuries would worsen, not to mention the Blood Sea Palace behind her. Sir, you brought Bai Ruyu to attack our Xianyuan gate. Have you forgotten the background behind our Xianyuan gate? Chapter 51:30. The formation of the Xianyuan gate was very powerful. At least after Bai Ruyu's attack, it was completely broken up. The head of the Xianyuan gate also looked over. The important target was the young man in the black robe. It was said that the young man in the black robe was called Lin Fei. He was the number one enemy. Bai Ruyu could only stand aside for now. You should have heard my disciples' words. Disband the Xianyuan gate. If you all come out obediently, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, there is no need for the Xianyuan gate to exist. On the other side, everyone in the Xianyuan gate, including the senior elders, was furious. The Xianyuan gate had dominated this world for a long time. No one had ever dared to talk to them like that. Even though Bai Ruyu made such a big noise, they only felt that Bai Ruyu was not as big of a threat as they imagined. On the contrary, the young man was the biggest threat. Now, when they heard those words, they only felt that the young man was arrogant and overbearing. They felt quite uncomfortable in their hearts. In that case, you must be the enemy of the Xianyuan gate. You should know that there are many people behind the Xianyuan gate. If they start a fight, I'm afraid that you will not be able to bear it. The same goes for the forces behind you. The people on Bai Ruyu's side naturally hoped to have a big fight. They had gained a lot of things along the way. Now, they could finally face the Xianyuan gate. The attitude of the Xianyuan gate also shocked them. It seemed that the Xianyuan gate was also very afraid. Afraid of who? Of course, they were afraid of Bai Ruyu's master, who was the young man in the black robe. Many of them had never seen such an attitude in their lives. Today, they all saw it. The leader of the Xianyuan gate also became very polite. If it was in the past, he would have already rushed out to attack. Nobody could withstand his attack. I know that Xianyuan gate is very powerful, and you have a backer and many friends. But since I'm here, I'll definitely make Xianyuan gate regret what you've done in the past. Lin Fei faintly smiled. If you've decided to resist to the end, then I'm going to make my move. It's a good time to see how powerful Xianyuan gate is. Bullying my disciple is the same as bullying me. If I lose face, then don't think about having a good life. Lin Fei laughed and stretched out his hand. The hand grew bigger and bigger until it reached the sky above the entire Xianyuan gate. The entire Xianyuan gate suddenly felt like it was covered by dark clouds. Everyone felt a sense of danger. With a whoosh, the hand directly fell. The formation of the Xianyuan gate was activated to its limit in an instant. Layer after layer of brilliant light was released. In this short period of time, there were more than 100 layers of defense. This was the strongest defense of the Xianyuan gate. Even if a 9-star expert attacked, they wouldn't be able to break through these 100 layers of defense. The degree of defense was different. The deeper they went, the bigger and stronger the defense became. Lord Tranyuan wanted to see how powerful Lin Fei was. Could he break through the formation of the Xianyuan gate with just this method? He was thinking too much. Whoosh! Whoosh! Layer after layer of the array formations were continuously broken. The hearts of every shattered layer were startled. The collapse of each layer made the people of the Xianyuan school suck in a cold breath. His complexion became uglier and uglier, especially Divine Lord Xianyuan's complexion. The entire formation of the Xianyuan gate was broken, and the hand came down. Lord Tranyuan met it with his palm. This palm contained a powerful sword gleam. Each of the sword lights gathered together and transformed into 3 powerful sword lights that instantly landed on Lin Fei's palm. The power that was released at this moment was the power of a 9-star perfection expert. This place can't be opened. You'd better come out and have a good fight. Lin Fei smiled and walked out. Lord Tran Yuan naturally knew that the battle between the two of them would definitely be affected. Therefore, he walked into the void as well. As soon as he entered the void, several figures walked out from the other side of the void. It was Lin Fei's reincarnation formation. The reincarnation formation instantly enveloped the entire Shenyuan gate. Everyone's strength was instantly reduced. By the time Lord Tran Yuan reacted, it was already too late. Lin Fei was already standing in front of him. Leave the rest to the people below. We still have things to settle. Don't be anxious. You're too much. Chapter 51-31. Lin Fei's Samsara battle was unbelievably powerful. It enveloped the entire Shenyuan gate. The experts of Shenyuan gate felt their bodies tremble and their strength weakened. This feeling was very obvious. One by one, their faces turned pale. On the other side, Bairuyu made her move without saying a word. A huge palace appeared behind her. The figure of the palace was also strengthened. In Bairuyu's hands, streaks of blood-colored light flew over. One by one, the figures fell to the ground. With their strength suppressed, they could not be compared to before. With Bairuyu's attack, they recovered from their panic. Many of the experts around him were killed in an instant. Bairuyu came to the front. There was no need to mention the 9-star powerhouses at the back. The 9 stars experts were all convinced. Of course, most of them knew that as long as Bairuyu's master was behind her, Shenyuan Gate would not be able to escape even if it had wings. Kill them all. As long as the people of Shenyuan Gate don't surrender, kill them all. If they don't listen to the palace master, kill them all. They were working very hard at this moment. If they did not work hard now, when would they work hard? Moreover, the experts of Shenyuan Gate had many treasures. They could more or less get some benefits. Most importantly, they were proud to be able to kill a 9 stars expert. What's more, their strength was being suppressed at this time. The experts of Shenyuan Gate were forced to retreat. They could not resist at all. Although there were more experts of Shenyuan Gate than on Bairuyu's side, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage when they fought. The Samsara formation was not activated for nothing. Once it was activated, their strength was suppressed. The lower their strength, the greater the suppression. Although the stronger ones were suppressed, they were unable to display their combat strength for a while. It was obvious that it was strenuous. In the void, Lord Tran Yuan grew even more anxious. He couldn't break through Lin Fei's blockade at all, let alone help. The Samsara formation was like a knife that instantly tore open all the power and bottom line of the Shenyuan Gate. This is a matter between Bairuyu and your Shenyuan Gate. I think you'd better not go there so soon. We can fight while watching, don't you think so? Lin Fei did not make any moves from the beginning to the end. Instead, a black hole appeared behind him. Basically, all of Lord Tran Yuan's attacks were absorbed by the black hole. It also made him understand one thing more clearly. It was impossible for him to suppress Lin Fei. How could there be such a terrifying fellow? Even after using several of the treasures in his possession, he was still unable to do anything to the other party. His opponent's black hole was like a peerless expert. You're going too far. Lord Tran Yuan was even more furious. Seeing the experts of the Shenyuan Gate being killed one by one, some of them quickly surrendered. The entire Shenyuan Gate seemed to have collapsed at this moment. All of this was caused by this person. A golden talisman appeared in his hand. As soon as the golden talisman appeared, it unfolded and a shadow walked out. The shadow was filled with a vast and boundless aura as soon as it walked out. You forced me to use this treasure. Let's see how you're going to struggle now. At this moment, Lord Tran Yuan's eyes were filled with extreme resentment. He wanted to kill the black-robed young man in front of him more than 100 times in an instant. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he gritted his teeth and used his strongest treasure to summon a shadow. As soon as the shadow appeared, Lin Fei knew how strong it was. This is the last time. It wasn't a very loud voice, but it was filled with boundless power. Then, it slapped out with its palm. As soon as the palm was slapped out, the area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into nothingness. All that was left was a huge black hole. Everyone looked over to this side because this phantom's attack was really domineering. It pierced through the void completely and went all the way to the other side. It went all the way to the other side. It was terrifying. Most importantly, it was extremely direct. This is the consequence of going against the Shenyuan Gate. Have you people thought it through? Lord Tranyuan's voice reverberated and fell on all the attackers. Everyone looked at the unfathomable black hole and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Bai Ruyu saw it too. She could clearly feel that the aura of the people around her had changed, especially those on the side of the Shenyuan Gate. Ha ha ha, Bai Ruyu, how are you going to fight us without your master? Bai Ruyu pierced through the person in an instant. Her gaze was exceptionally cold. Don't you feel that your strength is still being suppressed? Master's reincarnation primordial spirit is still there. You have no room to struggle. Chapter 5132. Bai Ruyu's words immediately moved everyone. They could indeed feel the suppression on their bodies. In other words, the reincarnated primordial spirit was still there. As long as the reincarnated primordial spirit was still there, it meant that the attack just now did not completely kill the black-robed young man. If the black-robed young man was killed, the primordial spirit would no longer exist. They even thought of a terrifying idea. It was highly possible that the attack just now did not kill the black-robed young man. Lord Tranyuan naturally heard the sound and his expression changed slightly. He could indeed feel a layer of power shrouding the sky above the Shenyuan Gate, suppressing their strength. Not dead? A figure walked out of the void. Is this the strongest move of the Shenyuan Gate? It's really interesting. Lin Fei walked out. There were no injuries on his body. Instead, his black hole contained an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you gave me such a gift, I should give you one too. A saber radiance instantly appeared from the black hole. The saber radiance was getting bigger and bigger. Lord Tranyuan was prepared. No matter what, this guy would only be seriously injured. It should be easy for him to deal with him after he was seriously injured. However, the saber radiance was getting bigger and bigger. He had completely underestimated his imagination. This guy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Could it be that he was not a full circle of 9 stars, but an even stronger one? That was impossible. A huge shield appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield blocked the attack, all the power was dispersed to both sides. However, cracks appeared on the shield. The cracks grew and the shield shattered with a loud crash. Then, the saber radiance slashed at Lord Tranyuan's body. Wah! God Lord Shenyuan was heavily injured, and he was forced to retreat. Another figure walked out and blocked Lord Tranyuan. Those cold eyes also looked over. Friend, I think this matter is settled. Give my dragon tribe some face. I am Dragon Shursan of the Black Dragon tribe. This figure exuded a tyrannical aura as he walked out. He was extremely strong. Lord Tranyuan was also very powerful, but in front of this middle-aged man, he was completely different. Many people at the Shenyuan Gate also heard the voice. Instantly, he was delighted. So it was an expert from the Black Dragon race. They finally heaved a long sigh of relief. It should be known that the most powerful ones were from a few powerful races, and one of them was the so-called Dragon race. Within the Dragon clan, the Black Dragon clan was one of the more warlike ones. The strength of the Black Dragon race was obtained through fighting. Therefore, no one dared to offend the members of the Dragon clan. This was because the Dragon clan's talent was too strong. In this universe, the Dragon clan was an eternal existence. That's right. The dragon race was a powerful eternal existence. Because of this, the dragon race could practically do whatever they wanted in this universe. Fortunately, their favorite thing to do was to conquer other worlds, and they really did not have much interest in their own universe. Many of them considered it an honor to make friends with the dragon race. Lin Fei wasn't a newbie. When he saw this figure walk out, he knew that this fellow wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't expect this fellow to be from the Black Dragon race. This Xianyuan gate was indeed capable. It should be said that Lord Tranyuan was more capable. He could even summon someone from the dragon race. Most importantly, he actually summoned someone from the Black Dragon race. Naturally, Lin Fei knew about the strength of some special races. Among them, there were the dragon race and the phoenix race. These were extremely powerful, and there were even vermilion birds. They all had older generations. For example, the dragon race was the same. They had eternal existences. With eternal existences, no one would dare to offend them. Previously, Lin Fei was wondering why Lord Tranyuan didn't invite help. It turned out that he had invited an expert from the Black Dragon race. This Black Dragon race expert hadn't appeared yet because it wasn't a critical moment yet. Once it was a critical moment, an expert from the Black Dragon race would naturally appear. This expert from the Black Dragon race had indeed arrived early and was standing in the void. This was because the Black Dragon race's strongest technique was the spatial hand. Once the spatial hand was activated, one wouldn't be able to detect it even if one was standing there. He thought that this person wasn't very powerful. However, when they fought, he realized that this person was truly powerful. The reincarnation array had caused the Xianyuan Gate's experts to suffer heavy losses. Even Lord Tranyuan couldn't suppress the other party. It was the same even if he used his strongest technique. This person was truly ferocious. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out. I know that the dragon race is very powerful, especially the Black Dragon race. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. It's easy to get me to give up on dealing with Xianyuan Gate. Let's fight first. If you win, I'll naturally listen to you. Chapter 5133. This expert from the Black Dragon race, Draconic Shursan, was indeed powerful. Based on Lin Fei's perception, this guy should be a 9 stars pinnacle. He wasn't a 9 stars perfected. Of course, even if he was a 9 stars pinnacle, Lin Fei believed that he should be able to unleash the combat power of a perfected. This body was very strong. Of course, compared to Lin Fei, it should be a little weaker. Because of this, Lin Fei said such a thing. He also wanted to see for himself just how strong the legendary powerful race was. He was very strong now. If he could fight with Draconic Shursan, he might discover something unexpected. Of course, everyone was shocked by Lin Fei's words. That was an expert from the dragon race. Moreover, he was from the Black Dragon race. If it was any other race, it would be easy. However, it was different for the Black Dragon race. Their combat power was exceptionally strong. Although their realm wasn't high, they were known to be invincible in the same realm. It was no different from having a meal to challenge someone of a higher realm. To be able to challenge someone 1 or 2 levels higher than them. This wasn't considered a secret in the entire universe. Draconic Shursan looked over. You're quite an interesting person. No one has ever said that they want to fight with our Black Dragon tribe. Since you've said that, I'll fight with you. I'll let you know that our dragon tribe isn't a place that anyone can fight. Draconic Shursan dashed into the depths of the void. Lin Fei followed him into the depths of the void. As for the others, they lost sight of the two instantly. Only some late-stage 9-star martial artists could barely see through the void and see what was going on inside. Lord Tranyuan was injured, but he gritted his teeth and followed in. He wanted to know the outcome of the battle. However, as soon as he entered, a stream of light flew over and forced him out. Then, Draconic Shursan's cold voice was heard. You can just wait outside. Since Draconic Shursan had said so, Lord Tranyuan didn't dare to say anything else. He could only stand there obediently. Bai Ruyu also stopped. This made the people of Xianyuan Gate heave a long sigh of relief. Bai Ruyu was simply too powerful, not to mention this reincarnated primordial spirit. The reincarnation primordial spirit instantly suppressed their strength. There really was no harm if there was no comparison. He could barely catch his breath now. They hoped that Shan could defeat Lin Fei so that they could rest assured. At that time, they would be able to turn the situation around. That was what everyone at the Xianyuan Gate was thinking. As for the people behind Bai Ruyu, their thinking was also very simple. Naturally, he hoped that Bai Ruyu's master could win. Even if he couldn't win, it would be good if they could tie. That was something to be proud of. At the very least, Shan wouldn't have any other ideas. After all, Shan was a powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. He could kill them in an instant. This was publicly acknowledged. In the void, Shan instantly attacked. However, the method he used was also quite simple, and that was the close combat method. Every punch caused the void to tremble. Lin Fei laughed out loud. You came at the right time. I also want to compete with you. Let's see whose body is stronger. Is your Dragon Clan stronger or my body stronger? The two men's fists collided heavily. This collision caused Shan and Lin Fei to have a slight change in expression. Following which, his strength exploded. A loud rumbling sound could be heard and the entire void collapsed. One must know that this was the depths of the void. It wasn't just any ordinary sturdy place. However, even in such a situation, the void here was still shattered. One could imagine how strong it was. Shan retreated. Lin Fei retreated as well. Shan laughed out loud. I didn't expect your body to be so strong. It seems like I've found the right opponent this time. Lin Fei laughed. You're also the strongest physique I've ever seen. Your Dragon Clan is indeed a strong race. However, this is just the beginning. Let's continue. Lin Fei and Shan clashed intensely once again. It could be said that both of them were purely relying on their physical strength. You punch me and I punch you. His combat strength was exceptionally strong. Even Shan realized that this fellow was too strong after fighting for so long. He heard that this fella had even cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. He actually cultivated his primordial spirit and close combat physique. This kind of situation was really rare. Even the Dragon Clan only cultivated the Tao of physique. It was really difficult to fight against such a person. If he used the reincarnation primordial spirit, he wouldn't be an ordinary opponent. Finally, he knew why Bai Ruyu would bring people to fight against Xianyuan Gate. This time, Xianyuan Gate had really met with a formidable enemy. Even if Shan went all out, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against such a person. This fellow would definitely have the combat strength of a full circle 9 stars. Chapter 5134. I'm done, I'm done. Shan didn't have any advantage throughout the fight. Instead, he suffered a little. The young man on the other side was the same. He suffered more or less. This was a close combat technique. Every punch landed on the opponent's body and the power seeped in. Unless the opponent's body was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was just a simple matter. The combat power of the Dragon Clan is indeed ferocious. I've experienced it myself. Lin Fei laughed. This time, he had a great time. After all, it was rare to have such a powerful sandbag. In Lin Fei's opinion, Shan was a powerful sandbag. It wasn't easy to find such a sandbag. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that Shan still had powerful skills that he hadn't used yet. Even Lin Fei was the same. After all, they were just exchanging pointers. There was no need for them to fight. Lin Fei knew that Shan was the same when they started fighting. It was the same for Shan. You're quite powerful too. I know a little about the people with strong bodies in the universe, but you're the one I'm unfamiliar with. Shan acknowledged the strength of the black-robed young man. He was really quite strong, and he walked 2 different paths. Once he took a step forward in these two paths, he would become incomparably powerful, and no one would be able to stop him. Now that we're done fighting, what do you think about the Xianyuan Gate? After all, the Xianyuan Gate joined forces with other forces to attack the Bai family and exterminate the Bai family. As his master, I have to avenge my disciple. Don't you think so? Lin Fei looked over with a smile. If it was something else, it would be easy for Shirsan to make a decision. However, this matter was really difficult. He knew his limits quickly. After all, his relationship with the sect master of the Xianyuan Gate was just a so-so. This time, he just came to help. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful guy like Lin Fei. Moreover, they walked two different paths. Such a person had unlimited potential in the future. Shirsan wasn't a fool. He knew what to do. The balance gradually tilted to the other side. It's Xianyuan Gate's fault indeed. They were unlucky enough to meet you. You can deal with them however you want. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Shirsan laughed out loud. It was simple and straightforward. Should. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, Draconic Shirsan was quite strong and he was willing to give him face. Of course, it was because he was strong. Not only was he strong in close combat, but his primordial spirit was also strong. If he used his primordial spirit to suppress Shirsan's strength, his strength would drop by at least 20% or even 20% to 30%. In this way, Shirsan was in a disadvantageous position and his opponent naturally saw through it. Thank you, fellow cultivator Long. Since the other party was so tactful, Lin Fei naturally knew what to do. Shirsan burst into laughter again. He casually tossed a token over to Zhang Xian. When are you free? Come to our Black Dragon Palace. I have something to discuss with you. It's definitely a good thing for you. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the token. This token was actually in the shape of a dragon. There were two words on it, Black Dragon. It was extraordinary. Lin Fei put it away. After I settle this matter, I'm going to travel around the universe. Naturally, I have to visit your Black Dragon Palace. Shirsan left in a flash. This guy left quite quickly and directly. Lin Fei also walked out with a smile. Outside, Lord Tran Yuan and the entire Xianyuan Gate were waiting. In the beginning, they could still see a little movement through the void. However, as the two of them kept fighting, the surrounding void instantly turned into a dangerous area. Their ability was directly broken. They couldn't see what was going on inside at all. They could barely hear what was going on inside, and it seemed like it had not stopped at all. This made them secretly take a deep breath. How could this black-robed young man be so strong? That was Shirsan of the Black Dragon race, a peak 9 stars existence. He could unleash the combat power of a great perfection expert. Who asked the Black Dragon race to be so strong? Fortunately, they felt that the final winner should be Lord Shirsan. As for the black-robed young man, there was no way he could win. A figure walked out of the void. As soon as this figure appeared, Bai Ruyu's side instantly cheered. That was because all of them understood what was going on. That means that the so-called Dragon Clan expert should have been defeated or tied. Why are you the one who came out? Where's Lord Long? Lord Tran Yuan almost blacked out. It's over. Chapter 5135. From the moment the black-robed young man walked out, everyone knew the final result of the battle. The Dragon Shirsan of the Black Dragon Clan had left. In other words, the Xianyuan Gate was completely out of the question. City Lord Xin Yuan's expression darkened on the spot. He almost couldn't stand still. As for the other experts of the Xianyuan Gate, it was the same. The voice of the black-robed young man spread out. I'm sorry to tell you one thing. After the battle between me and the Black Dragon Clan, he has decided not to participate in this matter. I think you should know the result by now, right? This was a result that no one had expected. Of course, it was also within the expectations of many people. Those people behind Bai Ruyu were very excited. They finally knew that they had made the right bet this time. The Xianyuan sect, the strongest sect in the world, was about to be completely annihilated and disintegrated. Lord Tranyuan knew that the Xianyuan gate was going to be destroyed. He didn't expect that he would find an expert of the Black Dragon clan to negotiate with him. Lord Tranyuan didn't know what happened during this time, but he knew that the Xianyuan gate was completely gone. "Senior, what do you want to let go of our Xianyuan gate?" "I'm willing to hand over all the treasures of the Xianyuan gate, and spare the life of our Xianyuan gate." At this moment, Lord Tranyuan didn't care so much. He knew that even the powerful Dragon Shirsan didn't want to easily offend this guy, so this guy must have a powerful background. The only thing he could do was to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry, but you people of the Xianyuan gate are not qualified to negotiate with me. If you had obediently allowed yourself to be captured at the beginning, maybe you could still live. But now, you don't have the qualifications to live at all." Lin Fei coldly snorted. Then, he directly used his hand to block the incoming attack. This was a top-notch attack. The experts of the Xianyuan sect were severely injured in an instant. Lin Fei's attack was very powerful. Even the Lord Tranyuan was the same. Previously, when he fought with Lin Fei, he thought that Lin Fei's strength shouldn't be much stronger than him. But now, he knew that this young black-robed man's strength was definitely more terrifying than he imagined. The moment he attacked, he was severely injured. Bai Ruyu was not idle at all. "Everyone, attack! Destroy Xianyuan Gate. Today, Xianyuan Gate will be completely wiped out." What happened next was not something that Lin Fei needed to pay attention to. What he had to do was to slowly observe the situation. This time, Bai Ruyu really went all out. Her first target was Lord Tranyuan. Now that Lord Tranyuan was injured, he was suppressing his strength more and more. He was no match for Bai Ruyu. After 20 to 30 moves, Bai Ruyu killed him. As for the remaining experts, they were even less of a match for Bai Ruyu. Her strength actually broke through again, directly reaching the level of 9 stars. It turned out that the stronger the Divine Master, the more one could plunder their essence. After killing many 9 stars, Bai Ruyu's strength completely reached the level of 9 stars. This time, her strength erupted. Coupled with the Blood Sea Palace, she directly reached the level of peak 9 stars. Although she had not reached the level of great perfection. But even with the strength of great perfection, she could not do anything to Bai Ruyu for a while. Even the phantom of the Blood Sea Palace began to erupt with more strength. At this moment, Bai Ruyu was truly in control of the Blood Sea Palace. In less than 2 hours, the entire Xianyuan Gate was completely turned into ruins. Everything was put away. As for the experts of Xianyuan Gate, not a single one was left. Bai Ruyu really hated Xianyuan Gate more than Lin Fei imagined. Those experts who followed all the way here secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had made the right choice. If they had not made the right choice, they did not know if they would have been able to survive today. The dignified Xianyuan Gate was gone just like that. Then, the news quickly spread throughout the entire bloodshed world. Those forces who originally wanted Xianyuan Gate to be the vanguard were all dumbfounded. The top existence could not block it and was directly gone. Everyone panicked. The entire bloodshed world completely turned into a whale. The world had completely changed. In the next few days, many people came to visit Bai Ruyu. It could be said that they brought a lot of treasures. No one came empty-handed. They did not make the right choice before. They thought that Xianyuan Gate could hold on. In the end, Xianyuan Gate was turned into ashes. This made their scalps numb. They brought treasures to ask for forgiveness at the first moment. If he still didn't forgive them at this time, then they would have no chance at all. They would be completely finished. As long as they asked for forgiveness, their sect could still exist. Although this world had finally fallen into the hands of the Bai family again. At the very least, they would not be completely turned into ashes like Xianyuan Gate. Chapter 5136. The world of massacre had completely fallen into the hands of Bai Ruyu. The other forces all expressed their allegiance. After Bai Ruyu took control of the entire world of Massacre, she immediately changed the name of the Massacre Palace to the Massacre Empire. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that his in-name disciple, Bai Ruyu, had some big ideas. Thinking about it, it made sense. Bai Ruyu's strength had reached the level of 9 stars. Coupled with the Blood Sea Palace, she could unleash the combat power of a 9 stars peak. Most importantly, she had someone like him standing behind her. That was different. It was an absolute advantage. To Lin Fei, he had finally completed one of his missions. This mission had taken up some time. Of course, this time was nothing. To Lin Fei, it would pass in the blink of an eye. It all depended on what the reward was this time. He was looking forward to it. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the courtyard, finally heard the voice that moved him the most. It was the voice of the system. Reward obtained. Ancient Eternal Body has leveled up. Reward obtained. Upgraded Reincarnation Formation. The 2 rewards finally arrived. Actually, this kind of reward, especially the first one, was within Lin Fei's expectations. However, what surprised him was that he actually got a reward. Moreover, it was the upgraded version of the Reincarnation Formation. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. After all, he had seen how powerful the Reincarnation Formation was. With a thought, his Eternal Infinity was leveled up. Previously, it had already reached the 4th level. Now that it had leveled up, it would reach the 5th level. At this moment, Lin Fei could clearly feel that his body seemed to have a trace of the Eternal Realm. This was a trace of eternity. Although it wasn't too obvious, it did indeed have a trace of eternity. This was a brand new life form. Of course, Lin Fei knew that above the 9 stars was the 10 stars realm. Above the 10 stars was the Eternal Realm. Eternity was extraordinarily powerful. It was said that it had already reached a new life form. This kind of life form was incomparably powerful. Just look at the dragon race, because the dragon race had eternal life forms. Naturally, no one dared to offend the dragon clan. An eternal could easily destroy a minor world, a major world, or a high-level world. There was no record of what an eternal being looked like. After all, no one would leave such a record. And now, even if no one told Lin Fei, he seemed to know how powerful an eternal being was. He was already half a step into eternity. Right now, his immemorial eternal realm had already reached level 5. There were only 5 levels in total. If he wanted to continue leveling it up, he would need a certain amount of opportunities or rewards from the system. Lin Fei was leaning towards the ladder. The ladder was naturally a little different. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not worried about this. After all, he had gained a lot. He was now half a step into the eternal body. The strength of this body had already reached the level of 10 stars. Previously, Lin Fei was already very strong. However, he had not reached the level of 10 stars. But now, he had. Previously, when he fought with Shirsan, although his body was strong, it did not feel like an eternal body. He did not even have a trace of eternal body. Lin Fei's body was different. This reward was really heaven-defying. Then, Lin Fei looked at the other reward. This reward was the upgrade of the Reincarnation Formation. At first, he thought that it would make the Reincarnation Formation even stronger. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei found out that he could cultivate from 10 reincarnation spirits to 99 reincarnation spirits. There was a huge change. Such a change shocked even Lin Fei. This reward was really shocking. As expected of the system, there was nothing it couldn't do. I reckon that even the Reincarnation Emperor did not expect his reincarnation formation to reach an even higher level and reach 99 primordial spirits. Lin Fei could not help but laugh. 99 primordial spirits was different. 10 primordial spirits was already scary enough, let alone 99 primordial spirits. However, the system did not reward him with 99 primordial spirits at once. Instead, Lin Fei had to cultivate them slowly. This would take some time. This time was nothing to Lin Fei. 99 primordial spirits should be able to cultivate in a place where time was accelerated in less than a few decades. Ding. Triggered mission. Do you want to accept? Lin Fei did not think too much about it and chose to accept it. Ding. After inheriting the Reincarnation Emperor's legacy, you have to lead the Reincarnation Emperor's sect again. Lead the sect to become the strongest force in this universe. Reward unknown. This mission was a little too sudden. Lin Fei was a little stunned. This was thinking too highly of him. To become the strongest force in this universe. Chapter 5137. Lin Fei was surprised to receive such a mission. Of course, it was also because he had some motivation. He hadn't had any big ideas all along. For example, this time was the same. He hadn't expected to receive such a huge reward. Not to mention anything else, just helping Biyao complete the mission had given him such a huge reward. It was a double reward. One was that his divine body had reached level 5 perfection. The other was a reincarnation primordial spirit. No matter which reward it was, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Although this mission was a long-term one, there wasn't any time limit. This was still a challenge for Lin Fei. He was looking forward to what kind of reward he would receive. Perhaps after receiving this reward, he would be able to become an eternal existence. Just like now. Even Lin Fei himself had a trace of eternal aura. However, in the blink of an eye, he sealed it away. No one could sense it. Only those who had cultivated a trace of eternal aura would be able to sense it. No one else could sense it at all. What Lin Fei had to do now was very simple. He had to cultivate this reincarnation primordial spirit. It was difficult to cultivate from 10 reincarnation primordial spirits to 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. Therefore, it would take time. Lin Fei had to find a time treasure to cultivate it. Moreover, he had taken down the Xianyuan gate this time. Naturally, he had obtained a lot of universe god stones. With these cosmos god stones, Lin Fei would be able to do many things. For example, cultivation. Half a year later, the entire Massacre Empire was in a stable state. Biyao's strength could finally erupt out to the level of a perfect 9-star expert. Of course, at this level, it would take a certain amount of time to increase it further. This would take a long time. Of course, it wouldn't be troublesome for Biyao. During this half a year, almost no one dared to have any ideas. Master, are you really going to leave? Don't you intend to stay a little longer? Biyao had been waiting for the day to leave. In the past 6 months, Biyao had more or less known about it. Once he was more or less stable, his master would leave. Just focus on running your empire of massacre. It doesn't matter if you do things slowly. As long as master is behind you, and as long as you don't cause too much trouble, they will naturally be afraid of you. After all, the news of my battle with Dragon Shursan of the Dragon Clan has spread, and it has some influence in this universe. The news of his battle with Draconic 13 of the Black Dragon race had indeed spread. After all, there were still some experts in the Bloodshed universe who had more or less noticed it. The collapse of the Xianyuan gate shocked countless people. Naturally, the news spread out. More people knew of the existence of such a person. As for how much he knew, he probably didn't know much. As long as one knew of such a person, they would naturally be wary of him. Everyone knew this. Even Draconic 13 and the experts of the Black Dragon race couldn't defeat him. It was basically a draw. Otherwise, with the temper of the dragon race, they wouldn't have left just like that. Moreover, the Black Dragon race was always belligerent. The Black Dragon race was best at war. Once a war broke out, they would be the most powerful opponent. But this time, they actually left just like that. It was either a defeat or a draw. They most likely believed that it was a draw, which was in line with the temper of the dragon race. Master is just going out for a walk and to look at this universe. You just need to cultivate well. Don't be negligent. Who knows, one day, I might recruit a disciple faster than you. That would be a little embarrassing for you. Before Lin Fei left, he handed 3 sealed powers to Bai Ruyu. The 3 sealed powers were exceptionally strong. Once they burst out, they would reach the level of 10 stars. With these 3 powers in the hands of Bai Ruyu could naturally avoid a lot of threats. This was the only thing that Lin Fei could do. Just like that, Lin Fei left quietly. Bai Ruyu watched as he left. In the end, he completely left. I will definitely not dishonor Master's name. Bai Ruyu's thoughts became exceptionally different. Of course, it was more of a goal. The slaughtering empire was just the first step. Bai Ruyu wanted to let Master know that this nominal disciple could become a real disciple in the future. This was the only thing that Bai Ruyu wanted to do at the moment. From a nominal disciple to a real disciple and even to a big senior sister. Lin Fei left the slaughtering universe and went straight to the nearest great world. Only in the great world could one find the world building. Only in the world building could one learn some information about time treasures. Chapter 5138. The world that Lin Fei arrived at was called the Muyan world. It was considered a big world. There were many experts here, and some of them even had 1 foot in the 10-star realm, which was half a step into the 10-star realm. This kind of person was extraordinarily powerful. Not everyone could stand up to him. No wonder there was a world tower here. Once he arrived here, Lin Fei arrived at the world building. There was a lot of information in the world building. He was prepared to buy information about time treasures here. He wanted to see if there was a place that could use such time treasures. Treasures like this weren't something that just anyone could possess. Only those supreme beings who had mastered the art of time could create something like this. With such a treasure of time, he could cultivate on his own. At the very least, he had to get the 99 reincarnation primordial spirits out so that he could unleash his combat power. That would be terrifying. Even if a peak 10-star were to come, it would be useless. I want to know the whereabouts of the time treasures. Where can I cultivate and speed up time? Lin Fei came to a small private room inside. This was a more advanced place, but the cost was not low. Not everyone could afford it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had collected a lot of cosmic divine stones recently. Moreover, Bai Ruyu had sent most of the cosmic divine stones at the Shenyuan gate. Lin Fei was quite wealthy at the moment. Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment. I will help you check immediately. There will be news very soon. Dozens of breaths later. The man returned with a document in his hand and placed it on the table. This is the information we found. There are a total of 10 forces. You have to pay a total of 1 million cosmic divine stones. This price was within Lin Fei's expectations. He casually transferred 1 million cosmic divine stones to the man. Then, he received this document. This document was very detailed. Of course, this document could only be used once. It would be destroyed after he read it. This was because the information here was like this. One would never be allowed to bring it out. Of course, it was a different matter if it was left in one's mind. If it was a copy, it would be destroyed automatically after one read it. Information became extremely valuable. After reading the message, only he would know. There were quite a few places introduced on it. Every place was very detailed. Lin Fei also knew that the 1 million cubic meters of universe god stones he had spent was worth it. It didn't take long for him to finish reading. There was only one place worth visiting, which was the so-called Sky Island. There was a time formation on this island that could accelerate time. Of course, it would cost a lot of cosmos god stones. Do you have more information about this paradise island? Lin Fei naturally wanted to learn more about this Sky Island. Although the information above seemed to be more detailed, it was far less detailed than what Lin Fei had in mind. We have news about this Sky Square Island. It's selling for 2 million cubic meters of cosmos god stones. This Sky Square Island belongs to a 10-star expert. Information was indeed more expensive. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He paid another one. 5 million cubes of universe god stones and finally obtained the information on the Sky Island. This time, the information was more detailed. It could be said that it was more valuable than before. This was the world building. As long as one had universe god stones, one would naturally be able to find out a lot of information. A lot of this information was useful and very valuable. After reading it, Lin Fei confirmed that he wanted to go to this Sky Island. Therefore, he left this world. Lin Fei headed straight for the Sky Island. This place was considered a special place. Anyone could go there to cultivate. However, the prerequisite was that one had enough universe god stones. Without enough universe god stones, one would not be able to cultivate. That place was considered a neutral place. After all, the owner of that place was a 10-star expert. Although he had not appeared for a long time, no one dared to doubt the combat power of a 10-star expert. Moreover, the other party had the ability to control time. One could say that such a person was very powerful. One could see a person's future. As for how far, it depended on the other party's strength. No one was willing to offend such an expert. He rushed all the way here. It had really taken a long time. He spent more than half a year to reach this Sky Island. Naturally, he spent a lot of universe god stones. He spent a total of 3 million cubic meters of universe god stones. Without money, he would not be able to reach this Sky Island even if he flew for 100 years. Therefore, even if one knew about this place but did not have money on hand, one could only look on helplessly. One could only look on helplessly. Naturally, it was not Lin Fei's character to spend more than 100 years to travel. Therefore, he used universe god stones and took the teleportation formation all the way here. Even so, he spent more than half a year. Chapter 5139. Naturally, he had spent a lot of money on this journey. Fortunately, he had finally arrived at the Sky Island. The Sky Island was located on a boundless ocean. There were only 6 islands. The 6 islands surrounded a big island in the middle. This was the Sky Island. This place wasn't easy to come to. Only those who had a certain level of strength could come to this area. Without a certain level of strength, one wouldn't be able to pass the small test on the outside. There was indeed a test on the outside of the island. Only those who had reached a certain level of strength could come in. This test was nothing to Lin Fei. He easily entered the Heavenly Square Island. The moment he entered, he felt that the time here was really different from the outside world. The speed was slower. No wonder everyone liked to come to the Sky Island. Of course, if one wanted to cultivate here, it would naturally be different. After staying in the inn, Lin Fei found out where the cultivation area of the Sky Island was. It was a huge mountain in the distance. There were many caves on the mountain and each of them was a special space. Once they were inside, they could start cultivating. In the early stages, one had to have enough universe god stones. Even if one didn't have enough universe god stones, it didn't matter. One just had to sign a contract with the Sky Island to help them complete a mission within a certain period of time. It was that simple. Of course, it depended on one's strength. At most, one could complete 3 missions. There were all kinds of missions. The appeal of the Sky Island was very strong. Lin Fei compressed his strength to the level of 9 stars. After all, he was already very strong. He didn't want to be too conspicuous. Therefore, he controlled his aura to the level of early 9 stars. This was also the most common level. Everyone loved to find a place where time was accelerated to cultivate. The moment Lin Fei entered, someone came over immediately. One look and he recognized that this was an early 9 stars expert. Fellow Daoist, welcome to our Heavenly Square Island. I wonder if you're here to cultivate or refine celestial weapons? We have a secret chamber for both. Lin Fei had already understood a little when he was outside. Therefore, he was very clear about the situation here. He decided to understand more. I'm here to cultivate. I want to go into seclusion. What's the price of your secret chambers? You can go to many places. Our heavenly island is completely different from other places. If you cultivate here, as long as you have Cosmos God stones, you can enter different times. We have 4 levels here: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The lowest level is the yellow secret chamber. The time acceleration here is only 120. For the profound level chamber, it's 1 to 30, for the earth level chamber, it's 1 to 50, and for the heaven level chamber, it's 1 to 100. There was a definite difference in the speed at which time flowed. Especially the heaven level secret chamber. 1 day inside was 100 days, and 1 month outside was nearly 8 years inside. Cultivating in seclusion here for an entire year was almost equivalent to 90 years, close to 100 years. That was pretty good. For Lin Fei, it was about enough. 10 years here would be equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation. I don't know which secret chamber you'd like to cultivate in, but we only have 3 secret chambers of the Xian, earth, and yellow levels. As for the heaven level, sometimes there are a lot of people, but it depends on luck. Recently, there happened to be a heaven-level secret chamber that was vacant. Naturally, Lin Fei wanted a heaven-level chamber. He did not think too much about it. I wonder how much it costs to cultivate a heaven-level chamber. We charge 3 million cubic meters of Cosmos God stones per month. If it's a year, we charge 40 million cubic meters of Cosmos God stones. This price was indeed quite expensive. After all, it was not easy to get a cubic meter of Cosmos God stones. Moreover, it would cost 40 million cubic meters per year. Fortunately, Lin Fei had brought enough Cosmos God stones. Then give me 5 years first. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. He decided to give it 5 years first. He should be able to cultivate 99 primordial spirits in 5 years. 5 years in the outside world was equivalent to more than 400 years in the inside world. He did not believe that he would not be able to cultivate the remaining 99 primordial spirits in such a short time. If he could not cultivate them, it would be a waste of time. No problem, no problem. I will help you register now. The person in charge of reception had a smile on his face. He did not expect this initial 9 stars cultivator to be a nouveau riche. 5 years was equivalent to 200 million cubic meters of Cosmos God stones. Not many people could afford it. Which family did this young master come from? Fortunately, he did not delay at the start. Otherwise, this big business would have slipped away from his hands. A big customer could cultivate here for 5 years. In the future, he might even stay for 10, 20, or even 50 years. He was definitely a big customer. Chapter 5140. 200 million cubic meters of universe God stones wasn't much. This time, Lin Fei brought more universe God stones with him. After all, the Xianyuan Gate was rich and almost all of its wealth was in Lin Fei's hands. He booked 5 years of time. After cultivating for 400 years, he would be able to cultivate 99 primordial spirits. Very soon, he arrived at the secret room. This secret room was indeed different. The moment he entered, he felt that time had slowed down again. There was an obvious difference compared to the outside world. No wonder the heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow secret rooms were so different. It was really worth it. Lin Fei first checked the surroundings to make sure that there was nothing around. After confirming that it was safe, he set up an array. Then, he left behind a few streaks of his power. If he left these powers here, even if he had any ideas, he wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. Lin Fei's combat power wasn't just an ordinary level of strength. Just like that, Lin Fei started to cultivate. This place was really not bad. The 11th primordial spirit took 10 years to cultivate. There was still a certain level of difficulty. The further he went, the longer the primordial spirit would take. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Time flowed by continuously every year. In Lin Fei's opinion, this 1-to-1 ratio of time wasn't that big of a deal. He immersed himself in the cultivation of the reincarnation primordial spirit. One by one, the primordial spirits were cultivated. His strength increased tremendously. From 10 primordial divinities to 20 primordial divinities, then 30 primordial divinities to 40 primordial divinities. Lin Fei cultivated all the way. The last 10 primordial spirits took the most time. After spending 200 years, Lin Fei finally reached 450 years. He successfully cultivated the 99 primordial spirits. It's not easy. It took me more than 400 years to successfully cultivate these 99 primordial spirits. And this is because the cultivation method I obtained is very detailed. If it was someone else, they might not be able to cultivate it even after spending at least 4,500 years. At the very least, it would take more than 10,000 years to cultivate 99 primordial spirits. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now that he had cultivated 99 primordial souls, he could feel that the samsara array was different. Furthermore, the 99 essence souls he had now surpassed the reincarnation emperor. Originally, I thought that the grand reincarnation array created by 99 primordial spirits was already terrifying enough. However, after actually cultivating it, I realized that it is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Once the 99 primordial spirits appear, they can instantly reduce the opponent's strength by 60 to 70%. The weaker opponents will have all their strength directly suppressed. Even if Lin Fei had not used the samsara array, he could sense it immediately. When a 9 stars expert entered his reincarnation array, his strength would be suppressed instantly. At most, he would be left with 20 to 30% of his combat strength. Even if it was a 9 stars full circle expert, he would not be able to exceed 50% of his strength. He still had to use the array. If the 99 reincarnation primordial spirits were to attack at the same time, even a 9-star expert would be defeated without any ability to resist. Although the strength of the 99 reincarnation essence souls was not as strong as Lin Fei, they had inherited 60 to 70% of his combat strength. That was still very terrifying. In the remaining few decades, Lin Fei used it to consolidate the reincarnation essence souls. Their combat coordination became more tacit. When the time was up, Lin Fei walked out of the secret room. The 99 primordial spirits returned to his body. As soon as he came out, the person who received him last time immediately came to greet him. When he came to greet him, he instantly felt different. The person in front of him seemed to be full of danger. In any case, he was like a terrifying demon king. Congratulations on your great improvement. Even this person had never seen such a great improvement. There were many people in seclusion here, but it was rare for them to have such great improvement. This place is not bad for cultivation. I will come again when I'm free in the future. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this sky island. Spending 200 million cosmos god stones was really worth it. At the very least, it allowed him to cultivate 99 essence souls. Fortunately, the system had upgraded this time. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. I see that your strength has improved greatly. I wonder if you are interested in accepting a mission from our sky island. I can't believe I would encounter such a thing. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Is this how the sky island invites people to complete missions? He was not interested in ordinary missions. Now that he had 99 essence souls, Lin Fei was naturally different. Our mission to the sky island this time is different. It is to kill a 9 stars full circle sea beast in the depths of the ocean. It is the reincarnation heaven swallowing beast. I heard that it was a young beast of the reincarnation emperor. Chapter 51-41. If it had been something else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have minded. However, when he heard about the reincarnation heaven swallowing beast, he instantly changed. This person also noticed the slight change and wasn't surprised at all. This was the reincarnation heaven swallowing beast, the mount of the reincarnation emperor. Naturally, it was different. You said that you're going to hunt this reincarnation heaven swallowing beast. Are you sure it's really a reincarnation heaven swallowing beast? Lin Fei had obtained the reincarnation emperor's cultivation method. Naturally, he knew some secrets, including his mount. It was the reincarnation heaven swallowing beast. He heard that it was a special beast that was extremely powerful. His reincarnation primordial spirit was cultivated through this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyway, this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was extremely powerful. It was a relatively powerful existence among the beasts. It was said that when this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast grew to a certain extent, it could also display the same strength. It could swallow a world or even a major world in one bite. Of course, this was just a legend. No one knew about it. It was just a rumor. It was said that in the ancient times, there was indeed such a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. It could swallow a world in one bite. It was extremely powerful. In the end, countless experts were mobilized to gather weapons and finally killed this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Now that he heard such news, Lin Fei was naturally moved. It seemed that he still lacked a stronger mount. This reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast could be used as a divine beast to protect the sect. Fellow cultivator, you didn't hear it wrong. It's true. This is a piece of news that our Sky Island finally got. We are recruiting experts from all over the world to kill this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. This guy has reached the full closure of 9 stars. Maybe in a few hundred or even 10,000 years, he will become a 10-star existence. At that time, it will be a disaster. If the full circle of 9 stars was terrifying, then the 10 stars would indeed become a terrifying existence. It was no wonder that Sky Island would have such thoughts. Of course, Lin Fei believed that they had other plans. In other words, this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast had other uses. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei knew their purpose. He was after the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast's monster core. It was said that one would be able to grasp divine abilities by mastering this demon core. Infinite samsara. Once this technique was cultivated, it would be exceptionally powerful. Not many people knew about such a secret. Only the reincarnation emperor had such information passed down to them back then. Not everyone could see it. We've already invited quite a few big forces to come over and kill this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast together. There are still a lot of treasures in its lair. This person could clearly feel that the other party was a little moved, so he immediately spoke again. Of course, Lin Fei would not say that he also had feelings for this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. Originally, he was prepared to leave to search for the descendants of the reincarnation emperor to see if he could rebuild this faction. Right now, he had to take down the samsara heaven-devouring beast first. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm also interested. Let's go and take a look. Although I can't do much, I still have some strength. Fellow cultivator, this is the best choice you've made, because the Sky Island is really sincere this time. As long as you join us, you'll be able to cultivate in the secret chamber for free, ranging from 1 to 10 years. Just like that. Lin Fei followed this person all the way to another palace on Sky Island. There were some people in the palace, but their strength was not very strong. After Lin Fei came over, they registered and went through the test. Only those who had reached the advanced stage of 9 stars were qualified to go. Lin Fei suppressed his strength slightly and displayed the combat power of a 9 stars peak, which was quite strong. Therefore, Lin Fei was arranged to go out of the VIP pavilion. In addition to him, there were many 9 stars experts in the VIP pavilion. Although they did not come out, Lin Fei could feel their aura. Lin Fei stayed on Sky Island for a while. As for when he would start, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. This reincarnation heaven-devouring beast could not run away. As long as it was still alive, he would subdue it. He had the means of the reincarnation emperor. The reincarnation spirit really contains such information. Only those who had cultivated the reincarnation spirit could have this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. This was more or less a surprise for Lin Fei. How could he reject a free gift? Wasn't it just Sky Island? It was not easy for him to cultivate the 99 reincarnation spirits. Naturally, he had to fight for it. It would be best if he could get it. Chapter 5142. This time, the Sky Island wanted to invite quite a lot of people. All of them stayed in the VIP pavilion. Lin Fei was the clearest about this. All the experts were at least in the late stage of 9 stars. Of course, some were at the peak of 9 stars. Among them, the least were at the peak of 9 stars. So far, there were only 9 perfect 9-star cultivators. Most of them were at the late stage of 9 stars. In a short time, there were at least 40 to 59 stars. There were more than 10 at the peak of 9 stars and 9 at the peak of 9,000. Such a lineup was really rare. Such a lineup was a strong deterrent against the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. However, the Sky Island seemed to want to continue to invite these experts at the late stage of 9 stars to join them. Gradually, more and more people came. By the time Lin Fei realized it, there were more than 100 people. He had stayed in this VIP pavilion for almost a month. During this month, Lin Fei was quite relaxed. In the Sky Island, except for some places that they couldn't go, most of the places were open to them. They were experts at the 9 stars, and they had passed a small test. The weakest was at the late stage of 9 stars. During this month, Lin Fei also got to know some experts at the late stage of 9 stars. These people all had the same idea, which was to see the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. They were really curious about this legendary mount of the reincarnation emperor. However, they didn't know much about it. Have you heard? This time, the Sky Island has really invited people from 3 big sections. I heard that each of the 3 big sects has sent an expert at the great perfection of 9-star. Moreover, all of them are at the half-step level. In a room in the VIP pavilion. A few people were sitting together and drinking tea. Among them was Lin Fei. A white-haired man suddenly said in a mysterious manner. These 3 forces are definitely beyond your imagination. The first is the Holy Saber sect, the second is the Puppet sect, and the third is the Tianqing Empire. Sure enough, after this person finished speaking, the few people present were a little surprised. The Tianqing Empire, in particular, was definitely the rarest. This empire was a very powerful existence in the universe. They were even stronger than the puppets of the Sacred Saber Gate. It was even more important to have a solid foundation. They once had an eternal-level powerhouse. Even now, they were still a top-notch force, although they had gradually moved closer to becoming a first-rate force. No one dared to question their strength. Could it be that this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast is so valuable? Even the people from the Tianqing Empire have come. Who knows? Anyway, we're just going there to join in the fun. If we can get some benefits, it's fine. During this month, Lin Fei learned a lot of things. Therefore, he had some understanding of these 3 forces. The Holy Saber Gate naturally focused on the saber. As for the puppet sect, everyone cultivated some puppetry techniques. It could be said that the puppet sect was also very powerful. It would be embarrassing to go out without at least a dozen or more puppets. If these were powerful puppets, it would be even more frightening. What surprised Lin Fei the most was the Tianqing Empire. The Tianqing Empire was indeed the most famous among the 3 forces, and their influence was also great. Although they were the weakest among the top forces, no one dared to ignore their influence. It was said that the Tianqing Empire still had the means left by the eternal-level powerhouse. As for how much power this technique could display, no one dared to test it out. Not even the top powers dared to do so. After all, this generation of the Tianqing Empire had 4 10-star powerhouses. No one dared to say whether they could reach the eternal level in the future, but the Tianqing Empire had a better chance than others. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll do our best. If we can't, we'll just stand aside. Don't delay ourselves. Lin Fei said faintly. The others also agreed with Lin Fei's words. Under such circumstances, they really wouldn't rush forward stupidly. As one of the mounts recognized by the reincarnation emperor, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was naturally different. If anyone were to be stupid enough to take it seriously, they would definitely suffer. Fellow Taoists, our preparations are almost done. You can come to the palace. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their hearts. All of them were surprised by the sound. More than that, they felt an inexplicable fear. This was the means of a 10-star powerhouse. Even a 9 stars full-circle powerhouse could do this. Only a 10-star powerhouse could do it easily. Everyone stood up in an instant. They understood what was going on. It meant that they could set off. Everyone had more or less waited for half a month to a month. Lin Fei also stood up. We can finally set off. Chapter 51-43. After waiting for a month, Lin Fei could finally see what the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast looked like. There was still hope. It would be great if his strength reached the Great Perfection realm. He would then have a free mount. Since he wanted to rebuild the reincarnation emperor's legacy force, there was no doubt that such a mount would be the most suitable. With this mount, he could tell everyone one thing. If the reincarnation emperor could appear back then, there would be a second reincarnation emperor. It was just that they didn't have the same name. Lin Fei had high expectations for the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. He came to the gathering place. He realized that all the 9 stars experts had come out. Most of them were at the late stage of 9 stars. Of course, there were some at the peak of 9 stars. The most powerful ones were at the full circle of 9 stars. There were also those from the 3 forces. Among the 3 forces, the most powerful one was from the Tianqing Empire. There weren't many people from the Tianqing Empire. There were only 2 of them, a young man and an old man. Lin Fei understood what was going on after taking a look. The old man should be a protector. The young man was from the Tianqing Empire. He was out for training. Even if he was out for training, he had the combat power of a 9 stars at the full circle. The strength he could unleash should reach the level of a 10 stars. He was definitely a strong master. On the other hand, the Sacred Blade sect was obviously much weaker than the Puppet sect. The people on their side were all young people. This could be considered as quite an experience for him. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. He just wanted to see the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. As for where exactly this guy was hiding, perhaps only the people of Sky Island knew. Not long after, a figure walked out of the void. When this figure walked out, everyone stopped what they were doing. The place was quiet. They all knew who this person was. He was the Deputy Island Lord of the Sky Island. There were 3 Deputy Island Lords in the entire Sky Island. This person was one of the more influential ones, and he usually showed up the most. The other 2 were usually busy with other things, so the number of times they could see each other was even less. Thank you, everyone, for being able to gather here this time. I would also like to thank the Sacred Saber sect, the Puppet sect, and the Tianqing Empire for coming. After all, this human reincarnation heaven-devouring beast is already very powerful. If we don't gather our strength, we won't be able to kill it. Although Island Master Luo Gu didn't say much, there was a hidden meaning in his words. This time, he had to kill the Samsara heaven-devouring beast no matter what. They even announced that whoever contributed the most would be rewarded by the Sky Island. Of course, they could also call it a reward. Many of the 9 stars who were at the later stages of the 9 stars were instantly energized. At their level, if they wanted to improve their strength, they would have to spend more time and resources. On the Heavenly Island, they were able to maintain the time acceleration. If there was no time acceleration, it would take even longer. Perhaps his lifespan would be over before that day arrived, but it would be different if he could accelerate time. Therefore, any place with time acceleration was the place that the 9 stars experts were most willing to go to. A huge flying ship was released. Island Master Luo Gu led everyone up. The young man from the Tianqing Empire followed Laozi to the innermost level of the ship. Of course, the Sacred Saber sect, the Puppet sect, and some perfected 9 stars experts were also there. As for those at the later stages of the 9 stars and the pinnacle of the 9 stars, they were basically on the lower level. Wow! The speed of the flying ship was very fast, and it left the island directly. It left the island. It headed straight for the endless ocean. As for how far it was going, no one knew, because they hadn't heard anything about it until now. They were sure that the location of the Samsara heaven-devouring beast should be very far away. In fact, everyone had guessed correctly. They had been flying for almost a month. The endless ocean was much more terrifying than they had imagined. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it was. From time to time, they would encounter some sea beasts. Some powerful sea beasts would even take the initiative to attack. Some of these sea beasts had the combat strength of the pinnacle of the 9 stars. Although they were terrifying, the people who controlled the flying ship were quite skilled, so they could avoid them all the way. If I'm not wrong, we should have reached the end of the endless ocean this time. I heard that it's called the Endless Ruins. Many people gathered together, and some smart people could more or less guess the destination of this trip after seeing the changes in their surroundings. The Endless Ruins? Is it the Land of Infinity? I heard that the Land of Infinity used to be the most powerful place in the past. Chapter 51-44. The sight of the Endless Ruins instantly moved everyone a little. Even Lin Fei had more or less received some news about it. In the past, this Endless Ruins was a powerful empire. It was extremely strong, and its overall strength was unbelievably strong. After that, it turned into ruins in a single night. After that, it became a place where some powerful exotic beasts lived. No one was willing to cross the ocean to reach the Endless Ruins. Of course, only those who were powerful would come here. Even if you were at the later stage of 9 stars or at the peak of 9 stars, you wouldn't dare to enter the Endless Ruins recklessly. They seemed to finally understand why the Sky Island had gathered so many experts this time. It would be impossible to defeat it with only a dozen experts. Not to mention returning safely from the Endless Ruins. If we really go to the Endless Ruins this time, we have to be careful. Don't get killed by those exotic beasts. I heard that the exotic beasts there hate humans the most. No wonder the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast would appear there. I heard that the exotic beasts there discriminate against humans. Everyone more or less knew something about the Endless Ruins. Lin Fei could hear them quite clearly from the side. In his heart, he had a better understanding of the Endless Ruins. He didn't know a lot of things, but he did know a little. Now that he heard about the Endless Ruins and thought about the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, he seemed to understand why the Sky Island had gathered so many people. They definitely didn't have the confidence to gather so many people. It was very likely that it would be a very dangerous trip. Another month passed. Over the past month, everyone had experienced the dangers of the endless ocean. Sea beasts attacked them from time to time. The most powerful one they encountered was at the peak of 9 stars. Almost everyone on the scene took action to kill the 9 stars oceanic beast. If they hadn't joined forces, they wouldn't have been able to kill the 9 stars oceanic beast in a short time. Sea beasts that had reached this level were extremely powerful. Most importantly, their defense was also extremely strong. It was even more difficult to kill them. This was also the reason why 1 or 2 9 stars experts didn't dare to enter the Endless Ruins. Even if one entered, there was a high possibility that one would die. The dangers of this place were more terrifying than one could imagine. I see the continent. I finally see the continent. Over there is the Endless Ruins. Do you see that? The ruins are different. Even if it has collapsed, you can still see the glory of the past. After 2 months, they finally arrived at the end of the endless ocean. A large continent appeared in front of them. However, it was different from what they had imagined. This continent was filled with ruins. All the ruins were densely packed, and even some of these tall buildings could still be seen. As expected of the most powerful place. Everyone came to the deck and saw it very clearly. Lin Fei saw it too. He could even vaguely sense a powerful aura from the endless ruins. After all, he was different from the others. He cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. However, the reincarnated primordial spirit was naturally different. Moreover, he had cultivated 99 of them and could sense those powerful existences. He further understood that the Sky Island must have known about the situation in the endless ruins long ago, which was why they had gathered everyone to kill the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Many people know that the endless ruins is in front of our destination this time. The endless ruins used to be the place where a powerful empire used to be. Now, it has turned into ruins. However, it has been occupied by exotic beasts. The endless ruins opened up many passageways that lead to different worlds. Therefore, everyone must be careful when entering the endless ruins. Island Master Luo Gu also walked out and his voice echoed in everyone's hearts. He was a 10-star expert, so he was naturally different. Here is a document. You can have a look at it to understand the endless ruins better. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast that we are going to kill this time is in one of the regions in the endless ruins. It is the king of this region. Soon, everyone received a jade talisman in their hands. This jade talisman contained information that could only be used once. After reading it, the jade talisman broke and they knew the situation inside. Lin Fei also saw the information inside. It was really as he had expected. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast had become a powerful overlord in the endless ruins. Let's take a break for now. When the time comes, we will go straight to the base camp of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. At that time, we will set up a great array and kill it. We have to end the battle quickly in the endless ruins to avoid any unforeseen events. Everyone could hear that Island Master Luo Gu's words carried a certain amount of pressure. In other words, the endless ruins was far more terrifying and dangerous than they had imagined. Chapter 5145. This endless ruins was indeed full of ruins. Of course, there were also some threatening auras. Lin Fei didn't feel the existence of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. However, he believed that since the people of Sky Island said so, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. That beast should be on this continent of ruins. The deeper they went, the more Lin Fei could feel the dangerous aura. He didn't have to guess to know that those guys should be deep inside. Sky Island was quite capable. They must have put in a lot of effort to deal with the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Fortunately, he caught up this time. Otherwise, it would have been too late by the time he received the news. He wouldn't have been able to get this thing at all. But now it was different. With the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, it was like adding wings to a tiger. This thing was said to be a powerful existence of the space system. In other words, it was quite fast. This thing was faster than using other things. This thing was very domineering. It was most suitable to be used as a facade. A good facade was still very important. Although Lin Fei didn't really care about this in the past, now that he had accepted a mission. Naturally, he had to show off his facade. He could only say that it was hard on these guys. They would have worked hard for nothing. They didn't rest for long. Everyone set off again. This time, they didn't take the flying boat. They didn't need to guess to know what was going on. This thing was a little big, so they could only go along one path. The way was very safe. They didn't encounter any danger. That meant that many people of Sky Island had come here. After entering one of the areas, a wave of pressure enveloped them. They could all feel it clearly. This should be the legendary reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. And Lin Fei, who was in the crowd, also felt the aura. He was slightly delighted. He also knew what was going on. There is indeed a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast here. This reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast should be stronger. Even Lin Fei felt so. It was definitely a very powerful existence. It wasn't a simple reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Maybe it could really reach the 10-star realm soon. Only a 10-star realm could give Lin Fei pressure. Anything else could only be put aside. This is a sword treasure. There are many powerful exotic beasts in the endless deep ruins. These exotic beasts are very powerful, so we have to conceal our auras. If they sense us, they will definitely chase us immediately. Island Master Luo Gu's words caused everyone's thoughts to change. Following that, a treasure appeared in everyone's hands. It was a treasure similar to a ball. As soon as he activated it, it actually formed a shield-like existence. As soon as he opened it, his aura was sucked in. Everyone had one. This treasure's quality was not low, and some people were a little surprised. All of the 9 stars experts had seen good things, but they had never seen anything like this before. As expected of the Sky Island. He wondered which expert they found to refine it. Alright, everyone can activate this thing. After activating it, follow me into the lair of the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. Its lair is deep underground. After Island Master Luogu explained a few more things to everyone, a protective barrier appeared around his body. Then, all of them activated the protective barrier one after another. As soon as the protective barrier was activated, everything was isolated. Although they could feel that there was someone in front of them, they could not see it with other methods. They could only see it with their eyes. It was the same for Lin Fei. He activated the ball directly. However, the moment he activated it, he frowned slightly and returned to normal. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked like he was thinking about something. There is something wrong with the Sky Island and the Island Master. As soon as Lin Fei activated it, he instantly felt that there was something wrong. An inexplicable force seemed to have locked onto him. This force was coming from the ball. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such a situation. However, he knew what was going on. Perhaps he had encountered something that wasn't very good. I want to see what tricks the Sky Island is playing. No wonder they need 9 stars experts this time. It seems that the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast is not as easy to deal with as I had imagined. The Sky Island had a relatively large influence in the universe. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with its way of doing things. However, when everyone had such a treasure, Lin Fei felt that something was different. The difference was very obvious. There was only one possibility. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even the Sky Island was not confident of dealing with it. Therefore, he could only ask them to come. All of a sudden, Lin Fei's impression of the Sky Island changed greatly. Chapter 5146. After obtaining these pearls, everyone's aura was restrained. They could only see it clearly when they were in front of them. If they were far away, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Therefore, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. Soon, they arrived at a large stretch of ruins. A silhouette quietly emerged from the ruins. After communicating with Island Master Luogu, he opened an entrance in a nearby place. The entrance was very big, like a sinkhole. One could imagine the huge body of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Island Lord Luogu said to everyone. However, he didn't make any sound. He just spoke in everyone's heart. It seemed like he was worried that the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast would notice. The lair of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast is below us. Everyone, follow me. This guy spends most of his time sleeping inside. Therefore, as long as we grasp the timing, we will naturally be able to get him to take it down. When the time comes, everyone will have to listen to my commands. Oh, by the way, let me tell everyone that this pearl has an additional attack. When the time comes, everyone will have to work together to cast it. In that case, we will be able to catch the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast unprepared. At this time, Island Master Luogu spoke again. Everyone suddenly understood. They had always felt that this pearl wasn't as simple as they had imagined. They hadn't expected that it would contain an attack. After Island Lord Luogu said that, they felt that it was really as he had said. There was really an unbelievably powerful force inside the pearl. This powerful force was extremely penetrative. They also understood that Sky Square Island had put in a lot of effort to deal with the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. If they hadn't put in a lot of effort, how could they have gotten so many pearls? At this moment, they finally understood. Only Lin Fei was laughing in his heart. This Island Lord Luogu was really good at talking. He had fooled everyone. Now, they were even more certain that the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast below wasn't as simple as a 9 stars expert. It was extremely likely to be a 10 stars expert. At this level, it was definitely a ferocious existence. However, they didn't know why the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast wouldn't run to the other side of the ocean. Logically speaking, if this guy had such strength, he would definitely leave. After all, once he reached this realm, he would not be far from taking human form. Island Lord Luogu led everyone into the huge pit. Along the way, they saw many skeletons. These skeletons were all quite old and very large. One could imagine that they were all very powerful existences when they were alive. In the end, they were all eaten by the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. Exotic beasts eating exotic beasts was a very common thing. No one was surprised. Along the way, they reached a height of about 1,000 feet. When they reached the bottom, they found that there was a huge pit. Inside the pit, they heard a sound. It was the sound of snoring. This shout was very loud, and the entire void began to tremble. When they first came down, they were really shocked. Before they even saw the samsara heaven-devouring beast, they could already sense how powerful it was. Island Master Luogu's speed had also slowed down, and the same was true for the others. After walking for a while, he finally saw a huge figure. It was truly enormous. It was no wonder that it had found such a big place to make its lair. At first glance, Lin Fei was very sure that this was the legendary samsara heaven-devouring beast. It was as powerful as he had expected. However, its strength was not at the level of 9 stars. Instead, it was at the level of 10 stars. The samsara heaven-devouring beast seemed to have hidden its strength. Only Lin Fei had been able to see it clearly at that moment. Island Master Luogu's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Everyone was really shocked at this moment. It was no wonder that so many people had gathered to kill it. Even though they had yet to make a move, they could already feel how powerful the samsara heaven-devouring beast was. It was an invincible and powerful existence. At this moment, there would only be one outcome for anyone who fought against the samsara heaven-devouring beast alone. That was to be eaten. This is the infamous heaven-devouring reincarnation beast. What we need to do now is to unleash our strongest attack in an instant. Inside the orb is a technique that I found an expert to set up. Thus, I hope that everyone will cooperate. As long as we can severely injure the samsara heaven-devouring beast, this treasure pearl will be given to everyone. It can be considered a simple greeting gift. Everyone had experienced the function of this treasure pearl. Not to mention its explosive power. All of them had different thoughts. With such a technique, it should be much easier for them. Listen to my call later. Activate the treasure pearl together. Chapter 51-47. At this moment, everyone was eager to give it a try. This was the real reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. One could imagine its true might from its huge size. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they thought about how many of them had come. As long as they worked together and used their pearls, they should be able to take down the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast without much pressure. It was the same for Island Lord Luogu. At this moment, he was more excited than anyone else. His eyes fell on the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast, which was not far away. After some preparation, he immediately gave orders to everyone. I'll count to 3. Everyone, attack together. Don't give the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast any chance to attack. Once it attacks, none of us will have a good time. 3, 2, 1. At this moment, everyone activated the pearls in their hands. As soon as they activated the pearls, a beam of light shot out. Everyone could feel that this beam of light was different. Then, this beam of light converged and turned into a terrifying attack. The attack landed on the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. When it landed on its body, everyone could clearly feel how terrifying it was. However, what happened next left them in disbelief. This was because the attack was instantly swallowed by the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. This was beyond their imagination. If it had been something else, they could have accepted it. However, this was something they couldn't accept. Their powerful attack had actually been absorbed by the samsara heaven-swallowing beast. Furthermore, what was most unbelievable was that the samsara heaven-swallowing beast had actually absorbed all of their attacks. What was even more unbelievable was that the power of their essence, spirit had been sucked away by the pearls. They couldn't get rid of the pearls in a short period of time. Who can tell me what's going on? Why can't I control the pearls in my hands? Why is the power in my body being sucked away? Me too. I can't control it anymore. Island Lord Luogu, please give us an explanation. How could these people have expected such a scene to happen? The power in their bodies was being sucked away continuously. His entire person was shocked, followed by a trace of panic. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast had already woken up and was looking at them. Whoosh! He immediately spat out a wave of flames. As soon as the flames were spat out, everyone instantly felt the aura of death. Luogu, who was at the forefront, coldly snorted. Today is the day you die. No one can save you now. The pearls in everyone's hands instantly flew towards Island Master Luogu. It transformed into a grand formation. Following that, a beam of light shot out from the array. In the face of this light, they could not clearly see its true appearance. They could feel that this attack was far beyond their imagination. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast also looked over. I know you'll come back, but don't even think about making me submit to you with such a trick, let alone killing me. You're still not good enough. Another wave of flames came directly. This wave of flames turned into runes. These runes exploded with superpower. Naturally, Lin Fei, who was in the crowd, could see the commotion better than anyone else. This reincarnation heaven-devouring beast was indeed very strong. The combination of so many pearls was so powerful, yet it could still resist this attack. Island Master Luogu had really put in a lot of effort. At the very least, it had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Lin Fei was the same. This guy had actually used such a trick. Island Master Luogu laughed heartily. Since I dared to come, it means that I have the confidence to deal with you. Not far away, a figure flew out. It was the young master of the Tianqing Empire. The young master instantly controlled a treasure. This treasure was like an umbrella cover, which directly fell on the head of the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. It landed on it. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast instantly let out a sound. You're from the Tianqing Empire, yet you actually brought this heaven extermination umbrella here. Are you trying to suppress my strength? The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast snorted coldly. A faintly discernible figure appeared above its head. As soon as the figure appeared, it punched the treasure. The laughter of the young master of the Tianqing Empire rang out from afar as well. Since I dared to come with Island Master Luo, I naturally have a way to deal with you. This garden is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Enjoy our treasures. The treasure instantly turned into a resplendent ball of light. As soon as the ball of light appeared, everyone felt as if their bodies had been imprisoned. They were unable to move at all. Island Master Luogu laughed heartily. Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, everyone's strength had been completely absorbed by the pearls. One by one, they fell down powerlessly. Chapter 51-48. With the addition of Gong Jojo, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was greatly affected. At the very least, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the combat power of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was immediately suppressed. It seemed that Gong Jojo of the Tianqing Empire was still very powerful. If it was any other time, perhaps these people wouldn't have much of an impact on the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. However, things were different now. With the addition of Gong Jojo and Island Lord Luogu, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was basically in a stalemate. Lin Fei didn't intend to use any tricks, but he could also feel that this might not be the true strength of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast should have other strengths. Otherwise, it would be too easy to deal with. After all, its strength had reached the level of 10 stars. Others might not be able to feel it, but Lin Fei could clearly feel it. That was definitely what was going on. Lin Fei didn't use any other tricks and just blended in with them. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Island Lord Luogu had. After all, Lin Fei had more or less seen some of Island Lord Luogu's tricks. These methods were still very powerful, especially the pearl in his hand. There were definitely other methods that could be used. At this moment, the pearl was still connected to him. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, he noticed that they all had the same expression. Swish. Suddenly, Island Lord Luogu activated his secret technique. Everyone felt that their essence, qi, and spirit were instantly plundered. Even their vitality was the same. One by one, the 9 stars experts fell down. In an instant, all their essence, qi, and vitality were plundered. Try, Ahmad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X, all of them lost their combat power. After falling down, they fell to their deaths on the spot. That scene was truly unbearable to watch, and there were many people who started cursing. Island Lord Luogu, you are too shameless. You actually used such a trick. I didn't expect Sky Island to use such a shameless trick. I will definitely expose you and let everyone suppress Sky Island. By now, these people already knew what was going on. They had been completely locked by the pearl and couldn't break free at all. All he could do was howl in grief and curse at the same time. Lin Fei was also mixed in with them. He also wanted to see what kind of means Gong Jojo and Island Master Luogu had. The master of Luogu Island snorted coldly. Everyone will only know that our Heavenly Square Island has eliminated a 10-star reincarnation heaven-devouring beast, and you have only made a great contribution. No one will stand up for you. Just accept your fate. A bright light instantly appeared on Island Master Luogu's hand. As soon as this light appeared, it immediately emitted a terrifying aura. Island Master Luogu also looked at the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. In order to deal with you, I've put in a lot of effort. This time, I found so many 9 stars experts. I'm sure they can seriously injure you. Island Master Luogu released the light from his hand. The light transformed into a beam of light that contained the terrifying power of death and destruction. It instantly reached the pinnacle of the 10-star level. This beam of light instantly hit the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. I knew that you despicable guys would use such means to find so many 9 stars experts as cannon fodder. However, I'm not that easy to deal with. The Samsara heaven-devouring beast laughed loudly. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a string of bells. Try, Ahmad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X. This string of bells wasn't very big. As the bells rang, it started ringing. Buzz. Bang. Bang. The 9 stars experts were the first to suffer. One by one, the figures were instantly blown up. In the blink of an eye, the 9 stars experts were no longer in existence. Meanwhile, Gong Jojo and Island Master Luogu were instantly attacked. Their attacks were directly smashed by the power of the bells. A vacuum was formed in the surrounding area. Even so, this beam of light gave the Samsara heaven-devouring beast an extremely dangerous aura. Whoosh! While the Samsara heaven-devouring beast was resisting the beam of light, another beam of cold light instantly penetrated the body of the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. It was truly inconceivable. Everyone was surprised. Island Master Luogu also laughed loudly. I know that you are very powerful. However, this time, apart from me and Gong Jojo, there is another good thing to deal with you. I wonder how we feel. Do we feel good? Gong Jojo looked over coldly. At this moment, he seemed exceptionally proud of himself. At the very least, the Samsara heaven-devouring beast had been injured. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the crowd, had also witnessed the whole process. He couldn't help but admit that Gong Jojo and Island Master Luogu really had some tricks up their sleeves. They had even used such a big move. They had attracted the attention of the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. Then, they had used another killer move, which had seriously injured the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. Impressive. Really impressive. Lin Fei felt that he had learned something new. Chapter 51-49. Poison. You're truly vicious. To think that you would use such a top-tier poison. The Samsara heaven-devouring beast let out a blood-curdling screech as its entire body was filled with cracks. As these cracks grew larger and larger, a rancid odor began to waft out. As it turned out, the Samsara heaven-devouring beast had been poisoned. In the distance, a figure appeared. This figure coldly snorted at the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. My apologies, but you've been poisoned by a poison that I've specially researched to deal with you. You should know that not just anyone can research poisons for me, the Poison King God Absolute Heaven. You're an exception, understand? It was a black-robed figure. However, the moment the figure appeared, it was filled with a dangerous aura. Even the surrounding void seemed to have changed. Gong Jojo and Island Lord Luogu began to distance themselves. They all knew how powerful this Poison King God Absolute Heaven was. He wasn't as easy to deal with as they imagined. As long as one got within range of him, they wouldn't even know when they had been poisoned. This person was just that hard to deal with. He only had the power of a perfected 9-star expert, but his craftsmanship was extremely formidable. Even a 10-star expert wouldn't dare to easily make things difficult for God Absolute Heaven. He was truly invincible. Moreover, Master Luogu had paid an enormous price in order to invite this fellow. It seemed that the price wasn't too bad. I underestimated you. I didn't think that this was all a feint. This is your most important killing move. But even if I'm heavily injured, the three of you shouldn't think about having an easy time. The Samsara heaven-devouring beast roared, its entire body transforming into a massive vortex. The appearance of this vortex caused the expressions of Gong Jojo, God Absolute Heaven, and even Island Lord Luogu to flicker. Island Lord Luogu in particular immediately recognized what sort of attack this was. This was the infamous Samsara of legends. Everyone, be careful. Hold on for now. He definitely won't be able to use too much power. The Samsara spun. The heavens and earth instantly changed color. Even Lin Fei could sense how terrifying this Samsara was. The Samsara heaven-devouring beast's techniques were truly formidable. This could probably be considered its strongest killing move. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, there were more or less some changes when he used it again at this time. This power did not seem to be as strong as he had imagined. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. But now, it was completely different. It was truly dangerous. If nothing unexpected happens, the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast basically has no chance. This fellow is too arrogant. As expected of someone who once followed an emperor. If he's a little more serious, he might be able to sense that God Lord Absolute Heaven. Even Lin Fei was somewhat surprised by this God Lord Absolute Heaven. He himself did not sense the existence of this fellow. No one knew how it appeared. Lin Fei knew that this was definitely a treasure that he could use. This treasure should be a top-notch one. It managed to fool everyone, even Lin Fei himself. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Island Master Luogu had so many ideas. He had used so many 9-stars experts to unleash such a powerful move just to poison the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. And it had been poisoned with a poison that had been specially concocted. Just look at the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast right now. Its strength was constantly dropping. Even the wounds on its body were getting bigger and bigger. Thus, other than the first round of reincarnation that it unleashed, the subsequent rounds of reincarnation that it unleashed weren't all that powerful. There was a loud bang. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast's massive body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Gong Jojo. God Lord Absolute Heaven. Island Master Luogu and the others landed on the ground. Even their faces were a little pale. His face was slightly pale. They had indeed withstood Samsara's attack just now. One had to admit that the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast's attack was extremely terrifying. I didn't think that I would be tricked by you three fellows after ruling over this area. How hateful. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was extremely weak and powerless, because this poison was extremely tyrannical. Even though he was a powerful existence, he couldn't bear it at all. Unfortunately, the samsara technique it had unleashed had no effect on these three fellows. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast knew very well what the final result would be. Gong Jojo heartily laughed. Island Master Luo, you're still the best. After all this planning, you've finally taken care of this fellow. It wasn't easy for us to kill this fellow. Just the thought of our harvest makes me want to laugh. In truth, we should really thank God Lord Absolute Heaven for this. Without his poison, we wouldn't have been able to capture this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. All three of them seemed very happy now. They could finally take down this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Chapter 5150. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was seriously injured. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast's killer move had no effect on the three of them at all. Instead, the poison had seeped into the beast's body even faster. It could be said that the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was on its last breath. Island Master Luo Gu took out a ring. This shiny ring made the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast panic. You actually have the legendary beast ring. You guys really put in a lot of effort to find this thing. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was quite discerning. It was definitely not a good thing. Instead, it was a bad thing. Island Master Luo Gu laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to know about this thing. Since you know about it, that's great. I've meticulously prepared this thing for you. You can't die yet. You're still very useful to us. Luo Gu laughed heartily. Island Master Luo Gu naturally wouldn't kill the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast so easily. It would be a pity if he killed it. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was a very rare species. The ring on his hand swung. Suddenly, it became bigger and bigger. It appeared above the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Then, it went down. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast kept struggling. However, it couldn't resist the power of the ring at all. It was getting closer and closer to it. Utter despair. With a whoosh, a beam of light appeared without any warning and exploded on top of the ring. The ring was sent flying in the blink of an eye. A figure walked over from afar. The three of you are bullying a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Isn't that a bit too much? You even treated everyone as a sacrifice. What should I say about you guys? It turns out that the famous Sky Island is also unscrupulous in doing things. The three of them didn't expect that there would be people around. This was because they had set up a trap in this place. Outsiders couldn't come in at all. As long as someone approached, they would naturally be able to sense it. However, there was no movement at all. This meant that this person was mixed in with these people. Island Master Luo Gu squinted his eyes and looked at a young man. He had a slight impression of this young man. He was one of the people in this group. However, this fellow didn't seem to be affected at all. This caused Island Master Luo Gu to feel somewhat embarrassed. I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. Then I'll kill you first. Island Master Luo Gu waved his hand, and two balls smashed over. These two spheres were like two gigantic planets. They grew bigger and bigger, and their power also grew stronger and stronger. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. Just this method alone was enough to instantly kill a 9 stars late stage and peak 9 stars. Even a full circle 9 stars would have to suffer. This Island Master Luo Gu's methods were truly formidable. At the very least, this method wasn't something that just anyone could resist. However, it was different this time when they encountered Lin Fei. Although the attacks of these two balls were fierce, the punch came. It was blocked by Lin Fei. He moved to the left and right. The two balls flew back. Once again, it fell into the hands of Island Master Luo Gu. This caused Island Master Luo Gu's expression to change. This fellow actually has some strength. No wonder I misjudged him. Island Master Luo Gu's previous attack had revealed that this fellow was indeed quite strong. Otherwise, just this method alone would have been enough to cause a 9-stars expert to suffer. Or even be killed. This sort of person was much stronger than he had imagined. No wonder he was able to blend in with the crowd. It turned out that he was also after the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. It's just a small fellow. Let me take care of him. It just so happens that I've researched a new poison. I can let this fellow try it out. I'm just afraid that he won't be strong enough. If he's strong, it'll be the most obvious. God Lord Absolute Heaven roared with laughter as he released the poison. When the poison came out, it was a black fog. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Fei. It transformed into a long black snake that coiled around Lin Fei. This long snake made of poison was really quite different. It seemed that God Lord Absolute Heaven's methods were quite powerful. A sword light slashed out. Like a flowing moon. The black snake died in an instant, and the poison was also destroyed in an instant. It didn't even reach Lin Fei. I know that you three are bullying him with numbers. Now, I'll do the same. I'll let you see who's the strongest. With a whoosh, he released his primordial spirits. One by one, the primordial spirits walked out from behind him. A total of 99 primordial spirits. When the 99 primordial spirits walked out, they instantly transformed into the reincarnation formation. The formation opened. The strength of the three of them was directly reduced. His entire body trembled as if he had been stabbed by a knife. The pupils of the injured reincarnation heaven-devouring beast instantly underwent a huge change. This is the reincarnation primordial spirit, and 99 primordial spirits. Oh my God. Chapter 51-51. The reincarnated primordial spirits that walked out did indeed make everyone feel different. The three of them felt like they had been hit in the head. They couldn't believe it. After the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast cried out, they instantly understood. So these were the legendary reincarnated primordial spirits. The most important thing was to create reincarnated primordial spirits. Weren't there only 10 of them at most? Why did 99 primordial spirits suddenly appear? 99 primordial spirits instantly reduced their strength by half. It really made them dumbfounded. You're the reincarnation emperor's man. Island Lord Luo Gu exclaimed. No one knew better than him that he was no match for the young man in front of him. Even Gong Jojo and Divine Lord Absolute Heaven were the same. Their strength had been reduced by half. At this moment, fear and unease flashed through their eyes. They had naturally heard of the reincarnation emperor. It was said that this guy's strongest was his reincarnated primordial spirit. His reincarnated primordial spirit could instantly suppress his opponent's strength. When he was at his peak, his reincarnated primordial spirit was incomparably terrifying. But now, someone had cultivated the reincarnated primordial spirit. It wasn't the legendary 10, but a total of 99 reincarnated primordial spirits. That scene was simply too terrifying. If it was anything else, it would be fine, but this reincarnated primordial spirit instantly reduced their strength by half. Even if the three of them worked together, they wouldn't be this person's match. 99 primordial spirits. This was simply bullying. Island Lord Luo Gu's voice trembled. I am indeed the successor of the reincarnation monarch. Today, I'm here to look for my reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. To think that you guys would have the guts to spend so much effort just to take the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast away. Do you think that I would agree to that? This was the first time Lin Fei had used 99 primordial spirits. When the 99 primordial spirits appeared, they could truly feel the changes. Just like that, half of their strength had been reduced. Even if they wanted to resist this suppression, they wouldn't be able to do so. 99 primordial spirits were truly powerful. Of course, this was because Lin Fei wasn't that strong. If he was any stronger, he would be able to reduce their strength by 2/3. Instead of half of them being split into two. Nothing could be more lethal than this sentence. At the very least, all of them could feel the powerful lethality. The Reincarnation Emperor was also a terrifying lord back then. After he was gone, the forces he belonged to deteriorated year by year. But now, it had become a mediocre force. Now, who would have thought that such a heaven-defying fellow would appear? This guy could actually cultivate 99 of them. This was simply God's favored child. No one dared to believe that this was true. In the distance, the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast was also extremely excited. He actually saw 99 primordial spirits. He had never followed the Reincarnation Emperor, but he knew that his ancestor had indeed followed the Reincarnation Emperor. He had made quite a name for himself. Now, there was another successor of the Reincarnation Emperor. He had cultivated 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. This was simply unbelievable. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. If this were to spread outside, everyone would be dumbfounded. There really was no harm without comparison. Take these elixirs first. Later, I will suppress the poison in your body and help you clean it up. Lin Fei turned around and shouted at the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth and a large number of elixirs rolled directly into its body. Various means landed on the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast's body, suppressing the poison. Now, Lin Fei was still able to suppress the poison. He turned around and stared at the three of them. Tell me, how should I deal with you now? The three of you targeted the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast, which means that you're snatching something from me. Snatching something from me won't end well. The three of them each had their own backgrounds. At this moment, they all seemed powerless. The successor of the Reincarnation Emperor was even more terrifying than the previous Reincarnation Emperor. He had 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. Half of his strength had been destroyed. Even a 10-star powerhouse wouldn't dare to do anything to this guy under such circumstances. Fellow Daoist, we are in the wrong in this matter. We are willing to leave immediately, and we can even give you some compensation. That was all he could say. Our flourishing heaven empire doesn't have many good things. As long as we all take a step back in this matter, I'm willing to give you something. Gong Jiuzhou also said. How could they fight in this situation? They all knew it in their hearts. They had to go back and discuss countermeasures. The appearance of such a person would have a great impact on all the forces. I'm sorry, I have cultivated 99 primordial spirits, but I haven't used my full strength yet. Therefore, I hope that you can help me test out the power of my 99 primordial spirits. Boom! The 99 primordial spirits attacked instantly. Chapter 51-52. 99 reincarnated spirits were unleashed. Once this power was unleashed, it was truly terrifying. At the very least, the three of them instantly felt immense pressure crushing down on them. Even if they were to bring out their treasures at this moment, their strength had already been slashed. Now that they were up against 99 essence spirits, they were smashed into smithereens with a single boom. Instant kill. This outcome was not surprising to Lin Fei at all. As for the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, it was also within his expectations. This person who had cultivated 99 reincarnated spirits was simply too terrifying. They were immediately stunned. The other party was strong. The 99 spirit souls stretched out their hands and killed them directly. The 99 spirit souls did not have any treasures, but even so, the strength that they displayed was enough to make them unable to resist. After all, their strength was not as strong as before. Lin Fei looked over and casually took their rings. After all, the three of them had a very strong foundation. Thank you for saving my life. I did not expect to see a reincarnated spirit soul with 99 spirit souls. I am willing to follow you and become your mount. I will fight for you and restore the glory of my ancestor. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was also very thoughtful. No one knew better than him that following such a person would have great potential in the future. There was even a golden path in front of him. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, of course, knew what to choose. The stronger the person was, the more he would follow. Back then, the reincarnation emperor had relied on the reincarnated spirit souls to become a top expert. This young man who had cultivated 99 spirit souls was even more terrifying. In terms of potential, he had already surpassed the reincarnation emperor by leaps and bounds. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast felt like laughing that he could meet such a person. To think that he could actually encounter such a good thing. This was really something that he would not encounter even once in his life. Lin Fei laughed heartily. You really know how to choose. I thought that you would choose to reject. If you did, I would have just taken you in. Since you are willing to be my mount, that's great. Let's make a contract first. In such a situation, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. If this fellow suddenly said that he didn't have any thoughts, then he wouldn't be a reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. He was extremely strong. However, after encountering the scheme of the Sky Island, things naturally became different. I'm willing to form a contract with you and become your mount. A drop of blood flew out and transformed into an invisible connection. There was a connection between the two of them. The other meaning of Lin Fei and the great reincarnation devouring beast was a master-servant contract. That was what mounts were all about. After completing the contract, the samsara heaven-swallowing beast instantly transformed into a figure. However, this figure's strength was much weaker than before. He was only in the 7-star realm. This was another small effect of the master-servant contract. He could temporarily transform as long as he was by Lin Fei's side, but he couldn't do it anywhere else. If he wanted to fight, he could only revert to his original form. This was also the favorite way for many powerful existences to stay outside. After all, his original form would attract too much attention. However, if he transformed into a human form, coupled with treasures, basically no one would be able to detect him. Since you're following me now, pack up your things and let's leave this place. After all, there was such a huge commotion in the endless ruins just now. I'm afraid there will be big shots coming soon. Lin Fei didn't think that there was only one reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast in the endless ruins. Previously, he had sensed several powerful auras. None of these powerful auras was inferior to the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Although Lin Fei didn't really care, it was better not to cause any trouble at this time. Sir, I feel that you've come to the endless ruins too late this time. There's no need to be in such a hurry to leave, because there will be another grand event held here soon. It's our beast convention. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast said immediately. When Lin Fei heard this, even he felt that something was off. There's such a meeting here. It seems like it's not a simple one. I'm afraid it's a competition. Are you also qualified to participate? If it was something else, Lin Fei really wouldn't care. A competition between a group of powerful existences was different. Lin Fei felt that he could still go and take a look. I heard that it's a competition for a precious treasure in the depths of the endless ruins. I heard that obtaining this treasure will allow one's strength to increase again. Therefore, whoever obtains it will become the strongest person in the endless ruins. Chapter 51-53. Hearing such news, Lin Fei didn't plan to leave the endless ruins. No matter what, he had to take a look. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast actually had a name. His name was Samsara. In their words, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beasts almost all had the same name. Moreover, it was very difficult for them to grow. There could only be one in every generation, and he was the only one in this generation. As for whether there were more, no one knew. Even if there were, their strength would be very low. He quietly hid and cultivated. If he didn't have a certain strength, he wouldn't show himself. Because of his talent, he had always been sought after by people. Therefore, he didn't dare to show himself before he was strong enough. Once he showed himself, he would be easily captured and refined into a special existence. Even he had spent more than 1,000 years cultivating in seclusion and rarely showed himself. Now, his strength was considered very strong, but he was still schemed against by Sky Island. If it wasn't for Lin Fei appearing at the crucial moment, he would definitely be captured by them. By then, one could imagine how tragic his outcome would be. With Samsara leading the way, it was completely different. Samsara was still very famous in this area. Along the way, they saw many strong exotic beasts. These strong exotic beasts didn't dare to have any thoughts in front of Samsara. They directly suppressed them. They went all the way to the depths of the endless ruins. This place was a little different from the other places, because there were actually many huge cities in this place. Although these cities were in a damaged state, one could still see the glory of the past. A few figures also flew out and landed on Samsara's body. As for Lin Fei, they didn't seem to care much about him. It was as if they treated him as a casual matter. Samsara, why are you here? Didn't you say that you wouldn't participate in that activity this time? If it wasn't for your aura, I would have thought that someone else came. Could it be that you have thought things through? If you have, then this time, we will have a much higher chance of success if we team up. The few of them also looked like humans. However, their appearances were quite ugly. If they went outside, they would definitely scare people. Samsara laughed heartily. I didn't have any intentions at first, but then I thought it would be interesting, so I had to come and participate. Don't you guys think so? On his way here, Lin Fei had learned about the situation from Samsara. The meeting this time was very lively. There were still many powerful exotic beasts in the endless ruins. Some of these exotic beasts were strong, while others were weak. So, they were all connected to each other and mixed together. For example, Samsara was the same. He also knew a few powerful players who were in a group. This way, when everyone wanted to attack, they would have to think twice about whether they would offend the others. Therefore, when Samsara came over, they immediately came over to greet him. They all knew that Samsara was quite strong, especially after revealing his true form. Coupled with Samsara's techniques, he was still very threatening. Lin Fei had come here to broaden his horizons with Samsara. The people here definitely wouldn't suspect anything. After all, these exotic beasts all had some powerful abilities. That was to control some human experts and make them serve them. Situations like this were quite common here. This was also why these people didn't have any intentions when they came over just now. Because they wouldn't suspect that Lin Fei was Samsara's master. The few of them also flew towards the inside. Lin Fei followed behind them slowly. Along the way, they discovered that there was a huge underground city below. This huge city had a large formation set up outside, so they couldn't detect it at all. It was no wonder that Lin Fei could only vaguely sense it. He didn't expect there to be such a formation. This formation looked very ancient. He didn't expect these exotic beasts to use it. This can be considered a base camp for us exotic beasts. All kinds of transactions are held here. We can even see many human experts here. As soon as they entered, Samsara transmitted his voice to them. Lin Fei also felt that this place had become very lively. Although he didn't see their true forms, these people were all shape-shifting. Samsara said that those who could shape-shift were actually very strong. Either they had a certain level of treasure or they couldn't be underestimated. When they arrived here, Lin Fei saw many figures. Many of them were human experts. They were indeed very strong. Basically, they were at the 8-star level. Most of them were at the 9 stars level. Chapter 51-54. What did these exotic beasts look like? Lin Fei understood that they were all very powerful. Overall, they were much weaker than each other, but they were all on the same side. This kind of situation was relatively common here. Lin Fei followed silently. No one paid too much attention to Lin Fei. This was definitely a good thing for Lin Fei. He didn't want to be targeted by everyone. He came here this time to take a good look. He was also interested in these powerful exotic beasts. If he could tame these powerful exotic beasts, it would be much easier to expand the sect. This was also an idea that Lin Fei had just come up with. It would be for the best if he could get it. After all, there were quite a lot of powerful exotic beasts in the endless ruins. He knew it from Samsara's words. Along the way, Lin Fei had seen all kinds of exotic beasts. Their overall strength was very strong, especially their bodies, which were unbelievably tough. It was definitely not a problem to use them in battle. This made Lin Fei even more envious. He finally understood why ordinary people didn't dare to come to the endless ruins. If they really came here, they would definitely suffer a big loss. Once they suffered a loss, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. Samsara, you came at the right time. There's an auction here. I heard that many human experts are coming. Do you want to get some more? If you have nothing to do, you can eat a few to satisfy your craving. One of the powerful exotic beasts said. The other exotic beast also chimed in, if you hadn't come, we would have been able to buy some powerful human experts by now. I heard that a big merchant came this time, and he brought a lot of experts with him. I also heard that it seems to be a slave trading group this time. They are best at capturing human experts, and they have all kinds of forces behind them. They are constantly fighting. Oh, I remember, it's called the Battle Slave Group. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a business in the endless ruins. It seemed that this place was not as simple as it seemed. Instead, there were people who came here to do business. Then let's go take a look. I have nothing to do anyway. If there are any, I can buy some. They changed directions, and Samsara sent a voice transmission to them. Sir, from time to time, some slave groups will come here. They will capture some powerful human experts. Basically, those who come here are 7 stars, 8 stars, and 9 stars. However, the price is not fixed, and the quantity and quality are different every time, so it depends on luck. Lin Fei naturally knew why these exotic beasts were so interested in human experts. It was because eating these human experts would increase their strength. It was much faster than cultivating on their own, so over time, they had a great need for this aspect. That was why these slave regiments appeared. Anyway, the conference hadn't started yet, and it would take some time, so Lin Fei also wanted to see what this Battle Berserker slave group was all about. From the looks of it, he seemed to be extremely famous. Is this Berserker slave group very famous? Have you heard of it? It seems that they are your regular customers here. Lin Fei could tell that there was something going on. Hence, he asked. He wanted to know more about this Battle Berserker slave group. Samsara said, this Battle Berserker slave group is indeed very famous because they are one of the 5 major slave groups in this universe. They have many 10-star experts behind them. I heard that they also know eternal level experts. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. With this, Lin Fei also knew that this adventure group was indeed different. Not long after, they came to a square, which was surrounded by ruins and looked out of place. At this time, there were many exotic beasts gathered here. There were strong and weak exotic beasts, but they all stared at the human experts in front of them. The strength of these human experts seemed to be sealed, so when they saw them, they looked dejected. Of course, there were some angry eyes. However, they seemed to be of no use at this moment. Those in front are the human experts who have been captured. I heard that whenever a force is breached, the 7, 8, and 9 stars experts will be captured. As for the weaker ones, they will be sold to other places or sent to the mining area to be miners. Samsara continued speaking. Lin Fei saw it too. There were indeed quite a lot of them. At a glance, there seemed to be hundreds of experts, but most of them were 7 and 8 stars. As for 9 stars, there were not many of them. He estimated that there were only about 30 to 40 of them. It seemed that this Battle Berserker slave group was really quite powerful. To be able to capture so many slaves, it wasn't something that just anyone could do. Chapter 51-55. So many human experts were brought here. Indeed, these exotic beasts were excited. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. Of course, for those human experts, this was nothing more than sorrow and despair. Basically, all of them had a dejected look on their faces. Of course, most of them were in despair. Now that they were here, they could feel it clearly. Lin Fei could even feel a different kind of aura from them. The unconventional aura also proved that the cultivation method of these fellows was very different from the one on their side. They probably couldn't be caught in other universes. This wasn't the only universe. There were other universes. Therefore, this battle-crazed slave group was really powerful. No wonder they could become one of the top 5 slave groups. They were indeed powerful. Of course, this wasn't something that Lin Fei cared about. Many exotic beasts began to search for them. The business here was very simple. As long as they offered a high price, they would naturally be able to buy them. After all, there were many powerful exotic beasts here. Of course, exotic beasts like Samsara were considered the most powerful ones here. Except for some who could defeat him, most of the others were no match for him. Therefore, when buying and selling these people, they still had a certain priority. This was the benefit of strength. Sir, do you want to buy some human experts? It's quite cheap at this time. This time, they will basically sell all the human experts here. They won't keep any. Samsara transmitted his voice to him. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this. He said casually, let's take a look first. If we come across some good ones, we can buy a few. After all, we need some experts to help us. Lin Fei had his own considerations. After all, he could buy 9 stars experts here. If they were really strong, he could buy them back. Samsara brought Lin Fei forward. 7 stars and 8 stars had all been filtered out. They headed straight for 9 stars. There were a lot more exotic beasts here. However, when they saw Samsara and the others coming over, they restrained their thoughts. One had to know that not everyone could buy a human clan expert. It would be different if they encountered some powerful exotic beasts. No one was willing to offend these powerful exotic beasts. Although there were many territories of various sizes in the endless ruins, the consequences would be quite severe if they offended a powerful exotic beast. He didn't even know when his territory had been breached, and even he would be in trouble. There were about 20 to 39 stars experts here. There were both men and women, but their strength had all been sealed. One could imagine that they must have been very powerful in the past. Lin Fei looked around casually. The aura fluctuations of these 9 stars powerhouses were not very strong. In other words, their foundations were ordinary. He reckoned that the good 9 stars experts had been taken to other places. Lin Fei inexplicably remembered. Suddenly, his gaze landed on one of the women. Lin Fei was a little surprised to see this woman. He actually felt a trace of a familiar aura from this woman. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. That's strange. Why can I feel the aura of the reincarnation emperor on this woman? No. She must have cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. Could she be one of the inheritors of the reincarnation emperor? Lin Fei didn't forget the mission he had to do. That was to expand the reincarnation emperor's sect. To become a top existence in this universe, this mission was not difficult, but it was not easy either. It would take time. Until now, Lin Fei didn't know whether the reincarnation emperor had left behind a sect or not. He had to find it slowly. Now that he had met such a person, Lin Fei immediately realized that he might know some secrets about this person. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to Samsara. Do you see that woman? No matter what, you have to buy her. She has the aura of the reincarnation primordial spirit. Samsara was shocked when he heard this. He looked over seriously. It was easy to tell that there was only one person who had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. It was really a little familiar. He immediately realized that this person should be related to the reincarnation emperor. No problem, I will definitely buy this woman. They will have to give me some face more or less. Samsara was very confident about this. I want this woman no matter how much she is worth. Chapter 51-56. At times like this, Lin Fei was not in a position to speak, but it was different for Samsara. After all, he was one of the more powerful beings here. The others would more or less give him some face. Therefore, after Samsara spoke, many people present had a big change in their attitude. They all knew that Samsara was ready to fight for this woman. This woman looked pretty good. For them, some powerful women were still very useful. However, it was not easy to meet some powerful women. Therefore, such a person was quite expensive. This berserker slave group was really capable. They actually caught such a powerful woman. So it's Master Samsara. You really have a good eye. This is a rather hot rose, and it took me a lot of effort to catch it. She's not cheap. You have to be aware of it. A fat man said with a smile. His eyes were almost squinting into a line. Even his body was like a mountain. However, this did not prevent this fat man from revealing his shrewdness. What are you talking about? Just name your price. Do you think I can't take out a Cosmos God Stone? Samsara snorted coldly. The fatty was still smiling. As expected, he was a good businessman. This woman is worth at least 10 million cubes. As soon as the price was announced, many people's expressions changed. This price was far beyond their imagination. It was quite expensive. Not everyone could accept such a price. Ordinary 9 stars experts would be considered expensive at a few million cubes. However, 10 million cubes was not easy. The fat man continued to speak with a smile on his face. This woman is not simple. She has cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. You should know about the reincarnation emperor, right? She is very powerful. In order to capture her, we sent out more than 10 9-star powerhouses. In the end, 4 or 5 of them were killed. We suffered heavy losses. So, you know what I mean. Hearing this, the surrounding people came to a sudden realization. No wonder. She had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. It was said that the reincarnation emperor was very powerful in the past. I'll take the 10 million cubes. Luan Xiang did not even think about the price and immediately agreed to it. After all, he had promised the Lord. He had to take this woman down. That woman didn't move at all. She just lowered her head and was filled with despair. This kind of despair had already spread and her heart was like dead ashes. The fatty laughed. Lord Samsara is indeed a rich person. He did not even blink and is willing to spend 10 million cubes of Cosmos God Stones. This kind of 9 stars powerhouse was easy to sell. Just as Fatty finished speaking, another voice floated over from afar. Samsara, you really don't have much money. You want to buy her with a mere 10 million cubes? I'm really sorry, but I also like this woman. I'll pay 15 million cubes. Several silhouettes walked over from afar. When these silhouettes walked over, Samsara and the others' expressions changed subtly. Samsara also looked over. So it's you. I was wondering who it was. You're quite arrogant to actually add 5 million cubes. You really have too much money. Are you sure you want to compete with me to the end? I want this woman. You should know that it's rare for me to have something that I like. Samsara was starting to get anxious. If it was something else, it wouldn't matter. However, this person in front of him was quite capable. Compared to him, he was even slightly stronger. Even the power behind this person was stronger. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Lin Fei. Lord, I'm afraid there's a little trouble. This fella is an enemy of mine. I've been fighting with him for hundreds of years without a clear victor. I'm afraid I'll have to spend quite a lot of Cosmos God Stones to take down this woman. Samsara was very clear about this point. Therefore, he told him in advance. Although he had quite a lot of Cosmos God Stones here, he was still lacking compared to this fella. Lin Fei originally thought that he had a 90% chance of success. Unexpectedly, there was an accident. Someone actually came to snatch this woman. It seemed like the endless ruins wasn't peaceful either. This fella was clearly stronger than Samsara. The same was true for the people behind him. They should be from a large group. Otherwise, Samsara wouldn't have said such a thing. Therefore, he transmitted a message back. It doesn't matter. Just bid as much as you want. I have a lot of money, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to suppress him. Of course, if he offers too much, then we'll change the method. Isn't he your sworn enemy? Then we'll get him. Chapter 51-57. After hearing what Lin Fei said, Samsara understood what was going on. Of course, he wanted to destroy this guy too. However, he couldn't defeat him. Now that he had Lord, things were completely different. Even he couldn't defeat Lord, let alone this guy. Therefore, he could really take a look at this guy this time. At this moment, everyone recognized who this person was. He was also a powerful beast in the endless ruins. This guy was arrogant and overbearing. It was said that he had offended many people, but there were many strong people standing behind him. Everyone was very tactful and didn't want to offend him. After saying this, they knew that it would be difficult for Samsara to get this woman. The fat man in the distance was beaming even more brightly. Originally, he thought that she could only be sold for 10 million cubes. He didn't expect another buyer to come. This buyer was rich. He added another 5 million cubes in one go. Perhaps this woman could be sold for 30 to 40 million cubes. He would definitely make a fortune. Oh, Lord Nanfeng is here. The fatty greeted them with a smile. Nanfeng walked up to him. I'll add another 5 million cubes. Are you sure you want to compete with me? You know that I don't have much else but money. At most, I can buy a 9 stars expert at a high price. Moreover, one who has cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. I'm still very interested. Nanfeng looked as if he had Samsara in the bag. Samsara laughed heartily. Although you're rich, if you want to buy her, it depends on how much money you can spend. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. Don't you agree? We earned it all. Samsara laughed heartily. That's right. Nanfeng was a little interested in this woman. After all, she had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. One had to know that the Samsara Yuan spirit was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not everyone could cultivate it. Even if one managed to cultivate it, one had to be very talented. Coincidentally, Nanfeng cultivated a puppet technique. He wanted to see if he could refine this woman. That would be much more interesting. However, he didn't expect Samsara to be so determined. It was a little different from usual, which made him a little puzzled. That's interesting. You actually want to compete with me? Then come and try. Let's see how long I can fork out the money. Don't let me cheat you when the time comes. The South was also smiling. Samsara laughed heartily. If you bid 15 million cubes, then I'll bid 30 million cubes. How about it? I've added enough money, right? Fatty, you're going to earn a lot this time. This time, of course, the fatty was all smiles. After all, the berserker slaves never got involved in anything. When selling something, sell it to the person who offers the highest price. Everyone understood this principle. No one would blame the berserker slave group at all. Who told the battle-crazed slaves to have a looming eternal powerhouse behind them? Nanfeng laughed heartily. Samsara, you're really fast. You actually added so much in such a short time. Then I'll add a little more. Let's go over 50 million cubes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Whether it was Samsara or Nanfeng, they were both rich. Especially Nanfeng. He was a powerful exotic beast. It was said that his net worth was very high. 50 million cubes was difficult. He didn't take the Cosmos God Stone seriously at all. Lin Fei, who had been silent all this while, sighed. It seemed that these powerful exotic beasts in the endless ruins were quite rich. They could easily bid tens of millions. If it was someone else, they might not be able to beat them. For a moment, Lin Fei even wondered if he should go and kill a few powerful exotic beasts. This way, he would be able to gain a lot of wealth. He definitely wouldn't suffer a loss. For example, Nan Feng. This guy's net worth was definitely high enough. Samsara laughed heartily again. However, there was a trace of embarrassment in his laughter. I didn't expect you to bid 50 million cubes. Then I'll bid 80 million cubes again. If you can still bid higher than mine, then I'll let you have her. After all, I like this woman very much. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei laughed in his heart. It seemed that Samsara was prepared to cheat the other party. He wanted to see if the other party wanted it. If the other party didn't want it, then Lin Fei wouldn't have wasted his money in saving this woman. Was 80 million cubes a lot? It wasn't much at all. When the time came, he would naturally find a time to earn the money back. Anyway, his Cosmos God Stone was taken from the other party's treasury. He really didn't earn much. So you're out of money after increasing to 80 million cubes. I'm sorry. How about 80 million cubes? Samsara's face turned even uglier. 100 million cubes. Come if you can. Chapter 51-58. In everyone's eyes, just as Samsara was about to give up, no one expected him to bite the bullet and offer another price. He actually offered 100 million cubes. This price was really a super number. Even Da Fan was the same. He squinted his eyes so much that they almost couldn't be seen. How happy. He actually caught a big fish this time. Who would have thought? Samsara and Nan Feng were willing to pay such a high price for this woman. There was suspicion of raising the price, but it was nothing to Da Fan. If he could sell this woman, he would make a huge profit. His superiors would definitely praise him for it. He might even get a lot of commission. He really came to the right place this time. Every time he came to the endless ruins, Da Fan would more or less worry. Because some prices weren't easy to sell. These powerful exotic beasts weren't easy to negotiate. Sometimes, it was normal to lose hundreds of thousands of cubes or even millions of cubes. They wouldn't say much about it. After all, this was a long-term matter. They still had to do business. But this time, he gave them a huge surprise. It was a huge surprise. 100 million cubes. This woman could have been sold for 30 to 40 million cubes, and that would have been a huge profit. Now, he'd made a huge profit. Now, it was up to Nan Feng whether he wanted it or not. If he did, he would definitely make a huge profit. But he felt that Nan Feng was quite smart. He definitely wouldn't make another bid. In reality, that was indeed the case. Nan Feng obviously saw Samsara's embarrassed expression. That meant that this guy didn't have that much money. Don't be fooled by the tens of millions they spent. In reality, it was all hard-earned money. As a result, Samsara's offer of 100 million cubes wasn't something that just anyone could afford. Huh, Samsara, you're really willing to spend money. I didn't expect you to spend 100 million cubes on a woman. I really admire you. Since you like this woman so much, I'll let you have her. Nan Feng obviously wouldn't make another bid. His money didn't grow on trees. He was prepared to scam Samsara. If he could buy her, that would be for the best. He could afford 80 million cubes. However, 100 million cubes was not necessary. He even hoped that Samsara would use up all of his wealth. If that happened, he would have to sell this woman no matter what. If he were to resell it, he would probably only be able to sell it for half the price, or even 10 or 20 million cubes. If he bought it himself, he would save a lot of money, so he might as well let Samsara do it. Samsara's face instantly darkened. Lin Fei had to admit that Samsara was quite good at acting. As for the woman who had been in despair, she raised her head, revealing a delicate face. A trace of shock flashed across his face. He had actually been bought by someone for a price of 100 million cubes, which was enough to buy a top-notch treasure. The woman continued to lower her head. He continued to act the same as before. Isn't it just 100 million cubes? It's not like I can't afford it. You're the one who's reluctant to increase the price. You disappoint me. Samsara laughed heartily and looked at Nanfeng mockingly. Nanfeng could tell that Samsara was short of money. Who cares if you can be smug? Spending 100 million cubes on such a woman will soon become a joke in the endless ruins. I'm not interested in women, but I think the others are not bad. Pack them up for me. I need a group of followers. Nanfeng packed up the rest of the people without hesitation. This time, the fatty was the happiest. He didn't expect these 9 stars experts to be sold off so quickly. This was really beyond his imagination. No problem, no problem. I'll handle it for you now. Samsara didn't say anything more to Nanfeng. He just looked at them coldly. Then, he talked to Lin Fei in private. Your Excellency, I'm quite good at acting. Although I spent 100 million, this guy definitely has at least 1 or 200 million with him. If we can kill him, we'll definitely have a big harvest. Lin Fei knew that Samsara was up to something. However, this guy was indeed a big fat sheep. Lin Fei could see it too. Don't worry. Let him be cocky for a while. Aren't you going to attend the conference? He must have gone to a secret land. When the time comes, we'll work together to get rid of him. Lin Fei was getting more and more excited about this idea. Chapter 51-59. Just like that. Samsara painfully took out 100 million cubic meters of universe god stones. At that time, many people were shocked. They didn't expect Samsara to be willing to take out such a huge sum of money to buy this woman. It was too much. Even the people around him were the same. They were also a little confused. They didn't know why Samsara was willing to spend such a huge sum of money. The news spread like the wind. Many powerful beings were in disbelief. Did Samsara go crazy? They actually spent so much money to buy a goddess. What a joke. And this woman was taken away by Samsara. After saying a few words to his companions, Samsara left. Samsara also had his own residence in the endless ruins. It was a huge residence in the endless ruins. The inside was well preserved. No one had touched anything. A place like this was quite famous. Sir, this is my mansion. Don't be fooled by the dilapidated exterior. The inside is well preserved. It's just that everyone is too lazy to clean it up. This way, it won't be too eye-catching. Samsara brought Lin Fei into a mansion. The outside of the mansion looked like it was in ruins. But the inside was a separate space. It was quite unbelievable. It seemed like the endless land was quite different back then. No wonder so many ruins were left untouched. For a moment, Lin Fei wondered where these guys were going to stay. So it was because he was ill-informed. He guessed that there was a space beneath these ruins. This meant that there should be a powerful spatial expert in this endless land. At the very least, he should be an eternal expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to set up a mansion like this. After entering, Lin Fei could feel the changes. He had also grasped space and time. But both of them were still in the early stages. But he could tell that this place was different. It was definitely a good place. It was a place like this. Once one entered, it wouldn't be easy for outsiders to enter. It would take a long time for them to break through the barrier. Samsara continued, Sir, you can be completely at ease here. The formation here is very strong. Outsiders can't penetrate it at all, let alone know what's going on. However, I have a secret room here with a new formation set up. It can be said to be layered together. It's definitely the most suitable place for us to talk. Samsara also knew that this was not a small matter. After all, this woman had cultivated the samsara primordial spirit. Naturally, she had to find a more secretive place. Just like that, they arrived at one of the secret chambers. This secret room was indeed like what Samsara had said. There were layers upon layers of array formations in this secret room. It was indeed quite incredible. It's pretty old. I wonder where Samsara got it from. I'll stand guard outside for you. You can stay inside. That fellow immediately returned. His main body lay outside as if he was guarding the door, which surprised the woman a little. He had no idea what this beast was trying to do. At this moment, only Brother Lin Fei and this woman were left in the secret chamber. Although this woman's heart was dead, the current situation was a little different. Because this person was actually in the secret chamber. This Samsara actually ran outside. This was a little unbelievable. One should know that this was the endless ruins. That was the world of exotic beasts. Humans were at most lackeys there. People like the Battle Berserker slave group could be counted on one's fingers. Those who came in from the outside were either taken down or eaten up by these beasts. Do you find it strange that you and I are the only ones left? Lin Fei smiled. He took out something and placed it on the table. Then, he waved his hand. He undid all the seals on the woman's body. Instantly, the woman regained her freedom. She was stunned. She couldn't believe what had happened. The power in her body flowed. Only then did she feel that she wasn't dreaming. Her techniques were unlocked. How is it? Do you feel like you're dreaming? Actually, I do have a certain relationship with you. Why don't we sit down and have a chat first? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. This made the woman even more curious. She didn't do anything. After all, this was the endless ruins. Even if she managed to escape, the powerful exotic beast outside wasn't something she could defeat. Who are you? Why did you release me and even restore my strength? Chapter 5160. Chu Qingqing was really surprised. She was already prepared to accept her fate. But now, Chu Qingqing felt as though she had regained her freedom. She felt that it was a little unbelievable. She felt like she was dreaming. She was prepared to listen to what was going on. Because you have cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. If you had not cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit, you would not be sitting here and I would not have brought you here. Chu Qingqing was even more confused. They had indeed cultivated the reincarnation spirit, but not everyone could cultivate it. Could this person have cultivated the reincarnation spirit too? She had no idea. She was very confused. This person was also very unfamiliar. Could he have cultivated the reincarnation spirit too? But that was impossible. The reincarnation spirit was very difficult to cultivate and the number of people who could cultivate it could be counted on one hand. Chu Qingqing naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate the reincarnation spirit. 99% of people couldn't do it. Just like her, she had used some secret techniques to successfully cultivate the first reincarnation spirit. If she wanted to cultivate the second one, she would need a longer time. Cultivating one was already very terrifying. She heard that the first-generation patriarch cultivated a total of 10 reincarnation spirits. Once the reincarnation formation was activated, countless people were suppressed. It was the glory of the first generation. The current generation had only cultivated and produced 3 reincarnated primordial spirits. 3 reincarnation spirits was already very powerful. Unfortunately, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the reincarnation spirits walked out from behind Lin Fei. The first one. Then the second one. And the third one. When Chu Qingqing was the first to walk out, she was shocked. She actually saw a reincarnation spirit with a thick aura. Then, she saw the second and third one. All the way until there were 10 reincarnation spirits. Chu Qingqing stood up. She was incomparably shocked. You actually cultivated 10 reincarnation spirits. Oh my God, how is that possible? Other than the first-generation patriarch, no one else has cultivated 10 reincarnation spirits. Chu Qingqing was completely shocked. She was dumbfounded and her mouth was open so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. It was a shocking scene. There was actually someone who could cultivate 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. Aura as one. This was definitely the real deal. There was no way he could be wrong. Lin Fei put away the reincarnation primordial spirit. Actually, I only managed to obtain the legacy by chance and cultivate out 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. Earlier on, I sensed that you had cultivated out a reincarnation primordial spirit. That's why I asked Samsara to buy you. Chu Qingxing immediately understood why this powerful exotic beast hadn't done anything all this while. It turned out that this young man had captured it and turned it into a mount. Ah, so it's you, elder brother. Thank you for helping me. There's hope for the House of Great Void. Chu Qingxing cried tears of joy. No one understood one thing better than her. The Great Void sect finally had hope again. Can you tell me what happened to you guys? Logically speaking, someone like you who has cultivated a reincarnation primordial spirit is also very strong. There shouldn't be anyone who can easily deal with you. Lin Fei could naturally feel that Chu Qingxing's emotions were fluctuating wildly. Recalling the fatty's words, Lin Fei knew that Chu Qingxing must have encountered something big. Chu Qingxing should be from the House of Great Void. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this sect. After hearing Lin Fei's words, Chu Qingxing also came back to her senses. She sat down again. Compared to before, she was clearly in a much better mood. She saw a glimmer of hope in her. Elder brother, don't you know that our sect is called the House of Great Void? However, the Great Void sect was still around, but half a year ago, the entire Great Void sect was flattened. Our senior brothers and sect leaders were all captured. Woo! Chu Qingxing started crying again. There was nothing that could make her sadder than this. She might not be so sad about other things, but her sect was razed. Naturally, she couldn't sit still. Moreover, he saw a powerful senior brother at this time. This senior brother had even cultivated 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. If Chu Qingxing knew that Lin Fei didn't cultivate 10 reincarnation primordial spirits, but 99 reincarnation primordial spirits, she would definitely be shocked. The House of Great Void was raised. How could it be raised? Logically speaking, the first-generation patriarch should have left behind a lot of resources. This shouldn't have happened. Lin Fei frowned. He finally understood why the system would give him such a mission. He thought that he had to start from scratch, but it seemed like he didn't have to. As long as he saved these people, he might be able to get twice the results with half the effort. Chapter 5161. Chu Qingxing began to speak slowly. With this, Lin Fei also knew what was going on. It turned out that the Great Void sect's strength had fallen too quickly in the past few hundred years, and some of their experts had been destroyed by others from time to time. If it wasn't this troublesome matter, then it was that troublesome matter. It was obvious that someone was targeting their Great Void sect. Later on, someone investigated and found out that it was actually a powerful force with eternal existences that were targeting the Great Void sect. Back then, they had been suppressed by the Great Void sect for a period of time. Later on, when the experts of the Great Void sect no longer existed, the sect slowly became stronger. It was said that they even managed to cultivate to the eternal level. This way, the Great Void sect was slowly taken care of, and half a year ago, this powerful force finally made a move and destroyed the Great Void sect. Of course, this kind of destruction wasn't true destruction. But they captured some of their people. I know why they captured all of our people. It's because our Great Void sect has a treasure trove that was left behind by the first-generation ancestor. Only the previous sect masters knew about it. I heard that the treasure trove is worth 100 billion cubes. With such a value, Lin Fei understood why those people were willing to make a move. It was definitely a big piece of meat. Without a certain amount of strength, one wouldn't be able to eat this big piece of meat. A force with an eternal level powerhouse naturally had the confidence to bite off this big fat piece of meat. Don't look at how Samsara could take out 100 million, in reality, their net worth was only a few tens of millions. But that Nan Feng was different, his net worth was at least a few hundred million. Of course, this was also because he had a powerful background. An ordinary person would only have a few tens of millions. It would be amazing to have a few billion, not to mention tens of billions. Only some powerful sects would have things that were worth 100 billion cubes. If it was worth 100 billion cubes, then the true value would be much higher, because some things couldn't be measured by value. Senior brother, this is one of the keys to enter the treasury. When they made their move, the sect master gave me this key. He said that as long as I leave, they will naturally not have the chance to open the treasury. Only with enough keys can they open it. As long as I have this key, they will not act recklessly. Chu Qingqing took out another key. This key was really different, because the moment he held it in his hand, Lin Fei knew that it was a genuine key. It was the aura of the reincarnation primordial spirit. He also understood why that power wanted to capture the people of the Great Void sect. Even the house leader was the same, because only those who had cultivated the reincarnation Yuan Shen could activate these keys. Without the reincarnation primordial spirit, it was useless. No matter who came, it would not work. It seemed that the first-generation patriarchs' methods were quite fierce. Even they could not break it in a short time. I'll keep this thing for you for the time being, lest you get targeted again. You can rest here for a while and cultivate. If there's anything you don't understand about the reincarnation primordial spirit, I can teach you. Since those people wanted the treasury, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He would first settle the matter of the endless ruins. This was a big matter. Whether he could pull a group of people out of here would be of great help to Lin Fei. The current strength of the Great Void sect was too weak. Just now, he had already learned some of the situation from Chu Qingqing. The current strongest house leader of the Great Void sect had only cultivated 3 reincarnation Yuan Shen, which was really too weak. As for those who cultivated 1 or 2 reincarnation Yuan Shen, it was even more pitiful. Counting all of them, there were probably less than 10. Among them, Chu Qingqing was one of the more talented ones. She cultivated the reincarnation Yuan Shen in the shortest time. This was also the reason why Chu Qingqing could come out with the key. Unfortunately, it was taken by the battle-crazed slave group. Fortunately, the battle-crazed slave group did not know that Chu Qingqing had a key on her. They only thought that since she was a 9 stars expert, she could naturally be sold for a good price. Although that power was also capturing the people of the Great Void sect, the battle-crazed slave group was not in cahoots with them. They would not send their people over. Sending them over would not be of much value, but selling them to the endless ruins would be completely different. They would definitely be able to make a fortune. This was why they had to come. Chu Qingqing nodded. I will listen to senior brother. Chapter 5162. Chu Qingqing stayed in the mansion just like that. She knew what she should do at a time like this. Especially in the aspect of primordial spirit cultivation, she realized that she really knew too little. Her senior brother was really too powerful. With just a few words, he could make her see the light, and she could grasp the essence of it in an instant. The path that was originally stuck was cleared. Therefore, in this short period of time, she managed to cultivate a second reincarnation primordial spirit. Of course, this second reincarnation primordial spirit wasn't easy and consumed a lot of resources. However, Lin Fei still had a lot of resources on him. Then, he allowed her to cultivate a third reincarnation primordial spirit, causing Chu Qingqing's strength to soar. Although she was still in the realm of 9 stars, her strength could gradually erupt out a lot. This also made Chu Qingqing more confident and looked forward to this senior brother bringing her out of the endless ruins. Sir, it's about to begin. I heard that we're going to the endless abyss this time. It's a world in an alternate dimension. Samsara didn't stay idle recently and kept going out to inquire about the situation. Because the place they were going to this time seemed to be a little different, he left early and returned late. Finally, he managed to find some information. After all, this information couldn't be hidden, so he immediately came back to report it. So it's going to the alternate dimension. This is good. Once we go to the alternate dimension, there will be more opportunities to make a move. Lin Fei had already done his calculations. He was prepared to bring back a powerful hand. As for where he would get it from, as for where to get them. Of course, he had to find a safer place. The alternate dimension would be completely different because the rules of the world there were even more different. It would be more powerful. Similarly, no one would be able to detect it. These days, Lin Fei had been signing in here. However, he didn't get anything good from signing in, which disappointed him. Therefore, it might be better to go to the alternate dimension. Then, go and get another set of information. Mark out some of the beasts that are going this time. I'll see which ones we can get back. Samsara went out to do something again. This guy was quite eager to run errands. Chu Qingqing also came out. Senior brother, are you going to get some beasts back? But these exotic beasts are too powerful. I wonder if they'll behave themselves. Of course, Chu Qingqing could guess some of his thoughts. This was an exotic beast from the endless ruins. It was very powerful. Even in this universe, it was relatively famous. However, there weren't many people who could come here. It was the same even for 9-star experts. Even though Chu Qingqing possessed late-stage 9 stars battle prowess in the past, she didn't dare to come here. Even though she was a full-stage 9 stars battle prowess now, she was still very wary of the exotic beasts in the endless ruins. If they encountered 1 or 2 of them, they might be able to block them, but if they encountered 3 or 5 of them, it was basically hopeless. You're quite smart. That's exactly what I'm thinking. You also know that our Great Void sect is still a bit weak. The reincarnation primordial spirit isn't that easy to cultivate. Unlike you, we have to bring some experts back with us. That way, we'll suffer a lot of losses. Don't they have Eternal Realm experts? However, Eternal experts rarely ask about things, so there are only 9 stars and 10 stars experts. Lin Fei didn't hide anything, so he spoke his mind. Because the foundation of the Great Void sect was indeed a bit weak. If he didn't bring back some powerful exotic beasts from the endless ruins, he wouldn't be able to play at all. He couldn't possibly do it himself, right? These exotic beasts from the endless ruins were still quite useful. Senior brother's idea is really great. If we have these powerful exotic beasts, it will be a great help to our Great Void sect. At the very least, we can reach the level of a first-rate force. No, we should be able to enter the top level. Recently, Chu Qingqing had been cultivating very hard. Of course, her mood was getting better and better. With such a powerful senior brother, perhaps the Great Void sect would once again stand on this side of the universe. It was also quite possible. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Samsara had also collected a lot of information. Lin Fei had also done some analysis and confirmed some targets to capture. Therefore, he was very busy from start to finish. The day had finally arrived. It was the day to go. This time, there would be a lot of powerful exotic beasts heading there. Chu Qingqing stayed in the mansion. It was really not a good time to go there. If she went there, it would inevitably attract attention. Therefore, only Lin Fei would go with Samsara. After arriving at the designated place, there were many powerful exotic beasts. Many of them were ones that Lin Fei had seen in the information. Comparing them with each other, he immediately had a deep impression of them. Samsara, I heard that you've been going in and out recently. Did you spend all your money this time? Chapter 5163. There were indeed quite a number of exotic beasts in this place. However, just as Samsara arrived, he heard a voice coming from behind him. This voice clearly carried a tone of schadenfreude. Who else could it be if it wasn't Nan Feng? This fella really knew how to find the right time to talk. Samsara glared at him. Of course, he knew what was going on. This fella probably did a lot of publicity for him. He didn't pay much attention to him recently. But the people around him told him that this fella really released a lot of information. It was really hard to tell who came in. Samsara laughed coldly in his heart. I'll let you be cocky for a while more. When I go to another place, I'll destroy you. Who asked you to offend my lord? I can't deal with you alone, but with my lord, things will be different. He can definitely take you down. Unfortunately, Nan Fong didn't know what Samsara was thinking about. I'm sorry, I still have a lot of money. There's really nothing to worry about. But you can't get that woman if you want. It won't be easy. I have to take care of a woman worth 100 million. Don't you think so? Samsara burst into laughter. Many people around them also looked over. They had heard about the recent events. Samsara and Nan Fong were fighting over a woman. In the end, they spent 100 million universe god stones. That was really shocking. No one had expected Samsara to be so generous. It was unbelievable. On the other hand, this Nan Fong was quite interesting. He was actually fighting with Samsara over something to buy. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the conflict between the two of them had deepened. Nan Fong had purposely come over to Maki Shou. Recently, Samsara had been going in and out. He wondered if Yi Shou had run out of money, so he wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect this fella to have such a temper. It seemed like he wasn't going to leave. Fortunately, Nan Fong wasn't in a hurry. I'm just asking. You don't have to make such a big fuss. If you run out of money, you can tell me. For example, I can give you a 20% discount for that woman of yours. At the very least, you can get back some of your money. What do you think? Nan Fong didn't bother with Samsara after saying that. He stood to the side. Everyone looked over. He had achieved his goal. He just needed to let everyone know that Samsara was a spendthrift. This way, he would have more smiles on his face. Nan Feng's actions had indeed made everyone remember Samsara. This was a top big shot. His methods were also very fierce. However, the amount of money he spent this time was indeed a little puzzling to everyone. Since when did a human woman have such great charm? They really couldn't imagine it. My lord, I thought this guy wouldn't come today. Since he's here, let's kill him first. I'm already gnashing my teeth at him. In other places, Samsara wouldn't say such things, but here, things were different. In any case, he already had the intention to destroy the other party, and it was probably the same for his lord. Lin Fei smiled. It doesn't matter. As long as he dares to come, we can send him back. There were more and more people, and they were all standing there. They were all powerful exotic beasts. Apart from them, they also brought many people with them. Some of them were slaves of the human race, and all of them were very powerful. Lin Fei had been very clear about this before. At other times, Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it before. However, it was different this time. These powerful exotic beasts really made Lin Fei feel like he couldn't catch them. His thoughts were getting stronger and stronger. Even some of the beasts that he had seen on the list came out. Not long after, a powerful golden beast came out. When this golden beast came out, everyone quieted down. Samsara also transmitted his voice. My lord, this is one of the 3 experts of our endless ruins. He's called God Lord Zhe Mu. As soon as God Lord Zhe Mu appeared, he was indeed a terrifying existence. He was definitely a 10-star Great Circle existence. Even Lin Fei could feel it. This was the only opponent that made him feel a little bit of fear. No wonder he could suppress so many exotic beasts in the endless ruins. This guy's strength is very strong. Will the other 2 come this time? Don't just send one. There were 3 experts in the endless ruins. This God Lord Zhe Mu was one of them. Lin Fei had also seen some information about the other 2. It seemed like no one had come. The 2 of them probably won't show up because they don't care about anything. The only one in charge is this God Lord Zhe Mu. Chapter 5164. The moment God Lord Zhe Mu arrived, the scene became quiet. Everyone listened. God Lord Zhe Mu's gaze swept across everyone, and when his gaze swept across them, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone could feel how terrifying and powerful God Lord Zhe Mu was. He seemed even more powerful than before. I'm very happy that all of you could come and participate in this expedition. This time, we're going to conquer an alternate world. This alternate world isn't very big, but it's very rich in resources. I spent a lot of effort to open a path to this place, so we'll be inside for a year. God Lord Ziwu's words caused everyone's mood to change. It was very different now. Even Lin Fei was surprised. This God Lord Zimu was quite capable. He really went to an alternate world and thought that it was some other secret realm. There was a big difference between a secret realm and an alternate world. Most importantly, there were definitely experts from that alternate world. Most importantly, this guy was able to open a path. One could imagine that God Lord Zimu and the other two experts had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. So, the rules this time are the same as before. After you go to the alternate world, when you return, you must hand over 30% of the treasures. The rest will be yours. Understood? God Lord Zimu's voice floated over once more. It was sonorous and powerful. Everyone agreed. A smile appeared on God Lord Zimu's face. Then let's get ready and head out. I hope that everyone will have a good collection. However, I have to remind everyone that there are many experts in that place, and they aren't the slightest bit inferior to us. So, be careful and don't get destroyed by them. That would be a loss of face for all of you. Lin Fei slightly furrowed his brows. He could also feel that this alternate world was from God Lord Zimu's words. It shouldn't be as peaceful as he imagined it to be. Thinking about it, it made sense. If he tried to invade another place, the people of that place would definitely retaliate, but God Lord Swampwood was able to confirm that this was a place. However, for God Lord Zimu to determine this place, this alternate world would naturally be different. However, it was also possible that they would be used as cannon fodder. Many thoughts appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Whoosh! A dimensional door was opened just like that. The moment the spacetime door was opened, everything changed instantly. Everyone could feel that there was a huge world on the other side of the spacetime door. This was the so-called otherworldly realm. This otherworldly world seemed to have some powerful auras. No wonder God Lord Zimu said that. Lin Fei's gaze seemed to want to see through the dimensional rift and reach that area. However, the dimensional rift was indeed a very powerful existence. It was said that only some of the top existences could use these things. He could go to any place at any time and place, and he could even set his location. With a whoosh, the space-time gate was finally opened, and God Lord Zimu stood at the side. If you don't want to go, you can stay. If you want to go, then do it as soon as possible. I will only open this space-time gate for 30 breaths of time. You have to be prepared. 30 breaths of time was neither long nor short. As soon as it opened, many figures rushed in. To them, conquering other worlds had always been one of their favorite things to do. Without adventure, there would be no wealth. They agreed with this point. In the blink of an eye, most of them had entered. Samsara and Lin Fei also rushed in. As soon as they entered, they realized that this was a tunnel. In the blink of an eye, they entered another world. The rich spiritual energy of this world surged over, instantly making everyone feel different. However, they didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, they had left. Lin Fei and Samsara did the same. They immediately left. When they arrived, they clearly sensed a powerful intent coming for them. It was easy to imagine that this was no weaker than an expert like God Lord Zimu. When this thought swept over them, everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't have anything to worry about. After all, they weren't the only ones who came this time. There were also the 3 strongest experts. Now that the 3 strongest experts were here, the situation was naturally different. Of course, this place is really different. It's filled with treasures of the world. No wonder God Lord Zimu could find this place. He probably bought the information from somewhere else. Samsara was quite clear that this other world was definitely bought from the world building. Only the world building had such detailed information, and it was also a place that God Lord Zimu believed that they could defeat. Moreover, if the 3 of them worked together, no one could stop them. As long as this other world didn't have an eternal expert, they would be the strongest. Then, they would be the strongest. Chapter 5165. Lin Fei and Samsara kept shuttling back and forth. This other world, it seemed to be quite big. Of course, it was still very different from the universe on their side. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Fan stopped. If nothing unexpected happens, they will soon launch an attack on the natives. My lord, what should we do now? Should we look for Nan Feng? That guy probably doesn't even know that I've done something to him. Samsara was very concerned about this matter. Who asked that guy to be so arrogant in front of him? In the past, it was fine if he was arrogant. But now, things were different. With his lord, he could deal with Nan Feng ruthlessly. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Unlike them, we don't need to fight in this otherworldly world. What we need to do is subdue them one by one. If we can subdue the 3 great experts, that would definitely be a wonderful thing. Lin Fei said with a smile. There was one very important thing that he didn't forget, and that was to sign in. Since it was his first time coming to this otherworld, he should at least give a greeting gift, right? Ding! White Bay World sign-in successful. Received Messenger of Peace identity. Can be maintained for 1 year. When such a reward came out, even Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. What kind of reward was this? Messenger of Peace? Could it be that he could remain neutral in this world? If that was the case, it would be pretty good. After all, Lin Fei also felt a powerful aura just now. It wasn't inferior to God Lord Zhe Mu and the others in the slightest. It could be seen that these people had quite a temper. If he became neutral, it would be completely different. He could leisurely do his own things, and he could even cooperate with these people. This reward was quite good. As expected of a greeting gift, it was indeed quite good. Okay, let's look for Nan Feng first. After all, he's a big fat sheep. If he's killed, we'll suffer a loss. Since you've done something to him, you should go and find him. After all, your methods are quite mysterious. Samsara was naturally very happy. He immediately took out a treasure. It was something like a treasure-seeking pearl. When it was pushed, it would instantly head towards a certain place. Nan Feng didn't expect me to have such a treasure. I only need a little bit of his aura to lock onto his position. I spent a lot of money to get this. If anyone dares to offend me, I'll kill them even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Samsara wasn't just happy, even Lin Fei could feel it. Samsara must have wanted to deal with Nan Feng for a long time. It was just that they never had the chance to do so. How far-sighted. Nan Feng probably didn't even know that he was being targeted. When Lin Fei and Samsara came out again, they found that there were auras sweeping over them from time to time. It seemed that the people in this world already knew that there were invaders. They would probably start fighting soon. Their speed along the way was quite fast. The bead kept flying. This meant that Nan Feng and the others had been moving non-stop. They didn't stop at all. In a place like this, they had to act in advance. When they rushed over, they discovered that Nan Feng and the others were attacking a city. This time, Nan Feng had brought many helpers. If they weren't 8-star experts, then they were 9-star experts. When they took a closer look, weren't they the human race slaves that they had bought previously? They had all been slightly adjusted. All of them were wearing heavy armor. Of course, these heavy armors were also treasures. Things were different after they made their move. In addition, these treasures directly attacked the city and plundered it. Then, they rushed to the next location. Lin Fei observed in the dark for a while. The people in this world all practiced sorcery, so their bodies were very weak. Their treasures were also very crude, but their power was concentrated. The strength that they had unleashed wasn't considered weak. At the very least, Nan Feng had brought many 8 and 9-star experts, and they had more or less suffered some injuries. Even he was a little puzzled. Let's just follow them like this. Let them fight first. Let them relax. Otherwise, it will be really boring. Lin Fei knew that there were already people watching Nanfeng and the others in the dark. If there were no surprises, it should be the local people. These people quickly joined together, so it was likely that they had encountered this kind of thing many times. Chapter 5166. Nanfeng was in a pretty good mood today because he had already conquered several cities. Although these cities had some resistance, they were no match for the beasts and were directly flattened. After 3 to 5 cities, they had obtained a lot of wealth. They had obtained tens of millions of cosmos god stones. This kind of wealth wasn't enough. After all, every time they entered an alternate world, it was a carnival for them. The top experts on the alternate world were all God Lord Zemu and the 3 of them. This was also why they had to hand over 30% of the profits. Without them, they would definitely die if they encountered those experts. Therefore, they were willing to hand over the profits every time. This time, Nanfeng's mission was very simple. He had to obtain at least a few 100 million cubes. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Another city was conquered. Nanfeng didn't leave. He immediately rested. There were some things he had to take care of along the way, such as manpower. This was also why he had spent a lot of money to purchase human experts to be the vanguard. It was quite effective. Of course, he had also captured some local experts and made them part of the vanguard. This way, he wouldn't have to waste too much strength if he kept fighting. Fighting back and forth, it was the local powerhouses who would be expended. To him, there was no loss at all. Boom! Just as he rested, some people charged out from the shadows. Some people rushed out from the darkness. They were all local powerhouses, and all of them were mages. With a wave of their hands, magic spells were cast. Meteors, fire rain, raging python dragons, all of them came crashing down. They didn't have much of an impact on them. Nanfeng led his people and started fighting them. He even acted as the vanguard. You good-for-nothings have the nerve to fight me? You're thinking too much. Kill them all. Kill them all. Thank you for sending me the treasures. Lin Fei was able to see everything clearly from his hiding spot. These locals were quite skilled in calligraphy. However, when they encountered Nanfeng and the others, they were still a little weak. They were directly beaten down. Nanfeng and the others obtained another batch of treasures. However, Nanfeng and the others had also suffered a bit. The last mage had used a big move at the critical moment. He had directly sacrificed himself to unleash a super killer move. At the very least, it was at the level of 10 stars. Although it was barely at the level of 10 stars, it was enough to make them suffer a great loss. Many of the people around Nan were directly wiped out. Nanfeng was infuriated by such a painful price. The first thing he did was to leave with his men. If he didn't leave now, the second batch would be too much for him to handle. He didn't expect them to have such a powerful sacrificial spell. Its power was not ordinary. However, not everyone would sacrifice themselves. They would only use it at a crucial moment. This also made Nanfeng ponder whether he should consider a strategy when the time came. Otherwise, these guys would turn into rabbits and bite people if they were forced into a corner. If that was the case, it would be really inappropriate. Boom! They had just finished setting up the formation when Nanfeng and the others were attacked. The attack was so mysterious that they couldn't detect it at all. The attack that emerged from the formation caught Nanfeng off guard. Then, 2 figures walked out. Nanfeng, long time no see. I specially came to look for you. You didn't expect this, right? This is a surprise for you. Samsara walked out and smiled at Nanfeng. Lin Fei also walked out. They had been following them all the way here, but Nanfeng hadn't noticed it. Lin Fei's methods were much more brilliant than his. Unless Lin Fei thought of it himself, Nanfeng wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Nanfeng's expression turned even uglier. Samsara, you're quite bold. You brought your people to secretly deal with me. I know you've always wanted to deal with me, but you shouldn't have come at this time. How could Nanfeng not know what he was thinking? He just didn't expect Samsara to come at this time so urgently. Did they really think that they were easy to deal with just because they suffered some injuries? Ha ha ha, you're mistaken. This time, I brought a helper with me. You'll know how much you'll regret offending me in a bit. There was a loud bang. Samsara pounced on them, but he didn't use his real body. If he used his real body, he would still be greatly suppressed. He would also alert the enemy. Chapter 51-67. The fight between Samsara and Nanfeng was quite intense. Of course, both of them were controlling their strength. If they were to fight at full force, the formation would most likely collapse. This wasn't what Nanfeng and Samsara wanted to see. As for the remaining people, they all pounced on the young man, Lin Fei. In their opinion, Lin Fei was probably one of the stronger followers Samsara had brought with him. He was also a so-called human race powerhouse. However, they had seen too many of such powerhouses. As they pounced on Lin Fei punched them directly. This punch didn't carry much force, but they felt a wave of power rush through their bodies. Then, they turned into pieces one by one. They didn't resist at all, nor did they think much about it. They just gave up. Some of the human race slaves who hadn't pounced on Lin Fei felt their scalps go numb. How could there be such a powerful existence? Not to mention some powerful exotic beasts. Although they weren't as strong as Nanfeng, they were much stronger than these human race powerhouses. Especially their powerful bodies. However, they couldn't help but shiver. This human race powerhouse was much more terrifying than they had imagined. When did Samsara bring so many powerful experts with him? There was no news at all. Alright, if you guys don't want to die, then just stand there obediently. After all, I'm quite a peace-loving person. Lin Fei's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it echoed in their hearts. A few powerful exotic beasts were unwilling to give up and pounced on Lin Fei. A blade light flashed and they were cut in half. There was no chance of revival at all. This wasn't a simple slash. It contained Lin Fei's techniques and even a trace of eternity. Naturally, it wasn't something a powerful slash could resist. No matter how strong one's body was, it was nothing in the face of eternity's power. The remaining exotic beasts instantly became well-behaved. Even humans like them had suffered a great loss, let alone them. It was better to be obedient now. Otherwise, they would really be killed by this slash. Nanfeng, who was making his move, suddenly felt his surroundings become quiet. He couldn't even see his human race slaves. Even his subordinates had quietened down. He was a little puzzled. What are you guys doing? Why aren't you attacking? There's only one person here. Are you guys afraid? Because of this distraction, Nanfeng was hit by Samsara several times and was forced to retreat. Samsara laughed. Don't shout. Of course they won't do anything. That's my lord. My lord is going to do something. Do you think you're confident? Although Samsara was a bit weaker, if they went all out, they would still be able to put some pressure on Nanfeng. However, Nanfeng's expression also changed. My lord? This was something Nanfeng hadn't expected. Since when did Samsara follow such a master? There was no news at all, and it was a human race expert. Inexplicably, Nanfeng had a bad feeling in his heart. He was going to fail this time. Nanfeng had never encountered such a thing before, but it just so happened that he encountered it here today. What the hell? Samsara, it won't be that easy for you to deal with me. At worst, I'll just scram now. When the time comes, I'll tell them and you're dead. Everyone will kill you. Nanfeng was very clear about the situation. He chose to leave immediately. He could also see why the others didn't attack him. It was because this person was too strong. He immediately took out a treasure. It was an item that could connect to the space-time door. Once it was connected, it could instantly return to the original world. This was also one of the reasons why they were so confident. However, the moment he moved, a palm landed on his body. This palm wasn't big or small, but he knew that it was definitely not Samsara's palm. Then, there was only one possibility. It was this young man's palm. How could it be so fast? A palm landed on his body, and with a boom, he fell to the ground. His strength was immediately thrown into chaos. He couldn't move it at all. Samsara stepped on his body, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. What? Still trying to struggle? You won't have the chance now. He reached out and grabbed the item. Let's see how you're going to walk without this. I already said that my lord is here. You're not going to behave in front of him. A few more stomps. At this moment, Nanfeng didn't even have the ability to struggle. Chapter 5168. Nanfeng had never thought that he would be so unlucky to meet such a powerful opponent. His opponent had even cultivated the Samsara primordial spirit. His strength had been reduced by 1/ the moment the formation appeared. After using the power of one saber, his strength was very different from usual. He was on a completely different level now. He had been suppressed by his opponent. If he had known that this guy was so strong, he would not have been so careless. He would have stayed as far away as he could. Now, all the experts had been killed. Even the people he had brought with him had been killed. He was the only one left in this world. Samsara had hidden his strength too deeply. Not only did he use such a method, but he had also found such a powerful human expert. Unfortunately, even his jade talisman had been taken away. He could not contact Samsara at all. It was impossible for him to leave. Samsara, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Don't think that you're very powerful just because you found a human expert. Before Nanfeng could finish speaking, Samsara stepped on Nanfeng's body with a loud rumbling sound. There was a loud rumbling sound as waves of energy penetrated his body. Nanfeng was already injured. He could not withstand this stomp at all. His face turned even paler. He heard Samsara's cold voice. Do you know? If you hadn't provoked me again and again, I wouldn't have dealt with you. You brought this upon yourself. Let me send you down now. After all, you've been trying to kill me for a long time. Sending you down now is the best I can do for you. Lin Fei did not stop Samsara at all. Samsara still had a lot of killing intent towards this guy. It was Nanfeng's turn to be shocked. You can't kill me. I'm a powerful beast. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. There was a rumbling sound. After the Samsara's power pierced through, Nanfeng was instantly killed. She took his ring as well. This guy is too much. Did he really think that I would show mercy? It's either he or I die. It's that simple. Thank you, sir, for helping me. If it weren't for the Lord, it would have been impossible for Luan Xiang to kill Nanfeng. The other party's strength was indeed very valiant. There was still a certain gap between him and the other party. But now that he had finally killed this guy, all the unhappiness in his heart instantly disappeared. This Nanfeng isn't of much use. After all, you already have a lot of hatred for him. It's fine if you kill him. But the next one won't do. We have to capture him properly. We can't waste him. Lin Fei said. Killing Nanfeng wasn't a huge loss, but killing the other exotic beasts was out of the question. Samsara said, Sir, don't worry. I won't kill the others. Moreover, I think we can bring this guy's weapon over. If they continue to struggle, we can show them the weapon. Even Nanfeng isn't a match for Sir, let alone them. Samsara's idea was quite good. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. He turned his gaze and looked into the distance. His gaze fell coldly on the void. Friend, you've been watching a good show for so long. It's time to come out. Samsara was startled. He actually didn't notice that someone was hiding nearby. He was shocked. The void was quiet, as though there was really no one there. Lin Fei's voice could be heard again. If you continue to spread the news, then I won't be polite anymore. Once I make a move, it won't be easy to talk to you. You only have 3 seconds to think about it. This time, perhaps Lin Fei's words were effective. A few people really walked out of the void. When they came out, they looked at Lin Fei and Samsara in surprise. Lin Fei also recognized them after they came out. They should be the local experts of this world. Each of them held a scepter in their hands. Their strength was pretty good. He reckoned that they had been watching Nan Feng for quite some time. You're with them, but I can sense a friendly aura from you. Who are you? A white-haired old man said as he stared at Lin Fei. He didn't sense any hostility from Lin Fei, which was very strange. It was the same for the person beside him. I'm not with them. I came here to capture them. I don't think this has much to do with you. Chapter 5169. These were all local powerhouses. Their appearance was indeed quite a deterrent. Especially for Samsara. Samsara sensed an extremely strong aura from them and understood what was going on. These people were probably here for Nan Feng. Nan Feng had broken through a few cities, so he was naturally a great enemy of these native experts. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. This caused Samsara to be secretly shocked. As expected, his lord was still the most powerful. He was able to easily mingle with them. Samsara didn't sense any enmity from them. This was an incredible thing. The others probably couldn't believe it either. Every time they entered another world, they would be attacked by the natives. However, it was completely different now. Samsara admired his excellency even more. Everywhere he went was like going back to his own home. Without the attacks of these native experts, it really saved them a lot of trouble. On the other side, Kelshan was also quite surprised. It was rare to see such a person. They immediately sensed the arrival of extraterrestrial experts. They broke through one city after another. However, the other party was too strong, so they didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they prepared to gather people and catch them off guard. They didn't expect that they would be killed by this young man before they could make a move. This young man was really strong, especially that big formation. Each of their primordial spirits was truly incredible. They could even directly suppress a person's strength. This made them feel that it was incredible. This made them feel that if they really fought with such a person, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. It could be said that it would be a one-sided slaughter. If you're here to capture these people, then we have 100 people on our side. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Naturally, Kelshan wanted to have a good chat with this young man in front of him. Lin Fei also knew that this should be the effect of the envoy of peace. It was really different. He reckoned that he didn't have any hostility. In addition, with the blessing of the envoy of peace, these people naturally didn't think that he was on their side. This was quite a good thing for Lin Fei. Lin Fei could put aside other matters, but capturing these exotic beasts was naturally a different matter. It was very important. If he could work together with these local powerhouses, it would be pretty good. If you want to chat, let's do it next time. When the time comes, we can have a chat. Now that these guys are running around, I'm afraid that they will become stronger if I let them keep attacking. So, I have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Lin Fei naturally knew what he had to do next, and that was to capture those exotic beasts. These fellows all ran very fast. In addition, these fellows were constantly devouring the local experts. Naturally, their strength had changed. Lin Fei had to act as soon as possible. When Croxian heard this, he also felt that it made sense. Thus, they left after exchanging their contact details. Sir, you're the best. You've managed to talk to them like this so quickly. There's no hostility from them at all. It looks like we can have an easy time in this world. Don't be fooled by how simple their conversation was. At the very least, today's matter would spread very quickly. If Sir catches a few more exotic beasts, things will naturally be different. Perhaps they will even notice. Lin Fei laughed. In any case, I'm not planning anything against them. I came here to capture these exotic beasts. With them, the Great Void sect will have a certain amount of combat power. Otherwise, the Great Void sect will be too weak. Of course, there was something else that Lin Fei didn't say. If the Great Void sect was too weak, how would he be able to complete his mission? One had to know that this mission was quite attractive. Alright, now you can take me to find them. I believe you have the corresponding treasures. You can't let us search aimlessly. Samsara immediately took out the treasures from before. It turned out that this treasure was very useful. There were many red dots that were constantly moving inside. These are the exotic beasts that we've brought over. I've placed some measures on them so that they don't know anything. This one is the closest to us. Let's go to this one first. Lin Fei knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he allowed those fellows to run around randomly, they would most likely be killed by these experts. That would be a huge loss. Chapter 5170. There were many powerful exotic beasts that came in this time. Their goals were very simple, and that was to attack the city and conquer the land. They wanted to attack the cities and steal their resources. This way, they could exchange for more universe god stones. After all, this was related to their future realms. Whether they could improve or not was an important question. Therefore, when everyone came in, they moved in batches. For example, there were two strong beasts moving together. Their goal was very simple, which was to attack the cities quickly. This time, the two of them were quite strong. This was because both of them were late-stage 9 stars. Coupled with their strong bodies, they were almost comparable to full-circle 9 stars. This was their natural foundation, and no one could defeat them. That was why they were able to capture more than 10 cities in one go. Fortunately, there were many cities in this side of the world. Some of these cities were big and some were small. They also obtained a lot of things from them. The two of them obtained about 40 million worth of wealth. This amount of wealth was just the beginning. Although they still had to hand over 30% of it, they had only conquered a lot of cities, so they didn't suffer too much of a loss. They understood this better than anyone else. After attacking another city, they killed their way to the next one. Some natives were very annoying because they knew some techniques and their techniques were long range. Naturally, the natives were unhappy because they couldn't get close to them in a short time. Of course, the natives couldn't do anything to them either. They treated them like flies. There was a loud bang. A huge array instantly enveloped them. They didn't know how this array appeared. They just felt that the space around them was different. Then, a blade slashed down and they felt cold all over. Their strength dropped by half. Their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Not good, we are being attacked by the natives. No, this definitely isn't an attack from the natives. It seems a little familiar. Biyao could tell that something was different. As for the other one, he felt that something was different too. Their strength had indeed been weakened. Of course, they also knew that this should be the power of the array formation, which had restricted their strength within this place. Who is attacking us? Come out. Come out. When we start fighting, you'll be the unlucky one. Biyao roared furiously. A figure walked out. It was Samsara. As soon as Samsara's figure walked out, Biyao and the other guy's expressions changed drastically. He never expected it to be Samsara. Logically speaking, this fellow shouldn't have made a move against them. It was normal for the natives to attack them, but why would the Samsara cultivators, who were at the same level as them, attack them? Samsara smiled. That's right. It's me. I came here specifically to look for you. Do you see this? If you see it, you might know what it is. When Samsara took out an item, the two of them changed again. They recognized it immediately. Weren't these Nanfang's treasures? This was his most powerful treasure. How did it fall into the hands of Samsara? Previously, I talked to Nanfeng and wanted him to follow my lord. However, he didn't listen, so my lord was very angry. That's why this scene happened. You should understand my reasoning now. Following that, another figure appeared. It was Lin Fei. With Samsara's treasures, it was really fast for him to find people. For example, he had found the two of them in an instant. Human race experts. Bai Wu and the other guy couldn't believe their eyes. This Samsara actually followed Lin Fei. Most importantly, Nan Feng had been killed. He was a pretty strong existence. At the very least, the two of them together wouldn't be a match for Nan Feng. But now that Lin Fei only had one treasure left, they started to feel uneasy. Now, I can give you a choice. No, it should be two choices. Either you submit to my lord, or you get killed by my lord. You'll be able to accompany Nan Feng on the way. You only have 5 breaths of time to consider. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted Samsara to persuade them. This way, it would be much easier. Chapter 51-71. The two of them knew very well what kind of realm they were in and what kind of strength they had. After seeing this scene, they knew that they couldn't resist at all. The other party was too strong. You must be very curious. Why did your strength suddenly drop? Well, I can only say that you don't know how powerful my lord is. Just now, my lord used the legendary and invincible reincarnation Great Array. Once it was activated, it instantly destroyed your strength. When Samsara said this, the two of them immediately recalled that there really was such a powerful formation. They had heard that it was very terrifying in the past. They didn't expect that this young man in front of them had actually cultivated it. No wonder their strength had been suppressed. They had heard that in order to use this reincarnation formation, they had to cultivate Samsara primordial gods. Moreover, they needed at least 10. They really didn't dare to believe that the formation had suppressed their strength. It's easy for you to follow my lord. As long as you follow him for 1,000 years, you will naturally obtain your freedom. Perhaps you won't even want to leave after 1,000 years. You can eat and drink well if you follow my lord. Now, you can consider it. Samsara started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Neither fast nor slow. Every number was imprinted in their hearts. Bai Wu and the other two panicked. They wanted to fight, but they couldn't even defeat Samsara with their current strength because they were too weak. Not to mention that the human race powerhouse, if he really made a move, he would probably be able to kill them with a single move. They just had to follow him for 1,000 years. It didn't seem like there was anything to lose. Didn't they see that Samsara followed such a powerful lord? When Samsara counted to the last second, Bai Wu said decisively, "Wait, we are willing to work for you. It's just 1,000 years. I hope you can keep your promise." The two of them naturally didn't have any intention of fighting. Choosing to submit now was the best choice. Samsara smiled, "You will be very glad that this is the best choice you have ever made." Lin Fei also smiled and casually formed a primordial spirit seal. This was a primordial spirit seal that could only be formed by gathering all the primordial spirits. It was used to control people. After they were controlled, their lives were in the hands of Lin Fei. The two of them trembled for a moment before recovering their strength. However, they could faintly sense that if this human expert wanted to kill them, they would not be able to do so. It was a matter of a single thought. All of them had been tricked. As long as you do things honestly, your strength will only increase in the next 1,000 years. After 1,000 years have passed, you will definitely be thankful for the choice you made today. Lin Fei and Samsara turned around and left. The two of them followed along. At this time, they could only accept their fate and hope that they would be able to regain their freedom after 1,000 years. To powerful exotic beasts like them, 1,000 years was really nothing. "My lord, my idea is pretty good, right? We have to scare these guys so that we can take them down effortlessly. If they are not convinced, we can just go up and beat them up." Samsara was quite experienced. After obtaining these two exotic beasts, the number of exotic beasts in Lin Fei's possession slowly increased. Once he activated the reincarnation formation, his strength was directly restricted. Some of them were not convinced and started beating them up. He beat them until they lost their temper and left a primordial spirit imprint on them. Because of this, the number of powerful exotic beasts behind him increased. Most of the exotic beasts were in the late stage of 9 stars or around the peak of 9 stars. Of course, there were some perfect 9 stars too. They were directly pressed down by a hand in front of Lin Fei. Not a single one of them could resist him. In a short 10 days or so, Lin Fei had easily taken down 30 exotic beasts. Every single one of them was very powerful. 3 of them were perfect 9 stars. 5 of them were peak 9 stars and the rest were late 9 stars. There were 30 of them. Lin Fei didn't even need to do anything himself. Once he activated the formation, all of them went up. The result was obvious. They couldn't beat them at all. This made them feel what was called pleasure. The formation was really a great killing machine. It was useful to everyone. Chapter 5172. He got 30 powerful exotic beasts in one go. For Lin Fei, it really saved a lot of trouble. These exotic beasts were starting to become harder to catch. The rest were relatively stronger, and they were all in groups of 3 to 5. It was quite difficult to find their things. 30 seemed like a lot, but in Lin Fei's opinion, he needed to draw at least 50. If there were 50 of them, things would naturally be different. With such a lineup, he would naturally be able to rescue all of them once he returned to the Great Void Gate. Everyone else can step aside. If it was just these few, it was still too little. No matter what, you have to get a few powerful ones. So, you have to think about it. Go and get a few 9 stars full circle cultivators first. Although there were already 3 of them, it still felt a little too little. In addition, there were only 5 peak 9-star cultivators. The most powerful ones were only these 8. As for the remaining ones, they could be said to be relatively strong. However, when they encountered the truly powerful existences, they still couldn't withstand it. My lord, if you want to find a few powerful ones, I know a place. Perhaps they will go there. They invited me before, but I'm not interested in it. That's right. That's right. One of the beasts stood out and said. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Then tell me what kind of place it is. The exotic beast continued, I heard that this place is called Black Hole Mountain. It's a very mysterious place. This time, there are 3 9 stars at the perfect perfection stage and 4 or 5 at the pinnacle stage. There are also several 9 stars at the perfect perfection stage. It can be considered a huge force. I heard that there are many good things in Black Hole Mountain. Some of them have been passed down from ancient times, but I don't know what they are exactly. However, that place is guarded by the natives, so it won't be easy to break through. Hearing this, the others also had an impression and started to talk about it. Lin Fei didn't know much about this place, but since he had said so, he could go to Black Hole Mountain to take a look. If there were so many experts, they could naturally capture all of them in one fell swoop. If he could take them all down, then this trip would be much easier. At the same time, it was somewhere else. This place was called Black Hole Mountain, and there was a huge battle taking place in Black Hole Mountain. There was a massive black hole there, which was very obvious. However, outside the black hole, there were 2 sides continuously fighting. One side was naturally an outsider, while the other side was a native. They borrowed the power of the formation and the power of their spells to block the outside world. Even so, it didn't seem like he could hold on for much longer. Without experts, it wouldn't take long for Black Hole Mountain to fall. This was a place that had been passed down from ancient times. It was their forbidden area. They absolutely could not allow these people from the outer realms to enter. Aren't you guys very powerful? However, don't even think about stopping us this time. It's already the 6th day. You can only hold on for 1 more day at most. The ones leading them were 3 powerful exotic beasts. They kept attacking. Its gigantic body shook the formation with a single move. However, the formation was still very strong. They turned into meteors and directly smashed out. It would be difficult to break this formation in a short time. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to see that the formation was already covered in cracks. The cracks were slowly expanding, but it would still take some time for them to cover the entire formation. This was why the other side said one day. It turned out that 6 days had passed, and one more day would be 7 days. They could break this formation in 7 days. Without the formation, the native experts inside were naturally not a match for them. There were many people inside the formation, but all of them looked pale. Some of them had even fallen to the ground. They had expended a lot of energy. These people's attacks are too strong. We can't hold on at all. What should we do? The others can't make it in time. I'm afraid these experts from the outer realms will continue to attack our world. We can only fight to the end. We definitely can't let them enter this place. It's a pity that no one is here to support us. The leaders of the group also looked like they were having a headache. It was really difficult to hold on because they had expended too much energy. After all, there were some powerful exotic beasts outside. The most powerful ones were their main bodies. The attacks of their main bodies were extremely ferocious. Boom! The 7th day. The formation was finally broken. Chapter 5173. 7 days after the attack, Black Hole Mountain's array formation was finally breached. The moment it was breached, their massive bodies came crashing in. They swept through all the native powerhouses. Most of them were either killed or heavily injured in an instant. The rest of them fled in a sorry state, unable to resist the attacks of these people at all. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you can stop us with just the likes of you? It's already good enough that we didn't come looking for trouble, yet you still dare to rely on the array formation to block us? If we don't kill all of you today, I would have come here for nothing. The crowd roared with laughter. They had finally breached the array formation. They arrived at Black Hole Mountain. It should be noted that Black Hole Mountain was a rather special place in this universe. If they could enter, they would be able to find some ancient items. It was said that this place used to be called a forbidden zone. There were many good items inside, but of course, there were also dangers. What they were most confident in was their powerful defense. With such a powerful defense, they naturally didn't think too much of it. Boom! They attacked once again. With the 3 perfected 9 stars' battle prowess, they swept their way through. They slaughtered their way into the Black Hole Mountain. Numerous restrictive spells appeared. They were extremely powerful, but too much time had passed since then. They simply couldn't withstand their attacks. The few remaining people also reached the innermost part of the mountain. It seemed like they wanted to rely on these restrictions to restrain them, but they were too weak. They were directly smashed to the end. You still want to resist me? While I'm still in a good mood, surrender immediately. Who knows, I might even leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. God Lord Fudo pushed out with his palm. 2 fire dragons came crashing down and bombarded these restrictive spells. The other 2 did the same. As for the remaining people, they dealt with the weaker natives. After a few rounds, the battle was completely one-sided. On the other side, Lin Fei had also arrived with his people. As soon as he arrived, he saw movement coming from Black Hole Mountain. He immediately knew what was going on. It was very likely that the previous batch of people had already entered Black Hole Mountain. He had asked some people on the way here and learned that Black Hole Mountain was different. Black Hole Mountain was an ancient forbidden area. It was said that there were many things inside, but no one knew how many there were. In any case, not everyone could enter this place easily. Now that someone was clearing the way, Lin Fei naturally saved himself some trouble. Once you're inside, it's very simple. Just deal with them directly. Remember, don't kill them. If you can heavily injure them, then do so. It won't be a problem if the few of you work together. Lin Fei had come all the way here to look for them. He had to bring them all back alive. He couldn't possibly kill them. Otherwise, he would have wasted his efforts. One nascent divinity after another walked out, covering Black Hole Mountain. Everyone felt their hearts tremble when they saw this. It was because the entire void had been slashed. Inside, Buddha Lord Godlord and some of the native experts immediately felt that something was different. Their bodies had changed, and their strength had also been affected. Buddha Lord Godlord felt it the most, and his entire body became extremely uncomfortable. Who can tell me what happened? Why did my strength drop so much? Could it be that another expert has arrived? Buddha Lord Godlord couldn't believe that his strength had been suppressed. The others were the same as well. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Buddha Lord Godlord. It's actually you. How have you been? We've spent a lot of time looking for you. Samsara was their leader. He had rushed in with his men. He recognized Buddha Lord Godlord. The latter was indeed much stronger than him, but with his strength suppressed, Samsara didn't think much of it. Buddha Lord Godlord was even more shocked when he saw that it was Samsara. More importantly, there were quite a few people following behind Samsara. These people were actually standing behind Samsara. Buddha Lord Godlord felt that something was wrong. As for the native experts inside, they felt the same. Just this group of people alone was already no match for them. Now that another group had arrived, they were even less of a match. Despair filled their hearts. Why did you come in? Do you also want to snatch my treasure from Black Hole Mountain? You've got some guts. Buddha Lord Godlord snorted. You guessed right. I'm here for that thing of yours. Chapter 5174. The natives inside all looked over in astonishment. They also understood what was going on outside and found it unbelievable. Why did this person take the initiative to follow Fudu God's lead? They could also tell that this person really did have some enmity with Sacred Lord Buddha Butcher. They even felt a peaceful aura from this person, which was quite an incredible feeling. They had never encountered such a feeling before. When they looked at this young man, they felt a little different. It was as if this person was standing on the same side as them. What do you guys think is the background of this young man? Why does it feel so unbelievable? Even I have such a feeling. No matter what, this person's arrival is a good thing for us. Otherwise, he would have broken into our Black Hole Mountain. At that time, all the treasures would have been snatched away by them. Among them, the strongest was Romank. His strength could be considered to be relatively strong as he could burst forth with the battle prowess of a perfect 9-star. However, after encountering these monsters, he simply didn't have the ability to withstand them. These people were too depressed. At this moment, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. No matter what, they did us a great favor this time. Romank had seen many people in his life, but he had never seen someone like this before. No matter what, the appearance of this person had helped them a great deal. At the very least, they could breathe a sigh of relief for a while. In any case, we just have to keep an eye on them. If this black-robed young man really can't beat them, we can just lend him a hand. The others all had the same thought. This was a very strange thought. However, this person wasn't a threat to them. It was just that simple. This was something they could clearly distinguish. The most important thing was that they had cultivated spells, and there were many methods that could be seen in the spells. Did this person harbor any hostility towards them? Now that it seemed like he didn't harbor any hostility, they could rest assured. However, this wasn't a good thing for Buddha God Lord. Instead, it was a bad thing. Samsara had returned. There was actually another young man. This young man looked very ordinary, but his pupils instantly constricted. He knew that he had encountered an expert. This person was definitely related to Samsara. You sure talk big. Did you really think that you and Samsara would be able to capture us? You're being too naive. Even they can't stop us, let alone you lot. That's right. Although Sacred Lord Buddha knew that his strength had been suppressed, he wasn't afraid of this black-robed young man. If they were to really fight, he could destroy it in a matter of minutes. Samsara burst into laughter. God Lord Buddha, your eyes aren't too good. Now that your strength has been severed, do you really think you can beat us? Not to mention these people around you. Huala huala. One by one, powerful beasts walked out. Just like that, they settled down. Buddha Lord Godlord instantly felt immense pressure. He could sense that these fellows were extremely ferocious. Most importantly, he knew every single one of them. That was the most unbelievable thing to him. If such a person stood on his side, there would naturally be no problem. But now, he was actually standing on Samsara and the young man's side. What do you think? I'm right, right? I'll give you two choices now. Either surrender, or we'll attack. Impossible. Do you really think that you can beat us just because your strength has been suppressed? You're dreaming too much. I'll kill you first. Huala. Buddha God Lord Buddha immediately charged at Samsara. He immediately unleashed his killer move. Ha ha ha, I've long since wanted to meet you. Now is the time. Samsara also rushed forward to meet them. Not to mention those beasts. For a moment, the scene became exceptionally intense. Loud rumbling noises rang out. They surged out in all directions. Ramanek and the others could also feel the ferocity of this battle. If they really came at them together, none of them would be able to withstand it. They would probably be able to defeat them all in just a few exchanges. As expected of an Outarium expert. Not only were their bodies powerful, but their combat strength was also exceptionally strong. The black-robed young man stood there quietly. Chapter 5175. Bang 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 bang. One figure after another smashed down from the sky. They landed right in front of Luo Manki. All of them couldn't even get up for a long time. They were simply too ferocious. It was the result of a one-sided fight. These people were originally quite strong. At the very least, Luo Manki and the others wouldn't have been able to hold on. Otherwise, the formation wouldn't have been broken on the 7th day after holding on for 6 days. But now, all of them had been beaten down without any ability to struggle at all. In fact, he finally understood why he felt something was wrong earlier. There should be a huge formation outside. With this formation, the strength of these people was completely suppressed. As the saying went, there was no harm without comparison. This was a very clear case. If nothing unexpected happens, they're going to lose. It's really going to be a one-sided battle. We can really relax. I just don't know if this black-robed young man is easy to deal with. Luo Manki was still somewhat fearful of this person. This person was simply too strong. The young man hadn't even made a move yet. Just his subordinates alone were enough to beat God Lord Buddha and the others down. In the blink of an eye. There were only a few people left around God Lord Buddha who were barely holding on. They couldn't hold on at all. It was only a matter of time before they became companions. God Lord Buddha was truly unwilling to accept this. He had run into a powerful opponent. More importantly, his strength had been crippled. There was no way he could break free from this suppression. He finally understood what this formation was. Perhaps he had run into the legendary Samsara formation. Only the legendary reincarnation formation could have such a powerful effect. In a single exchange, it had crippled someone's strength. He had to suppress his own strength. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to hold on against Samsara. Not to mention, other than Samsara, there were other exotic beasts as powerful as Samsara. In this case, it would be strange if he could hold on against all of them. Even at his peak, he might not be able to hold on. Right now, he really couldn't beat them. Boom! God Lord Buddha was smashed into the ground. The ground around him was reduced to rubble and a deep pit. Samsara's foot landed on God Lord Buddha's body. God Lord Buddha vomited a mouthful of blood. His bones cracked inch by inch, not to mention his powerful physical body. He couldn't move at all with just one foot. I don't know what you're going to say now. Before, I gave you a choice. Don't insist on suffering a little. You think too highly of yourself. In front of my lord, no one can stand up to him. Samsara was also extremely happy. Finally, he managed to trample Futu Godlord under his foot. Samsara. Not only did you manage to curry favor with a human, but you've even allowed so many people to follow this fella. If nothing goes wrong, all of you will be controlled by him. By the time the Lord finds out about this, all of you will be dead for sure. God Lord Buddha Slaughter bellowed. He immediately knew what was going on. He was definitely being controlled by this black-robed young man. Samsara laughed heartily. My lord's methods are beyond your imagination. Even if those lords find out, it's still a question whether they can defeat my lord. So, you'd better accept your fate. Samsara laughed heartily. Samsara laughed heartily. Zhang Xian reached out and grabbed. He captured God Lord Buddha Butcher. God Lord Buddha Butcher wanted to resist, but to no avail. He was tossed right in front of Lin Fei. The other monster beasts were tossed in front of him as well. The scene fell silent. Lin Fei glanced at these people indifferently. All the Samsara Yuan spirits were withdrawn. They appeared behind him and transformed into Yuan spirit imprints. They struck the depths of their souls. Buddha City Lord finally knew why he had lost. It turned out that he had encountered the successor of the Samsara Emperor. He had even grasped the Samsara Array. This Samsara Array was even more terrifying than they had imagined. It had directly suppressed their strength. He had no choice but to accept his fate. Especially after the imprints were placed on him, he became completely obedient. He obediently stood to the side. All his anger and everything else had vanished without a trace. Lin Fei's gaze also turned to Luo Manqi. I'm taking these fellows away. I don't think any of you have any objections, right? After all, they did something wrong in invading this world. So, I came to take them away. Luo Manqi felt like he was in a dream. He had actually come for them. No problem, no problem. We still have to thank you for saving us. Chapter 5176. Romank was extremely happy that the trouble in front of him had finally been dealt with. And the impression this black-robed young man gave him was simply too good. Even fierce people like Divine Lord Futu and the others had been beaten to the ground in a single exchange. All of a sudden, they had become the other party's people. The other party didn't have any hostility towards them at all. This was a good thing. A very good thing. For a moment, Romank felt as though a huge pie had fallen from the sky. He had actually bumped into it. As long as such a person didn't have any designs on their world, it would naturally be a piece of cake. Hence, he immediately expressed his gratitude. He also wanted to pull some strings. It was necessary to get to know such a person. I wonder if you have the time to come visit us. After all, you're guests from afar and you've helped us so much. After Romank finished speaking, the people behind him also nodded in agreement. If it weren't for this young man, they wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Not to mention guarding the treasures in Black Hole Mountain. Lin Fei smiled. If I'm free, I'll definitely pay a visit. However, I won't be going now. There are still so many demonic beasts wandering outside. Oh right, do you have any powerful and ferocious existences here that you can't deal with? I'll take them all in and bring peace back to this world, don't you think so? Lin Fei smiled. Samsara, who had been standing to the side, couldn't help but admire his lord. Not only did he want to capture these monster beasts, but he also wanted to capture some fierce existences from another world. This way, he would become even stronger. Luo Manqi was elated. This black-robed young man was truly a good person. Not only did he help them deal with these monster beasts, but he also wanted to deal with some powerful local existences. This was simply a benefit. The first thing he did was to nod his head. Yes, yes. There are still some powerful existences in our world. I reckon that these powerful existences have already joined forces with the monster beasts that came in like you. The first thing he did was to ask. Samsara and the others stood to the side, not saying a word. They just waited quietly. These local powerhouses were quite capable. Their contact information was also quite special. They reckoned that they really did know something. Sir, I've already understood a little. The people from the outside have indeed joined forces with our people and are preparing to attack the largest secret realm on our side. Romank took a deep breath and said. This place is called the Broken Lands. I heard that in the past, immortals once appeared here. I don't know if it's true or not. I also heard that there are fragments left behind by immortals. Therefore, this place has always been a popular place for us strong people. However, it's too dangerous. Immortals. These two words instantly caught Lin Fei's attention. Other words wouldn't have made him feel anything. But the word immortal was different, and these fragments were left behind. At the first moment, Lin Fei recalled the fairy he had met before. The other party was not simply that fairy. It was highly likely that she was a powerful existence. It was only because of some coincidences that he came down here. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not obtain any concrete clues. For example, news of going to the immortal world. It was as if it did not exist. He didn't expect to hear such news in this other world. What was he waiting for? Hurry up and go. So they all went to the Broken Lands. That's great. Why don't you lead the way and let them know that I have no enmity with them? I'm here to capture them. It's just that simple. Romank smiled. Sir, don't worry. I've already told them about it. Logically speaking, the news should spread very quickly. Everyone should feel your goodwill. I'm very familiar with the Broken Lands. I'll bring you there. Just as he was leaving, Black Hole Mountain's array formation was restored to its original state. After it was restored, it would be fine as long as there were people guarding it. No one from the outside would be able to break through. The stronger ones were all taken down by Lin Fei, not to mention the others who had gone to the Broken Lands. Just like that, Lin Fei, Romank and the rest headed straight for the Broken Lands. There were tens of beasts behind him. The original 30 instantly increased to 45. Close to 50. This was definitely the strongest lineup. Even Romank couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Such a person really couldn't be an enemy. Chapter 5177. This information was good news for Lin Fei. He also wanted to know what kind of things were in the Broken Lands. Just by looking at Luo Manki's words, he knew. It was obvious that the Broken Land was a very important place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that it was the most special and unbelievable place in this world. Even the three great experts were running in this direction. Moreover, they had allied with some experts here. This lineup was definitely not small. Looking at his current lineup, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. At that time, once the Grand Formation was activated, they would be beaten until they were captured. Once they came over, Lin Fei also encountered some beasts. However, these beasts didn't have the ability to fight back. They were all captured. Their numbers also began to increase gradually. Along the way, Romanek was even more certain of one thing, and that was that this black-robed young man was really after these demonic beasts. At the same time, he was even more grateful that he could meet such a senior. Perhaps this time, he might be able to capture all the ferocious existences in this world. When that time comes, the entire world would be quiet. Don't think that these spellcasting experts are invincible. Even those ferocious existences. These so-called great demons weren't easy to deal with. They were strong and they were good at working together. If one wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't be able to defeat them unless they were 2 or 3 times stronger than them. It wasn't easy to pull out so much power. Therefore, they failed at the last step every time. On the contrary, they became more and more united. They knew that as long as they were united, they would be able to resist them. This time, with this black-robed young man, things might be different. It took them about 10 days to get there. Finally, they arrived near the Broken Land. A wave of desolate aura swept over. It swept through everyone and Samsara. In an instant, they felt that their emotions were affected, and their expressions changed. The aura was as heavy as a mountain. It directly crushed their souls. If their souls were weak, they would have collapsed. This was definitely left behind by an expert. Lin Fei also felt it immediately. Roman Ku added, "In front of us is the Broken Lands. We are currently at the outermost region. Just the aura alone is unbearable for most people. However, it is still pretty good for cultivation. If one is able to withstand the pressure of the wilderness, one's spirit will become stronger." Lin Fei agreed with this sentence. Because the aura of desolation was very thick, it was definitely left behind by a treasure. At first, he thought that it was an expert, but the deeper he went, the more he felt that it was not. This should be the fragment of a treasure. However, this treasure should have a great origin. Ask if this aura is left behind by a powerful treasure, or perhaps it's a fragment. This aura feels a little different. Fellow Taoist, you're really knowledgeable. This is indeed a fragment left behind. However, it's very heavy. Experts like us can't even lift it up. I heard that it was a super powerful treasure. It was destroyed during the fight. Speaking of this, Roman Ku's face was filled with emotions. It's also the most powerful treasure I've encountered so far. At that time, I heard that there were many immortals fighting against our experts. However, all of our experts were heavily injured. However, they didn't seem to have a good ending. That's how the Broken Lands came to be. It turns out that this place is an otherworldly paradise. It's the #1 sect in our world. Lin Fei was very sure of one thing. This Broken Lands definitely had traces left behind by immortals. Within this aura, he could smell a trace of eternal aura. Eternal aura was naturally above the 9 stars level. Moreover, the experts in this cosmos should have reached the eternal realm. The strength of the immortals shouldn't be very high. The combat power that they displayed should also be at the eternal realm. However, it was different since they had immortal artifacts. Therefore, it directly turned into an intense battle. However, it was quite surprising that the fragment was left here. After entering, everything was in ruins. The space was also dilapidated. It was really a Broken Lands. However, in this Broken Lands, Lin Fei felt a different aura. Everywhere was filled with an eternal aura formed by brilliant lights. The brilliant lights that can be seen in some places are actually the eternal intent left behind by the Eternal Realm experts. Therefore, don't touch them if you have nothing to do. Some of them have already lost their power, but some of them can erupt with eternal might. Roman Ku said solemnly. Chapter 5178. Actually, even without saying it, Lin Fei could feel it. There were indeed traces of eternal intent here. They pierced through the entire Broken Land. They intertwined. If one was careless, they would be forced back by these eternal intents. Romank's death was the most normal thing to happen. Fortunately, Romank was here. He definitely had a complete map. As a matter of fact, Romank did have a complete map, and he took it out immediately. These people should have run to the innermost area. This is a route, you guys can follow it. The map quickly reached Lin Fei's hands. At a glance, it was indeed a complete route. The other places were unexplored. Romank continued, "This is the only route here. It was created by the lives of our ancestors. As for the others, they can't." This was also because this black-robed young man had peaceful intentions towards them. That was why Romank took it out. If it was someone else, Romank wouldn't have taken it out even if he was beaten to death. Lin Fei led the way. The group headed straight towards this route. The deeper they went, the more they felt fear in their hearts. Especially Samsara and the others, they all felt that they were exceptionally strong. Only now did they realize that they were exceptionally weak. Fortunately, their lord was capable. Otherwise, if people like them were to enter this place, they would have a 90% chance of dying. But now, they could easily walk all the way inside. With a whoosh, an invisible wave swept across their bodies. In front of them, a huge figure appeared in the ruins. This figure was indomitable, but it was this indomitable appearance that made them feel invincible. Romank trembled. This is the most commonly seen eternal image in these ruins. These eternal images were left behind by those who fought back then. This should be left behind by an immortal. Lin Fei felt it the fastest. It was indeed an eternal realm expert. The other party was an immortal. He had the aura of an immortal. In the past, he had obtained an item from an immortal. Naturally, he knew that this aura was extremely pure. In other words, this person was an immortal. He didn't expect the immortals to come to this world. Was there something in this world that the immortals cared about? Lin Fei's first thought was to come up with a plan. If it was something else, it probably wouldn't have been able to attract such an immortal to this world. They're here. From the looks of it, there were more than one or two of them. In the end, they encountered strong resistance from the local powerhouses. That was how the Broken Lands came to be. But now, the three experts from their side had actually come here and joined forces with the ferocious existences here. In that case, there should be some good stuff in the Broken Lands. Lin Fei was getting more and more excited. Hopefully, this trip wasn't in vain. Originally, Lin Fei was already very happy to have obtained so many powerful demonic beasts. Now that there was another happy event, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and directly signed in. Ding! Sign in successful in the Land of Ruins. Received 1 human immortal bloodline. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god. He actually obtained an immortal bloodline. Although he didn't know how high the level of this bloodline was, it was still an immortal bloodline. As long as he used it himself, wouldn't it mean that he could immediately obtain an eternal divine body? Lin Fei wasn't far from the eternal realm. In addition, there were so many reincarnated primordial spirits, a total of 99. Naturally, it wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Hence, he directly used this immortal bloodline without any hesitation. A vast and boundless power instantly exploded in Lin Fei's body, sweeping through his entire body. But in the blink of an eye, it was suppressed by Lin Fei's 99 primordial spirits. As expected of an immortal bloodline, it's fierce and domineering enough. It actually caused such a huge commotion in an instant. I almost burst this body open. Fortunately, my 99 primordial spirits aren't to be trifled with. Lin Fei rejoiced even more. This thing wasn't something that just anyone could cultivate. At the very least, even if one reached the 10-star level, they would need a helper to refine this thing. Otherwise, they would directly die. Divine Lord Samsara Buddha, Romank, and the others instantly felt that this lord had become different. He was even more dangerous. Especially Divine Lord Samsara Buddha. He felt that as long as the other party attacked, he could kill him with a single punch. It was too terrifying. As expected of a lord. He was indeed different. His strength had increased again. Chapter 5179. The Broken Land was indeed quite dangerous. From time to time, some eternal figures would appear. These eternal figures were quite strong. They just stood there and could see through you with a single glance. All secrets were no longer secrets. Fortunately, these figures didn't really attack. Unless you accidentally touched them, you basically wouldn't be in any danger. However, most people really couldn't handle the eternal aura. Lin Fei was different now. He had just refined the celestial bloodline and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Especially his physical body, which directly reached the true eternal level. Now, even if Lin Fei didn't use the reincarnation original god, his punches would be able to explode with eternal level combat power. With such a huge improvement, one could imagine how strong this celestial bloodline was. Unfortunately, there was only one such bloodline. Otherwise, if these reincarnated primordial spirits cultivated a strong physical body, they would really be invincible. Lin Fei had an idea. No matter what, he had to get some strong bloodlines for his reincarnated primordial spirit to cultivate. The Broken Land should be a good place. They walked in. The number of eternal figures increased as well. Some of them were fragmented, while others were complete. There were even some that belonged to native experts. Roman could also explain to Lin Fei one by one so that Lin Fei would have a better understanding of these things. There was a loud rumbling sound. It came from the front. When they heard this sound, both Lin Fei and Roman came to their senses. The final place was in front. After reaching this region, it wasn't as easy as before. From time to time, they would bump into some tricks. These tricks were illusory, and if they weren't careful, they would bump into them. You guys walk slowly behind me. I will go take a look first. Lin Fei's figure moved forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Romank really couldn't keep up. He chased for a while but was shaken off in an instant. He had to admit that this black-robed young man was much stronger than he had imagined. There were some problems along the way, but they were all easily broken. He walked all the way to the end. There was a huge palace inside. The palace was also a little shabby, but the shockwaves from the battle here were the strongest and most intense. Without a doubt, this was where they had fought. Just as he rushed to the entrance of the palace, a formation appeared. 2 fire dragons spun left and right, and a huge bell came down. Good heavens, he actually set up a trap here. If I'm not careful, I'll really suffer a great loss. The fire dragon slammed into Lin Fei's body. However, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Lin Fei sent out a palm strike. The huge bell flew back to where it came from. Then, a buzzing sound could be heard as the space in the area collapsed. Some of the eternal techniques were shaken. A dazzling light burst forth. Lin Fei rushed into the palace in an instant. At this moment, the palace was extremely lively. 2 groups of people were fighting. One of them was God Lord Swamp Wood. Lin Fei knew God Lord Zemu the best. He didn't really know the other 2, but there were a few other fierce existences besides them. All of them were 10-star existences. No wonder they dared to set their sights on this place. Aside from God Lord Zemu's group, the other group was made up of local experts. They were quite strong, and they had a formidable lineup of 10-some people. The 10-some people didn't seem to be in a good situation. Even farther away, Lin Fei sensed a powerful immortal aura. Not far away, there was a corpse that had already passed away, and behind it was a large fragment. This fragment seemed to be a door. Lin Fei immediately had an impression of what it was. Could this be the legendary Gate of Immortality fragment? No wonder he sensed a powerful aura on his way in. If his guess was right, it should be the aura of the Gate of Immortality fragment. If he could gather enough Gate of Immortality fragments, wouldn't he be able to enter another great world? But the Gate of Immortality didn't seem that easy to deal with. As soon as Lin Fei entered, the gazes of the 2 groups fell on him. An ice god dragon swept over and instantly enveloped Lin Fei. It turned out that the local experts had taken action. Chapter 5180. Such a person had appeared. The natives on their side naturally had their own thoughts. Thus, they immediately attacked. An ice god dragon came and coiled around Lin Fei's body. With this coiling, Lin Fei was instantly sealed in ice. This move was quite powerful. Not just anyone could withstand it. Even the native experts didn't care. He was just a human brat, so they didn't think much of him. But in the blink of an eye, the ice shards on his body shattered. The young man walked out and smiled at everyone. He smiled at everyone and said, "I don't think I'm interrupting everyone's battle." The native expert who attacked just now was slightly taken aback. His methods were very strong, especially his ice method, which directly seeped into one's body. It was not something that anyone could withstand. Let alone a human brat. But this human brat was able to withstand it so quickly. This was indeed out of their expectations. But in the blink of an eye, his expression changed a little. He felt that this young man didn't have any aura directed at them. Even the native experts behind them could feel it. It was as if this person was born to be on their side. This was an extremely absurd feeling. Everyone looked at each other. They all felt the same. Strange, why doesn't this person have any hostility toward us? Moreover, I seem to have a pretty good impression of him. You feel the same way? Actually, I feel the same way. This young man is really different. Could he be on our side? That's possible. In any case, this guy should have some strength. If he can even block the ice god dragon, he shouldn't be too weak. At the start, they really did believe that Lin Fei had come to help them. They immediately attacked, but it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. On the other hand, God Lord Zhe Mu was surprised. He realized that a human brat had come here. This was different. At the start, he thought that this person was a slave, but at a glance, he felt that something was wrong. Behind him, one figure after another walked out. After these figures walked out, God Lord Zhe Mu and the other two powerful lords all grimaced. He recognized it the first time. For example, God Lord Futu. There were other divine masters as well. Weren't they all on their side? But why were they all standing behind this kid? For a moment, they felt that something was amiss. Who are you? Why are they all behind you? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll cripple you first. The most irritable was probably God Lord Wind Dragon. This was a tall and sturdy fellow. His entire body was covered in a layer of scales, making him look very different. He was the one with the strongest defense among the three of them. At this moment, he glared at them fiercely. The other snorted coldly. And you guys, you're all standing behind this youngster. Hurry up and get over here. You guys came just in time to help us restrain these guys. When the time comes to attack, we'll split the benefits together. They had indeed felt the pressure along the way. The resistance of the natives was quite strong. Moreover, this was the Broken Lands. Therefore, it was natural for them to feel different when they saw this batch of people. They hoped that they could restrain them. This way, they would have a chance to deal with the stronger existences. But their words were of no use. These people stood behind Lin Fei and didn't move at all. They just calmly stood there. It was as if they hadn't heard anything. This made the three of them feel their hearts skip a beat. They couldn't just say that this black-robed youngster had taken down all these people. Or perhaps he had used some sort of method to control them. If that was the case, this matter was going to be rather troublesome. Could it be that the original battle between two tigers was going to turn into a battle between three countries? This was definitely the last thing they wanted to see. Stop shouting. These people are already standing behind me. I came this time to see just what's different about the Broken Lands. It seems like it's really quite interesting. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, you can also treat me as a passerby. I'm just here to watch the show. I really have no interest in what you're fighting over. Chapter 5181. So he came in to take a look. However, this made God Lord Swamp Wood and the others very irritable. How was this just passing by? This was just charging in, all right? They had spent so much effort to get to the Broken Lands, but now they were being held back by these native experts. In the end, this guy just came in and said that he was just passing by. Passing by shouldn't be called passing by. Did he really think that they were 3-year-old kids? On the other hand, the native powerhouses were a little surprised. They felt that this guy was really just passing by. He didn't seem to be very interested in the treasures of the Broken Lands. He was only here for the three of them. And the people behind them. They were very sure of this. It was also very real. This young man had definitely come for them. Thus, they inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. The leader of this group was a native expert of the God Master Laksh realm, and he was extremely strong. He was extremely powerful and could display the battle prowess of a 10-star expert. He smiled at the black-robed youngster. We welcome anyone here. As long as they are peaceful people, we will welcome them. However, we don't like them. I hope that when we have time, we can sit down and have a cup of tea to chat and exchange our cultivation experiences. This God Lord Rakesh's words were filled with kindness. This caused the expressions of God Lord Zhe Mu and the others to turn ugly. Was he trying to rope them in? The native experts were already hard enough to deal with, but now, there was this black-robed youngster and these people behind them. Immediately, they felt a great deal of pressure. What should we do? This kid is clearly here for the treasures. Why don't we make the first move and take them down first? Taking them down isn't difficult. We just need to attack that youngster. This guy definitely isn't that strong. The three of us should be able to take him down. After taking him down, we can interrogate him and find out what's going on. Why are these people following them? Maybe he has some other tricks up his sleeves. The three of them were experienced and knowledgeable people. They immediately understood that the people behind them were definitely being controlled. If the method of control was extremely powerful, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now. Therefore, their conviction became incomparably firm. I'm guessing that the three of you must be preparing to deal with me in secret. Truth be told, I'm indeed here for you. Treasures are secondary. I just want to ask you one thing, do you want to pledge your allegiance to me? If you pledge your allegiance to me, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, you'll suffer greatly later. After signing in here to obtain the immortal bloodline, Lin Fei's body had already reached the eternal realm. The combat power that erupted from them was naturally incomparably terrifying. These three monstrous beasts were indeed very powerful. They were much stronger than Samsara and the others. Such people were indeed the most suitable to be the vanguard of the main force. Naturally, he did not want to waste them like this. Naturally, he had to take them down. Taking them down also depended on whether they would do it themselves or allow themselves to be captured. Lin Fei had given the two of them the right choice. The three of them had goosebumps in their hearts. They knew that this black-robed young man didn't have any good intentions. He actually came for them. Could he be the young master of some big family? Did he really need these monstrous beasts to act as the vanguard? After all, they had seen too many things, so they immediately made the connection. Their hearts instantly turned cold. Soon, they calmed down. After all, the three of them were extremely strong. They weren't afraid of this guy in front of them. Did he really think that he could capture them with so many people? He was definitely underestimating them. If everyone had the same thoughts as this black-robed young man, they would have been captured long ago. They wouldn't be able to roam freely like they were now. On the other hand, Divine Lord Rakesh also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this black-robed young man was really here for the three of them. As long as these three people were gone, they could be considered to have completely solved their problem this time. Who would have thought that these three powerful existences would have some powerful treasures that could actually suppress them? They wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand at all. In the end, it would only become a tug of war. You're thinking too much. If you want the three of us to pledge our allegiance to you, then show us your strength first. At this moment, the three of them directly made their move. The three treasures attacked. The three treasures were actually a set. One could freeze space, one could freeze time, and the last one could unleash a super strong attack for an instant. Everything was done in one go. Chapter 5182. The three of them were quite smart. They knew that if they didn't take down this mysterious black-robed young man, they would have to suffer. If that happened, they would have to suffer. It was quite normal for them to think this way. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Instead, they took out their trump card. No one knew that the three of them had a set of treasures. This set of treasures could be used by the three of them at the same time. Once it was used, it could erupt with superpower. Divine Lord Samsara Buddha and the others had never seen it before. However, they had vaguely heard of it. No one had ever been able to fight against the three of them. They had always been in their control. They had always felt that it was quite strange, because back then, there was one who was the strongest. Back then, there was one person who was stronger than the three of them and tried to unite them. In the end, that person was killed when he tried to fight against the three of them. As for how he was killed, no one knew. In any case, that person never returned. This caused a huge sensation in their circle. No one had expected that such a powerful person would be killed. The three of them were quite different from each other. Moreover, they were facing such a powerful existence. However, these three people who didn't seem to be united actually managed to kill that powerhouse. As a result, everyone was filled with all kinds of doubts and speculations. They never got a proper explanation for this. Today, they finally realized that the three of them had a set of treasures. One could freeze time, one could freeze space, and one could unleash a huge attack. In this way, even a top powerhouse might not be able to withstand it. After all, it was a 10-star treasure. The power it could erupt with was estimated to be half a step into the eternal realm. It was truly a fierce mess. Divine Lord Rakesh and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. They had indeed been guarding against them before, but they had never imagined that these three fellows would have such a trick up their sleeves. Once this trick was unleashed, not just anyone would be able to withstand it. This move could seriously injure them or even kill them. Do you think the three of us are so easy to deal with? The three of us have always been one. It's just that no one knows it. Since you want to provoke us today, we'll fulfill your wish. After taking you down, the people behind you will naturally fall into our control. We have to thank you for sending us such a gift. You should be proud of the fact that the three of us are working together. No one has ever been able to stop the three of us. This was the most powerful technique the three of them had. It was also a set of treasures they obtained when they broke into a mystic realm. This set of treasures was infinitely close to the eternal grade. This set of treasures had to be used by three people in order to display the power of a half-step eternal realm expert. And this power was very strong. It could kill a 10-star expert. Back when that 10-star expert had come to look for them, he had never thought that they would have such a set of treasures. With the combined power of these three treasures, they were able to directly kill this expert, allowing them to secure their positions even more firmly. However, they rarely used this set of treasures because it consumed too much energy. Although they were strong, they had never truly been able to fully utilize it. They wouldn't use it unless it was necessary. They had originally planned to use it to deal with the native god Master Rakesh, but now they were using it ahead of time. They would deal with this young black-robed man first. In their imagination, this young black-robed man should be quite powerful. They absolutely could not let such a person attack them. Once they did, they would be the unlucky ones. Therefore, the saying that the first to strike gains the upper hand, and the last to strike suffers was quite accurate. They saw the young man smile. The smile was very relaxed. Then, their powerful attacks landed on the young man's body, causing a loud rumbling sound. Not everyone could withstand it because they couldn't use any treasures or techniques at all. They could only choose to take it head-on. As a result, they were most likely killed in one move. However, after this move hit the young man's body, there was no sign of it shattering. On the contrary, the young man was still looking at them with the same smile as before. There was no change in space or time, and the young man was the same. There was no change. The attack power is really not bad. It is definitely the strongest killer move. It is more than enough to kill off a 10-star powerhouse. However, it is still not enough to deal with me. I have to thank you for giving me this set of treasures, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 5183. Lin Fei was really surprised and pleasantly surprised. These three guys really knew how to give people a big surprise. They actually had such a set of treasures. This set of treasures was really different. At the very least, its power was really strong. It could erupt with the battle prowess of a half-step eternal realm expert. This kind of battle prowess could really deal with anyone. It was no wonder that the three of them could rule so many demon beasts. At first glance, Lin Fei didn't think that they were that strong. In the past, he would have been able to deal with such a guy, but now he knew that they had a trump card in their hands. Each of them had a treasure, and the three treasures combined into a set of treasures. Moreover, it was a half-step eternal realm treasure. The power it exerted was really powerful and invincible. If it weren't for his body directly reaching the eternal realm, he would have suffered serious injuries just now. And this was under the situation where his body was relatively strong. If it were anyone else here, they would have died without a doubt. This was their strongest killer move. This powerful killer move was useless against Lin Fei. Instead, he found a good thing. If this thing fell into his hands, it would be equivalent to having a powerful attack. He might not have many things, but he had a lot of essence spirits. His essence spirits still lacked some treasures. If he had these 3 treasures in his hands, the 3 samsara primordial gods would be able to erupt with the power of a half-step eternal realm expert. In the future, even if he didn't use it, he could still give it to others. Such a treasure was indeed quite good. Lin Fei could guess that this treasure had probably been used by an essence soul powerhouse in the past. Only an essence soul expert could exert it. After all, the 3 of them were not as one. So even if they could exert it, its power would be much weaker than that of an ordinary essence soul expert. It's okay. This is impossible. You're not an eternal expert. God Lord Zemu exclaimed. The other 2 were the same. They immediately realized that something was wrong. So the 3 of them controlled the treasures again. He immediately unleashed his strongest attack, and a beam of light swept over. The stream of light directly penetrated the void, time, and space. The 3 of them forcibly launched another move. At this time, no one knew better than them. If they did not severely injure this black-robed young man, the 3 of them would be the ones to suffer. Unfortunately, this move consumed about 2/3 of their strength, but they still could not penetrate the opponent's body. The opponent's body was like a thick mountain, and they could not penetrate it at all. It was directly blocked. They also realized that this guy's fleshly body had most likely reached the legendary eternal realm. Otherwise, even the physical body of a 10-star powerhouse would not be able to withstand their attacks. For a moment, the 3 of them panicked. They actually encountered an eternal level existence. The other party didn't seem to have erupted with an eternal level aura, but such a person could definitely display eternal level combat power. Such a person wasn't someone they could defeat at all. Your strongest moves are useless against me. Now, it's my turn. Just like that, a hand stretched out. As soon as this hand stretched out, it transformed into a world of its own. The 3 of them seemed to have fallen into this world. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. Following that, the palm became smaller and smaller. They had fallen into his hands. When the 5 fingers closed, it was like a prison of heaven and earth. It trapped them so tightly that they didn't even have the strength to struggle. You guys only have this little strength, and you still have the nerve to fight with me? I already asked you to make a choice in the beginning. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. You deserve to suffer a little. They clapped their palms together, and with a loud rumbling sound, cracks appeared on their powerful bodies. Their vitality declined, and they were seriously injured on the spot. Even the 3 treasures came out and sat in front of Lin Fei. They could feel this powerful force. It was definitely an eternal level power. It was truly terrifying. They hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior, please spare our lives. We didn't know it just now. Please spare our lives. We are willing to surrender. Even if Lin Fei gently clasped his hands together, he could make them experience the meaning of despair, fear, and apprehension. Chapter 5184. God Lord Wuxia and the others watched as the 3 experts who had attacked them fell into the other party's hands. They were given a huge fright. They also realized that the black-robed youth in front of them was a legendary eternal expert. Even if he hadn't reached this level, he could still use the corresponding techniques. Such a person was already above their heads. Fortunately, this person didn't seem interested in them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. God Lord Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief. As for the native expert who had attacked just now, he broke out in a cold sweat. He had thought that this fellow wasn't very strong, so he had thrown an ice dragon at him. It turned out that the other party was even stronger. No wonder his ice dragon had been useless. The other party's physical body was definitely extremely powerful. Even the techniques used by the three experts couldn't break through the other party's defenses. From this, it could be seen that the other party was extremely powerful. Lin Fei had truly experienced the strength of an eternal god body. He had captured 3 people in one move. They weren't even on the same level at all. In other words, if Lin Fei wanted to kill them, he could kill them 100 times over with a single thought. This was the difference in strength. Crash. Crash. The 3 fell to the ground, their hearts filled with even more bitterness. They hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful existence one day. Of course, they were even more glad that they had survived. With a wave of his hand, 3 seals landed on their foreheads. Just like that, they were in control. God Lord Samsara and the others had their horizons broadened. They knew that their lord was very powerful, but only now did they realize that he could erupt with the power of an eternal expert. This was definitely a golden thigh that they had to hug tightly. Fortunately, God Lord Zemu and the others were the last to arrive. In terms of status, they were definitely inferior to them. Although they were strong, after being taught a lesson by their lord, they were still behind them. For a moment, they felt quite pleased with themselves. So what if they were strong? Weren't they just obediently being held in the hands of their lord? They might as well learn from them and obediently choose to submit. How good would that be? They could even leave a good impression. Obediently stand at the back and don't make a sound. God Lord Swamp and the other 2 naturally didn't dare to say anything and obediently stood at the back. He also knew that he had made the wrong choice previously. If he had known that this fellow was so strong, he would have obediently chosen to submit to him. An eternal expert. Once he said that, how could they not be obedient? Now, he had suffered greatly and his freedom had been snatched away. If he had known that this would happen, he would have rather given such a treasure to leave a good impression. Lin Fei looked at the native experts in front of him. These people invaded this universe, and I've basically taken them all down. Just call the rest back, and peace will be restored in your world. I think you guys should have no objections, right? Lin Fei smiled. God Lord Rakesh shook his head repeatedly. How could they have any objections? In any case, you are an eternal powerhouse. Their universe really didn't have an eternal powerhouse. Although there were many 10-star powerhouses, it wasn't too difficult for them to reach this stage. This was the foundation of a world. A world with a strong foundation could naturally be born, while a world with a weak foundation could not be born. If not for the war between the immortals back then, their world would still be very powerful and wouldn't have cared about these outer realm invaders. Fortunately, they managed to solve the problem perfectly this time, which was a pleasant surprise. No objections, no objections. We still have to thank you for helping us. At the very least, you ended the chaos in our world. God Lord Lakeshire respectfully said. A loud rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. The commotion was so loud that everyone could hear it clearly. God Lord Rakesh was the one who felt it the most. He felt that an outer realm powerhouse had once again entered this world, and they had even come to the outside of the broken land. Could it be Senior's people? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Lin Fei also sensed it. There were indeed several figures rapidly moving in this direction. They were extremely fast, as if they had a map, and they were taking a shortcut. It wasn't the winding path he had taken before. Chapter 5185. Someone else had come. He originally thought that it was quite normal for someone from the outer realm to come. He didn't expect that someone else would come down at this time, and an extremely strong one at that. Although God Lord Zemu and the others were very strong, they were still quite a bit lacking compared to this person. God Lord Rakesh sensed this as well. He had just heaved a sigh of relief, but now, he sensed another powerful aura. Even though it wasn't close yet, it made their hearts tremble. It seemed that this person was much stronger than they had imagined. Senior, is this person also one of your people? It seems that he's also quite strong. He's been able to overcome many obstacles on his way here, and he's walking a different path. His first impression was the strongest. After all, not just anyone could barge into this place. Since a senior had come here, there would probably be others like the senior who had come here. Naturally, he would treat them as if they were on the same side. Lin Fei chuckled. Then you're overthinking things. This person is definitely not my friend. He's definitely here for the thing inside. If I'm not wrong, he's here for that thing. Lin Fei looked at the giant fragment not far away. Besides this thing, Lin Fei didn't think that there was anything else that would catch the eye of anyone else. This person was definitely not someone from this world, but an expert from the outer realm. The commotion just now was extremely huge. Lin Fei could already sense it. God Lord Rakesh's expression instantly changed. This situation was completely different from what he had imagined. This thing is useless. It's a fragment, and it's extremely heavy. I heard that only those who have reached the eternal realm can carry it, or rather, they need a certain treasure to do so. God Lord Rakesh more or less knew the origin of this fragment. Back then, countless people had tried to take this fragment back, but none of them had been able to do so. Thus, after a long time, no one had any interest in it. But now, God Lord Rakesh didn't dare to believe that someone had set their eyes on it. Whoosh! A few figures dashed in. These few figures rushed in. Their bodies were shining with divine light, and they were dazzling with starlight. Behind them, an illusory figure appeared. This was definitely a huge commotion, and God Lord Rakesh and the others immediately felt pressured. This was definitely someone from the upper echelons. Looks like I'm not too late. There's no point in you guys fighting each other. I've taken a liking to this thing. I don't think any of you have any objections, right? If anyone has any objections, feel free to come out and tell me. I'm quite an easygoing person. This was a white-haired young man. He was just standing there casually, and his whole body was shining with starlight, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the large shard of the door. He didn't take the people present seriously. This was definitely an expert. God Lord Rakesh could sense it as well. This person didn't seem to be as strong as the senior in front of him, because the senior just stood there. This time, he was no different from an ordinary person. On the other hand, God Lord Swampwood and the others were trembling in fear. They were already injured just now. Now that they were facing such a young man, it made them realize what it meant to waste all their cultivation. This thing has always been here. Not just anyone can take it. God Lord Rakesh naturally wouldn't offend such a person, so he had to remind him no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, a large palm appeared and pressed against his body. God Lord Rakesh couldn't withstand it at all and was directly sent flying. The person behind him immediately caught him. However, as soon as he was caught, another wave of force burst forth. Following which, the people behind him were also sent flying. The white-haired young man said indifferently, "I can naturally take away something that I've taken a liking to. There's no need for you to speak so much nonsense. It seems like you have a problem with me. Domineering. Incomparably domineering." With just a single move, God Lord Rakesh and the others were all injured. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This fellow was quite capable. His earlier attack contained a trace of the Eternal Realm's aura. Indeed, he was someone from the outside world. And he even had his eyes on this thing. If Lin Fei's guess was correct, this guy should know the origin of this thing, and it was very likely that he knew how to use it. It seems like no one has any objections. That thing belongs to me now. A large hand reached out. The starlight in the sky gathered together and grabbed onto the Stargate. Chapter 5186. This white-haired young man did not take them seriously at all. His attack just now had shocked everyone. No one dared to speak rashly anymore. God Master Lakeshire was already injured. The people on their side all followed God Master Lakeshi's lead. Since he was injured now, they naturally wouldn't say anything. Moreover, most of them were injured as well. Lin Fei's side was even simpler. If Lin Fei didn't speak, they wouldn't speak either. They were all well-behaved now. Their lord was so strong, let alone this white-haired young man. Of course, no matter how strong this white-haired young man was, he wasn't as strong as their lord. They were very knowledgeable. The white-haired young man waved his hand and grabbed the shard door. This grab felt extremely heavy and he actually couldn't lift it up right away. However, the starlight on his body continued to explode and he slowly lifted it up. It floated in the air. He was extremely strong. Lin Fei saw it clearly from the side. As expected from a shard that ordinary experts couldn't lift. This was definitely a good item. However, this person was one step ahead of him. It didn't matter though. This would let him know that this shard wasn't simple. This fellow's strength was also very formidable. He actually possessed the eternal aura. Although the eternal aura within his body wasn't much, this fellow was definitely a level stronger than them. He was just below Lin Fei. Lin Fei had an eternal god body now, so he was naturally different. You helped me take it out. Now, you can hand it to me. When the shard was in midair, a hand reached out. This hand was really simple and ordinary. It grabbed the shard. However, the weight of the shard was transferred over. At the same time, the starlight in the sky turned into a cold light. It slashed down. You dare to take my item? You really don't know what's good for you. The white-haired young man was a little angry. There was actually someone who dared to fight with him at this moment. At the same time, he noticed the black-robed young man not far away. She had noticed him from the start. She felt that this black-robed young man wasn't simple. However, after checking him out, he didn't seem as strong as she thought. She didn't pay much attention to him. He had never imagined that this fellow would actually dare to make a move and even dare to fight with him for the fragment. He simply didn't know what was good for him. With his other hand, he sent out a palm strike. The starlight that filled the sky turned into a meteor shower that came crashing down. His methods were extremely terrifying. These meteor showers contained traces of eternal energy. Even Buddha Lord and the others felt immense pressure. They couldn't withstand it at all. You really do have some ability. No wonder you dared to come here. However, I saw this fragment first, so you can only stand aside. Who asked you to be weaker than me? I just so happen to have something to ask you. Who asked you to come at such a good time? Lin Fei gently slapped out with his palm. As if he was slapping something away, all the meteors flew back. It smashed beside the white-haired young man. The white-haired young man was caught off guard. The power of these meteors was quite strong. A suit of armor immediately appeared on the other party's body, wrapping him up tightly. He blocked all the attacks one by one. So you're still hiding your strength. You're quite strong. However, your strength can't compare to mine. You'll never know how strong I am. The white-haired young man waved his hand, and the fragment came crashing down. The ground moved along with it. Now, I'll let you know what true strength is. I'll let you know that there's always someone better out there. A huge figure walked out of the starlight world behind him. When this figure walked out, everyone felt as if they had fallen into a world of starlight. This figure actually slashed down with a saber. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky without a trace. This saber was much stronger than the previous one. It contained the aura of space-time. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Fei. It was extremely fast and ruthless. In other words, this kind of figure had a huge advantage in terms of speed. When the first saber slashed down, the second followed closely, forming a chain of attacks. It was no wonder that ordinary people couldn't withstand this saber. It was truly ferocious. Chapter 5187. The strength of the figure was simply too strong. It was simply unstoppable. At the very least, in the eyes of Divine Lord Zhe Mu and the others, this young man from the outside world was unbelievably strong. Every single one of his attacks had the combat strength of a 10-star expert. Moreover, he had precise control over his strength. His attacks were even more powerful. If they were to encounter them, they would probably be killed by these powerful forces in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, they were terrified. They didn't know if the person in front of them would be able to withstand it. However, at the very least, the person who attacked just now definitely didn't have good intentions. For example, Divine Lord Rakesh was injured because he said something wrong, let alone these people. Not to mention these people, so in their hearts, they still hoped that this young man could win. As long as the black-robed young man won, it wouldn't be too dangerous for their world. However, it would be a different story if someone else won. They were also people who knew some information. From time to time, some powerful forces would invade other worlds. They were the strongest among them. If even the black-robed young man couldn't stop this person, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Therefore, they really hoped that the black-robed young man would win. Sensing the powerful stance of this young man, they were still somewhat worried. They were afraid that the chances of him winning weren't very high. The person who attacked, Huang Tiannan, also didn't take these people seriously. His eyes were fixed on the Stargate. This was the thing he wanted the most. He didn't expect to find it in the Broken Land. However, these people didn't treat this thing as a treasure, which made him heave a sigh of relief. If this thing was treated as a treasure, it wouldn't be easy to take it. However, as long as he could intimidate these people, everything would be fine. Whether this thing was good or not, only he himself knew best in his heart. It wouldn't be a big deal for others to take it, but it was different for him. There was a loud rumbling sound. This figure kept attacking, slash after slash. His moves were incomparably overbearing. It would be very difficult for others to block it. However, as he attacked, he realized that this young man seemed to be stronger than him. He was actually able to block it. The other party's blocking was different from what he had imagined. He didn't use any offensive methods. He relied purely on his body's defensive power to block the attack. He didn't even have any other methods. A hint of surprise appeared on Huang Tiannan's face. He never thought that he would meet such a powerful fellow in such a small place. Lin Fei also felt that this guy must have come from somewhere else and was definitely an expert among experts. This attack was extremely terrifying. If not for the fact that he had already refined a portion of the immortal bloodline, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily. This fellow was definitely very strong. He could easily suppress an expert from a world. At the very least, his chances of winning were 50-50 or even 60-70. Such a person wasn't someone that just anyone could resist. It was indeed very terrifying and dangerous. I didn't expect that there would be an expert like you in such a small place. Are you interested in following me? I can bring you along to live a good life. Huang Tiannan laughed and stared at Lin Fei. I'm sorry, but I'm not that interested in that. I even have to tell you that I've taken a liking to this item. You're a step too late, so you can scram now. Lin Fei laughed and threw out several punches. Each punch landed on the illusory figure's body. The illusory figure received an attack. After a series of explosions, the illusory figure kept retreating as cracks appeared on its body. Following which, with a whoosh, the figure shattered. Lin Fei immediately burst forth with a super powerful technique. It was purely a close combat technique, and he directly destroyed the phantom image. This shocked Huang Tiannan. This illusory figure could be considered a powerful technique, but this guy managed to block it. I didn't think that there would be someone as strong as you in a place like this. Not bad, not bad. However, you're still not my match. No one will ever be able to snatch what I've taken a liking to. Suddenly, Huang Tiannan formed a seal with both hands and a huge seal pressed down. The moment it pressed down, it immediately felt different. God Lord Zemu and the others naturally couldn't block it. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. This was definitely the technique of an eternal expert. How is it? You've never seen my eternal technique, right? Chapter 5188. Huang Tiannan used an eternal attack right from the get-go. An attack from eternal was completely different from other attacks. It contained the power of space and time, so it was not easy to resist such a method. Just look at God Lord Zemu and the others. Lin Fei chuckled, don't think that you're the only one with decent moves. Who doesn't? Just look at me. After refining the absorption type immortal bloodline, Lin Fei wanted to see just how strong his body had become. Therefore, this was the perfect time to do so. With a roar, he threw a punch. This punch did not contain any offensive moves. It was purely physical strength. He was just putting his all into it. Even Huang Tiannan was slightly surprised when he saw this punch. This guy had actually grasped the power of the eternal level. However, his opponent had not cultivated any eternal laws. It was purely the power of his physical body. This made Huang Tiannan even more surprised. It must be said that it was extremely difficult to exert the power of an eternal level with one's physical body. It was the same even for people like them. For example, Huang Tiannan could only use a little bit of eternal power. However, even if he only used a little bit, he would still be stronger than anyone else. It seems that I've still underestimated you. I didn't think that you could also exert the power of an eternal expert. All the more reason for me to suppress you here. No one will be able to snatch this thing from me. Strand after strand of law energy erupted. Every strand of law energy shocked Lin Fei. He finally understood why eternal experts were so powerful. They could control the power of laws, but these laws did not seem to be complete. They could only be considered a fragmented part. However, the power that erupted from them was truly terrifying. It crushed through Lin Fei's body. Of course, Lin Fei's attack also passed through the power of the laws and shook them. It landed right in front of Huang Tiannan. The two of them were instantly attacked by each other. Loud rumbling sounds echoed out. With the two of them at the center, a black hole appeared. The surrounding void immediately shattered. God Lord Zemu and the others of Samsara immediately ran far away. Now that they were more than 100,000 kilometers away, they didn't dare to get any closer. This was also because they reacted quickly in advance. Otherwise, the method just now would have directly pulled them to the edge of death, and they would not be able to withstand it at all. My lord is truly powerful. He can really unleash an eternal level attack. He's truly found a powerful backer. My lord is mighty and domineering. Samsara naturally worshipped him the most. As for God Lord Zemu, who had just entered, they were even more stunned. It turned out that the person they were fighting before could really erupt with eternal level battle power. Furthermore, it was the power of the eternal realm's physical body. This was even more different. They had known for a long time that a strong physical body could unleash a power beyond the level of a super-level martial artist. However, not everyone was capable of unleashing such a powerful battle prowess. Now, they really saw it. The combat power of his physical body is really strong. You are indeed powerful. Huang Tiannan spat out a mouthful of blood and looked over coldly. He was indeed injured by the punch just now, and the injury was very serious. It was the same even if he used his treasures. His opponent's combat power was simply too strong. This was especially true when it came to close-quarters combat. His opponent didn't seem to have been injured at all. Although there were some wounds, they were far lighter than Huang Tiannan's. Huang Tiannan immediately realized how terrifying this guy was. Even in their world, not everyone could possess such a powerful physical body. There were very few who could do so. The vast majority of eternal experts walked the path of laws. Your attack is pretty good, but it's still a lot worse than mine. It seems that you won't be able to take away anything today. Lin Fei let out a loud laugh and pounced on him. He attacked with both hands. There was a loud rumble, and each punch shook the void. Even though Huang Tiannan had the power of laws around him to resist, he found it difficult to endure. Suddenly, 99 origin spirits walked out from behind Lin Fei. The moment the 99 origin spirits walked out, they instantly transformed into a samsara array. The array opened. Huang Tiannan was seriously injured with one punch. Most of his body had been blown up. Even if Huang Tiannan recovered, his vitality would be greatly injured. Staring at the black-robed man in front of him, he once again realized that he had miscalculated. You actually cultivated 99 origin spirits of samsara. The error-free chapter of Invincible King of Leveling will continue to be updated in the new Sea of Books. There will be no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please bookmark and recommend the new Sea of Books. Those who like the Invincible King of Leveling, please bookmark. Invincible King of Leveling, please bookmark the new Sea of Books. Chapter 5189. Huang Tiannan naturally recognized this famous primordial spirit array. He had never thought that someone could cultivate 99 primordial spirits. This was the scariest thing. Where did this super monster come from? Not only had his fleshly body reached the eternal level, but he had also cultivated 99 reincarnated essence spirits. He remembered that he could only cultivate 10 reincarnation primordial spirits at most. But now, he could cultivate 99. This was too scary. With a rumble, the 99 primordial spirits slashed out. This slash caused Huang Tiannan's strength to drop by a huge realm. He could originally use 100% of his strength, but in the blink of an eye, he was only left with 50%. This was definitely a huge difference. Then, the other party punched out. When this punch came, Huang Tiannan couldn't resist it at all. He was already seriously injured, so he fell to the ground on the verge of death. The people in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Their lord was too monstrous. Not only could he burst out with eternal level strength, but he also had 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. That was what was truly terrifying. Even God Lord Zemu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They no longer had any thoughts. Even though he was a little unconvinced when he was being controlled previously, he was completely convinced now. 99 primordial spirits. It wouldn't matter even if he killed them 100 times over. They couldn't bear it at all. This expert from the imperial territory suffered a huge loss and was even on the verge of death. He wasn't a match for Huang Tiannan at all. Once 99 reincarnation primordial spirits were released, they were simply a super killing weapon. Who could withstand it? No matter how strong you were, you wouldn't be able to withstand the restrictions of this reincarnation array. The people who came with Huang Tiannan were also shocked. They couldn't believe that they would encounter such a super expert in this world. Too strong. Once 99 primordial spirits were released, not only Huang Tiannan's strength was restricted, but they were also the same. At this moment, they didn't dare to move at all. They knew that as long as they moved, the other party could kill them with one punch. The other party had the ability to do so. Actually, I should thank you for coming all the way here to give me something. Tell me, how should I thank you? Lin Fei smiled as he came to Huang Tiannan's side. This guy was already on the verge of death. His vitality had indeed been greatly damaged. Even if he survived, it would take a very long time for him to recover his strength. Huang Tiannan was incomparably bitter. Victory was originally within his grasp, but in the blink of an eye, it had taken a huge dive. Not only did he have an eternal body, but he also had 99 reincarnated primordial spirits. If this news were to spread to their world, it would definitely be extremely shocking. No one had ever broken the limit of 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. But now, someone had broken the limit and directly cultivated 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. I wholeheartedly accept my loss. However, if you kill me, you will be in big trouble. My world is far more powerful than you can imagine. Huang Tiannan spat out blood as he spoke. He was so weak that he couldn't even open his eyes. His vitality was badly damaged. The reason why he didn't die on the spot was because he had some strong defensive treasures. I know that someone like you definitely comes from a big place. But if I wipe out all of you, it will take some time for you to find me. Even if you come, you won't be able to say that you are really strong. When the time comes, I can dig a hole and wipe out everyone that comes. I wonder how many experts you have that are worth me attacking. Lin Fei smiled and said. Huang Tiannan's heart skipped a beat. Why didn't he think of that? If this person really went on a killing spree, he would be able to wipe out as many as they came. Unless it was a top expert, but no one could imagine that such a person would actually have such strength. Even in the eternal world, he would be one of the top experts. Huang Tiannan was really helpless. It's better for you to accept your fate. After all, on account of the gifts you've given me, I might even let you go. Don't you think so? After all, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Lin Fei turned his head and said to God Lord Zhe Mu and the others. All of you can stand guard outside. Without my permission, no one can come in. The first thing they did was to rush out. All of a sudden, it was silent inside. Even the few experts that Huang Tiannan had brought along were more well-behaved. Chapter 5190. Everyone left. Huang Tiannan knew better than anyone that this black-robed young man had something to ask him. At the very least, he should be able to survive. The person in front of him was really terrifying. If he knew that there was such a strong person here, he definitely wouldn't have come at this time. In any case, this thing wasn't something that just anyone could carry. Huang Tiannan felt rather bitter in his heart. He, a proud son of the heavens, had come all the way here, only to be beaten down by someone right away. Not many people would believe him even if he told them. You want to know about the celestial sect? I can tell you. I know quite a lot, as long as you let me go. Huang Tiannan was the first to speak. Lin Fei felt that this person knew his place. He didn't need to ask and he just said it. He was quite smart. This kind of person could still live a little longer. You're really smart. You know what I want to know. Tell me, and I'll let you go. After all, with my strength, if you really want to go back and find someone to take revenge on me, you'll have to consider whether you have the ability to do so, don't you think so? After all, I didn't cultivate 99 souls for nothing. Who knows if I have other reincarnated souls? What do you think? Lin Fei smiled and blinked. Huang Tiannan really didn't have such thoughts. How many trump cards did a person who could cultivate 99 reincarnation primordial spirits have? This was something that no one could guarantee. Who knew when they would meet a more terrifying killer move? If that was the case, no one would be able to sit still. This stargate is actually a celestial sex teleportation formation. I heard that in the past, many celestials came down to search for all sorts of things. In their eyes, our world is a lower world. Even the world I am waiting for is the same. Huang Tiannan didn't dare to hide anything anymore as he continued to speak. Now that he said this, he knew something. So, this was the celestial sex teleportation formation. No wonder he felt that it was different when he first saw it. So, it actually led to the celestial world. Was there really a celestial world? Can these teleportation formations really lead to that celestial world? How much more do you know? Just tell me everything you know. Lin Fei continued to ask. This matter was quite important to him. Huang Tiannan continued speaking. He knew a lot about these things. After all, he himself was a proud son of heaven. After all, some matters of the sect could not be hidden. This time, he had also come for the shards of the door. To be able to find such an immortal sect fragment was something to be proud of. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. If he had come earlier, this thing might have fallen into his hands. After all, the native experts here wouldn't have been able to stop him at all. It was different after meeting Lin Fei. This was definitely a very bad thing. Lin Fei listened to Huang Tiannan's words as he pondered over the shards of the door. It seemed like he had come to the right place. According to what you said, this immortal sect needs 10 shards in order to form a complete immortal sect teleportation formation. Is that the logic? Huang Tiannan nodded. Indeed, there are only 10 shards. Only by gathering all 10 shards together can we restore the immortal sect transmission array. This world of ours, which is also the so-called lower realm, only has these 10 shards. There are no other shards, so it's not an easy task to obtain these shards. Huang Tiannan spoke very seriously. A few of the immortal sect fragments have already fallen into the hands of powerful sections. They all have some eternal experts. They are also searching for these shards, hoping to enter the so-called celestial world one day. Because all the passages to the lower realm have been closed, there's no such thing as ascension. Lin Fei knew that information again. Did anything else happen here in the past? Otherwise, they wouldn't have closed all the passages, nor would they have left behind any immortal sect fragments. I believe you should be clear about this. Lin Fei acutely grasped some of the key points. He asked again. Huang Tiannan continued speaking. We're not very clear about this. We only know that in the past, there was a huge change in the 33 levels of celestial world, so all the passages were closed. We haven't reached the so-called upper realm for a very long time. In the past, when one cultivated to the eternal realm, there would be people from the immortal sect coming over to guide them. But after that, there were no more. This was indeed a big piece of news. This is all I know. Huang Tiannan lowered his head. Chapter 5191. This information was actually quite good for Lin Fei. No matter what, he had the chance to enter the celestial world. Huang Tiannan's arrival was rather timely, to be able to deliver so much information to Lin Fan. Although this information wasn't worth much, it was still quite important to Lin Fei. At the very least, he had a certain understanding of the celestial world. Now, there's only one thing left. As long as you tell me the exact location of the remaining immortal sect shards and which sect they are in, I'll let you go. I'm quite a trustworthy person. Huang Tiannan really did know some things. Therefore, he told Lin Fei about the remaining immortal sect shards. I only know that there are 6 of them. There are 4 remaining fragments. There is one here and I don't know where the other 3 are. Lin Fei was quite satisfied knowing that there were 6 of them. You can take your people and leave now. As for how you are going to deal with what happened today, that is up to you. I can only welcome you to take revenge at any time. Huang Tiannan shook his head like a rattle drum. Senior, don't joke around. I wouldn't dare to take revenge. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. With the gap between us, you can easily kill me. I'll keep my mouth shut about what happened today. No one will know that I'm here. Huang Tiannan took out a treasure and left. After Huang Tiannan left, Lin Fei's gaze landed on the Gate of Immortality fragment. He didn't expect that such a fragment would have such a huge history. Fortunately, God Lord Zemu and the others didn't know much about it. They couldn't even lift it. After all, it was something used by Celestials. It would be weird if they could lift it. Lin Fei reached out with one hand and grabbed onto the immortal door. There were no ripples, but just as he was about to lift it, he couldn't move at all. It was as if it was rooted to the ground. It was really heavy. No wonder normal people couldn't lift it. Without a strong body, it was impossible. Not to mention putting it away. This time, it was very different from before. The strength in Lin Fei's body exploded with a rumbling sound. It was just pure physical strength. He didn't use any other methods. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the Gate of Immortality fragment, he would need to use his physical strength to move it. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. Second by second, the Gate of Immortality fragment finally moved. At this moment, Lin Fei had already pushed the power of the eternal body to the limit. Even if there were 99 primordial spirits, they would still come out. With their combined strength, they finally managed to shake the Gate of Immortality fragment. Then, the Immortal Gate fragment was pulled out. Then, it slowly shrank and fell into Lin Fei's hand. This made Lin Fei heave a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I've cultivated 99 primordial spirits. Coupled with my eternal level divine body, I was able to take it down. Otherwise, even if it was right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to lift it. Lin Fei finally knew how heavy the Gate of Immortality fragment was. He could also imagine it. If the other sects could get their hands on this thing, it would definitely be a terrifying thing. In other words, it wouldn't be easy to snatch the Gate of Immortality fragment from them. He still had to improve his strength. When he came out of the broken land, God Lord Zemu and the others were already waiting outside. They had all seen Huang Tiannan come out in a sorry state and leave with his people. They were quite surprised. They didn't expect the black-robed young man to let Huang Tiannan go. It made sense. Although such a person could erupt with eternal-level battle prowess, he wasn't as strong as the black-robed young man. In fact, he could do it with just a thought. Even if such a person wanted to take revenge, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Sure enough, the black-robed young man was more or less magnanimous. My mission here is more or less completed. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll take my people and leave this world. After obtaining the Gate of Immortality fragment, Lin Fei naturally had no intention of staying here. He still had another thing to do. That was the Gate of Great Void. God Lord Rakesh thanked him profusely again. If it weren't for this person, this world would probably be in trouble. It wasn't just the invaders that were brought back. Even some of the most notorious people in their own world were captured in one fell swoop. Peace was restored to this world. Lin Fei took God Lord Zemu and Samsara and the others and left this world. They returned to their original world. Chapter 5192. Everything returned to normal as soon as they returned. At the very least, Lin Fei didn't have God Lord Zemu and the others make any big moves. It was as if nothing had happened. After all, Lin Fei didn't want anyone to know that he had recruited the three of them. No one knew. They just felt that there were quite a few more people after this trip. Why did they return in such a hurry? Everyone was quite surprised. But since the three of them had said so, they naturally had no objections. Even the three of them had returned. It was highly possible that the natives here had some ulterior motives. What if they found a new expert? That was also a possibility. This was the only way they could rush back as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they stayed there, they would become slaves in their hands. They knew this better than anyone else. They knew it better than anyone else. Your current mission is very simple. Ask me about the Gate of Great Void. If there's nothing important, don't come here. Just pretend that nothing happened. Let me temporarily use this place as my headquarters. After Lin Fei came out, he sent the three of them away. He told them to go investigate the Gate of Great Void. Although the three of them were quite surprised, they still obediently went to investigate the Gate of Great Void. Lin Fei returned to his residence. Samsara was still by his side. Samsara's horizons had been broadened this time. He hadn't expected his lord to be so strong that he had actually reached the Eternal Realm. Even if he hadn't reached the Eternal Realm, he could still clearly see the power of the Eternal Realm. Even the people from the other world had been suppressed. Now that he said it, he was shocked. Master, you're back. This time, Chu Qingqing immediately came over. Recently, he had been cultivating here. He did not expect that the uncle master of this house would return so quickly and come up to him immediately. I came back after completing my task. I can see that you've been cultivating quite well. Take out your primordial spirit and take a look. Chu Qingqing's aura was a bit different. In other words, Chu Qingqing had been cultivating quite seriously these past few days. From this, Lin Fei could still see it. Chu Qingqing immediately released her primordial spirit. It was indeed quite efficient for her to cultivate 5 primordial spirits in a short period of time. This was the capital that Lin Fei had invested in her. It did not disappoint Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. You're quite diligent. You didn't slack off when I was away. In this case, I can take you back. Being able to cultivate 5 reincarnations of the primordial soul was indeed quite fast. It was much faster than before. In such a short period of time, he had cultivated 2 or 3 reincarnation primordial spirits. If this happened outside, no one would believe it. The Samsara primordial spirit was famous for being difficult to cultivate. However, it was extremely easy for Chu Qingqing. Martial uncle, can we go back now? Chu Qingqing's entire person became excited. After cultivating the 5 reincarnations of primordial spirits, he really wanted to go back. Let them know that the current Great Void sect is not so easy to bully. He had also cultivated 5 reincarnation primordial spirits. He wasn't as strong as his martial uncle, but it was enough to suppress them. It wouldn't be too much of a problem to fight to a draw. We can go back after a while. You have to cultivate well. When the time comes, you will be the one to fight. Are you afraid? Lin Fei said. Chu Qingqing said seriously, I'm not afraid at all. I can't wait to fight with them now and let them know that none of our Great Void sect soldiers are deserters. There are only those who die on the battlefield. Chu Qingqing buried her head in cultivation again. Lin Fei's remaining matter was very simple. He just had to wait for news. Wait for the Great Void sect. Of course, there was another matter, and that was this immortal gate. Lin Fei felt that the immortal gate fragment should be quite extraordinary. He wondered if he could sign in for it. If he signed in, he might be able to obtain some good things, even though the possibility of that was very low. It didn't matter if he gave it a try. What if he succeeded? Lin Fei was quite interested in such things. He set up an array formation around him. Then, he took out the door and a special aura spread out. However, it was blocked by the array formation and couldn't leave at all. Ding! You signed in next to the immortal gate fragment. Obtained immortal energy.